ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Colloquially referred to as the glitter strip, has Friday night ever been brighter on the Gold Coast? Welcome along. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport at Carrara. My name is Quentin Hull, and haven't we talked this one up? For the first time in their 16-season history, the Gold Coast Suns will host the showpiece fixture of the weekend, and it's the ladder-leading Collingwood Magpies that come to town on a glorious night where the eyes of the competition look north. We've been hearing a bit more about the Gold Coast Suns of recent times because their football is on the precipice of becoming really relevant. And what a test they will get tonight in absolutely gorgeous conditions. It's a sellout, and let's hope that the game lives up to the occasion. Quentin Hull and Michael Price to call the action, along with Jamie Stanton and Jeff White. Zane Bojack is down on the boundary, but it's not just about this game tonight. Plenty of issues rolling along, including at the top of the list after Carlton's defeat at the hands of the Brisbane Lions last night. The first of the crackdowns on umpire contact really coming into focus with Adam Chera sent to the tribunal. Those details coming out just a short time ago, so we'll go through that as well as leading into this game. And we'll just take a little bit of a deeper look into just what is a Gold Coast Suns fan? We know what the Collingwood fans are. We know what Carlton fans are, Crows fans, Eagles fans, etc., etc. As this team slowly but surely works its way into the broader spectrum of more general acknowledgement in footy fans, why do they keep turning up here? They've had 15 seasons with no reason to renew. Yet, we've got someone who's been here from the start who just will tell us a little bit about what a Gold Coast Suns fan looks like. The Subs news is in here, and we're set for a new world record for the most games experience in the Subs vest, because David Swallow, who's filled this role a lot for the Suns this year, so he gets out there, it's game 246. But no one beats Scott Pendlebury in that regard. Pendles is the sub for Collingwood tonight. So 246th game for the Suns' former skipper, and 418th. So he's, of course, third all-time behind Michael Tuck and Brent Harvey. Boomer's 432, and that record is getting ever closer. But the subs vest for Scott Pendlebury tonight. So what's that? About 660-odd games experience in the subs vests. When I was driving in, getting to the ground about 3 hours before game time, already there were people starting to mill around. It's got a big game feel about it. And Michael Price, it's great to be alongside you for Friday night footy at Carrara, about 10 years after we thought it would be something of a regularity. Remember all the promises of, you look at us 5 years in. Well, now it's the 16th season, and here we are, finally, Friday Night Lights.
And how exciting is it? And Collingwood, look, you say what you like about the Magpies, but they bring bums on seats. This is like an Alfred Hitchcock movie. They're just loitering everywhere, and they've already provided excitement and a buzz outside. So I can't wait for the game to start, to be honest with you, mate. It's going to be through the roof, I reckon.
And two people who know this part of the world really well, and I think we'll get to the football, but it is a bit about the occasion tonight. An AFLW original who's just returned to Queensland full of confidence after coaching the Queensland women's team to victory over Tasmania last weekend. Jamie Stanton, it's great to have you on board. You're currently in the building, so to speak. Your third AFLW club is down here on the Gold Coast. So welcome. What's it been like with the eyes of the competition finally in the nominal big slot of the weekend finally falling here?
Well, thanks for having me, Q. Yeah, it's been awesome. There's been a buzz around the club, whether that's staff, players, us in the W space. You can just feel the excitement that this game has generated, and obviously the boys have done a really good job this season to allow themselves to be put on this stage, and I think now it really turns over to them to say, can they maintain and do this? The crowd looks like it's going to turn up. So, will they be able to make sure that the AFL doesn't skip them in this time slot any longer?
And Jeff White, a man, former number one draft pick, started at the Dockers, went on to become a club champion and All-Australian at the D's, but now resides literally a Mark Pittonet torpedo punt away from here. Can I bring that
Yes.
quickly into the
Yes.
lexicon, Whitey, after last night's long... It was the only joy for Blues fans. I'm dining out on that. How are you, Jeff?
I was cheering when that went through. I'm good, kid. I was cheering loud when that went through at quarter time. What a great kick. But, yeah...
You know footy better than most. You've lived it as a teen prodigy in Melbourne. You've started your career over in the footy-loving West, yet your life now is in this part of the world where your young man's coming through the academy process here as well. So, context, I don't think it gets any bigger than your knowledge of what is big in football, what's growing, what's different. What about tonight?
This is the biggest game, I think, in the club's history, to be honest. Where they're positioned on the ladder, where Collingwood's positioned on the ladder, it's school holidays. I'm hoping they break the record tonight. I think it's 24,000 is the record. So
I have the numbers. Yeah, 24,032 is the official number. 24,032. That was the 2014 game that Gold Coast won. Yet was the Gary Ablett shoulder night.
One, yeah.
Yes.
And they're on track to make finals. But what I see from a local community, Q, and this is quite interesting, during the week there was a number of games that were scheduled for tonight that have been postponed.
As in club footy?
Club footy.
Local footy.
So they could go to the game. So that there was a lot of local clubs. So, so my boys, for instance, are meant to play tonight. They're playing Sunday night now. So they've just rearranged. So, yeah, and you feel the vibe in the streets and a lot of Collingwood jumpers around.
That's a throwback. It's almost like the old days where they used to, and I think some cities still do this, but they don't have club cricket the weekend when the test match is in town.
Yep.
And they don't have club rugby, as in rugby union, when the Wallabies were playing in town, when they played a lot of afternoon fixtures as well. So It's a bit of a throwback, but at the same time shows just what this night's become.
Yeah, and look, the Suns have always been accommodating with Saturday afternoon games, the twilight games, or and they've tried to avoid the Sunday because of local footy, but a lot of local footy do play Friday night games, and it was just it was really cool to hear that people are accommodating for fans to come to the game. So it's been building up, and the performance of both sides obviously has been going really, really well. So I'm looking forward to this.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton are with you in the commentary box, and Zane Bojack is down at ground level. Zano, the black and white army is rolling in. You're in position. I noticed that you do have the long strides on tonight. Very often you're in the shorts. Why have you gone the long ones? It's not that cold, is it?
No, it's not overly cold, Q, but it's a beautiful evening, 14 degrees, and I don't know whether you can see there's a massive full moon behind one of the lights over on the riverside, and look, it's actually a buck full moon. I had to be very careful how I said that, Q, but that's what it's actually called. And I'm hoping that it creates a great atmosphere as Collingwood comes out to begin their warm-up. We already saw the VFL where Collingwood moved to 7th on the ladder with a 102-100 win over the Gold Coast in that contest. And Nick Dacos is walking out right now, and I think he's a little bit ginger. I think he's surprised by how cold it is here on the Gold Coast, but it's beautiful weather all the same. Can't wait for the contest. It's building up, and there is lots of black and white in the crowd, Q.
Indeed, and we'll get to the footy in that regard a little bit deeper as we get closer to the opening bounce. If you weren't across selection, Jared Whitson, David Swallow coming in for the Suns, for Ned Moyle and Alex Sexton, who are both dropped, and now the news that Swallow is the sub. And, Collingwood's got the luxury of resting Pat Lipinski and Brodie Myercheck. Lipinski is still here, though. He's an emergency. Myercheck rested, and Will Parker has been dropped. So still Sidebottom, who's been battling a bit of illness, coming back in. Lockie Schultz returning from a hamstring injury, and Mason Cox gets another go tonight. So that's the changes at selection. And as mentioned, Scott Pendlebury is the sub for Collingwood tonight. Back to last night, and as much as Brisbane did as expected and beat Carlton, the big news for the day was always going to be the first of the cases where the threshold of umpire contact had been breached, and indeed we saw that with Adam Chera colliding with an umpire last night. And the match review sheet has come out, and it reads careless contact with an umpire, fourth offence, grading direct to tribunal. So, Jamie, Jeff, I'm going to start with you for a man that spent his footy career around stoppages and navigating the umpires and so on and so forth. You've seen last night's incident. What's on the top of your mind first?
He hasn't got eyes on the back of his head, and I know that he needs to know where the umpire is, but it's a collision, it's a contact. Look, I know what the AFL's trying to say, but when there's a collision, like if he's gone back into that path, but I think it looks like he's been hit or pushed as he's making that connection with the opponent, and then comes back in that area. So, yeah, I don't know. When I saw it last night live, I didn't think there was, I saw the umpire go down, but then when you see it there, you go, oh, hang on, he's actually got his back to him. He knows where the umpire's going, but what is he meant to do in that situation?
And, Jamie, I think that the wider concern is how in the hell can the AFL change the rules midway through? So the obvious from a local perspective tonight, or even let's get the crystal ball, let's get to Gold Coast needing to beat Essendon potentially in that last game, maybe to play their finals for the first time, and they might win it and Matt Rail runs into the umpire. Well, I mean, he's beyond the threshold and could miss the first ever final. So what are your thoughts, Jamie?
Well, you heard Dimmer last week. I don't think Matt Rail's changing anything, whether that happens or not. But it's an interesting point because we actually had the umpires come out and chat to the W team last week, and they brought this up as part of their agenda. Obviously, we haven't started our season yet, so it's a very different landscape. But they pretty much said, and their wording was, it's your job, just like it is when you go into a tackle. The onus is on you, the player, to execute the tackle effectively. The onus is on the player to execute non-umpiring contact. Now, obviously, when they say that in a room full of 30 players, we all look at them and sort of laugh and smirk and go, really? Like, that's exactly, but that's the ruling that they're rolling with, is it's the player's job to know. They're very clear. The umpires state that they're very clear that they're constantly coming corridor, so we should know the path that they're taking. But I still think, to Whitey's point, which is the important point, there's accidents. There's accidents in footy, and I think these is one of those things where deliberate, not deliberate, I think it needs to be classified in that category of there is accidental contact, and just because an umpire has fallen over doesn't mean that they should be at risk.
And we saw it in the same game last night with Lockie Cowan running into the umpire, which cost potentially Carlton a chance to go forward and score.
And there was Will Ashcroft, and the umpire came back and tripped over his foot. So didn't they say unavoidable circumstances? And I mean, that's the Chera one. He's got his back to him.
And
he's not, if he's that way, then he might have been able to, but he's actually makes contact, then comes back and then makes contact.
Well, I think that's what the league's saying. Duty of care needs to be shown by players at stoppages to have an eye on the umpire. But you talk about, Jamie, the fact that it's like the onus of responsibility in a tackle. But in a tackle, it's generally one player who can control their own actions. At a stoppage, as we saw last night, there were mitigating circumstances. So is it just a matter of, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to send this up, and if you've got mitigation, fine. But no matter what, we're sending it to the panel now.
It's quite funny, actually, you mentioned that, because in the meeting, they spoke about, and in this situation, it was Lockie Neal, I think, Lockie Neal and Chera. They actually spoke about it being, if Lockie Neal was deemed to be pushed Chera into the umpire, that it would be Lockie that's in trouble, not Chera.
Similar to what they're saying with the defenders, you can't push them into contests.
Correct.
Yeah.
But obviously, clearly, Lockie doesn't have the priors that Chera must, or they must be deeming that Lockie didn't push him hard enough and that Chera could have not fallen into him or whatnot. But yeah, they've sort of spoken very clearly that it's onus on player. But it's interesting because I do know, being in the PA, that potentially the players have spoken about themselves, they're over being fined. So I don't know if this is now a reaction from the AFL saying, well, you didn't want to be fined anymore.
Well, it's certainly opened a can of worms. If you've got a thought, we'd love to hear from you. The text message number is 0437 774 774 on that matter, or any other in the lead into this game between Gold Coast and Collingwood. 0437 774 774 for Friday night footy from the Gold Coast on ABC Sport.
ABC Listen. Keeping bored parents busy is easy with the ABC Listen app. Then we can listen to our stuff, like Bluey Listen Along and all new Dino Dome. Hear it all now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go. And the moment of truth has arrived. What a matchup this is. What a game. The umpire holds the footy up. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about. The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy. This is just football at its best. And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He curls it through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal. An extra bit of class. He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got. They are leaving nothing out there. Listen to the roar. The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. On it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right. Step up in the big moment. Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar. Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The glitter strip has never looked so bright on a Friday night, with the eyes of the AFL casting north to the Gold Coast for the Suns' first ever home game in the prime time slot. Quentin Hull and Michael Price to call the action for you for Friday night footy on ABC Sport as Gold Coast take on Collingwood. Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your experts tonight. Zane Bojack has the pleasure of being among the sold-out throng near the boundary to keep us updated from the benches, and the two teams are warming up in absolutely glorious conditions. The fans slowly milling in here, and as is always the case, it's almost a black and white case out there. How many of the Suns red will turn up tonight? How many of them can get a ticket? With so many around town realising, no, sorry, we are full. There have been other nights like that when Collingwood has come to town, and the Magpies, of course, quite responsible for it with their travelling army. 4 of the top ever attended games here at Carrara have all been Collingwood games, but that record, which was set back in 2014 of 24,032, well, that's one of the storylines of the night. Can they break that record tonight? But I think that the bigger story is, well, we know Collingwood's rolling. They've only lost the 2 games this season. Can Big Boy Month, as their coach says it, see that the Suns grow up in the eyes of many? It's a wonderful test for Gold Coast tonight, a team that's won 10 games this season. They've won their last 2 over Essendon and Melbourne. But it doesn't get bigger than taking on Collingwood, a team which has, of course, only dropped the 2 games this season and comes in red-hot form. Welcome to those of you who have just joined us. You can get in touch on the SMS 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from, 0437 774 774. There's a game of footy to be played, but so much of tonight has been about the event in a way, and the slow build of the problem child of the AFL, the 17th team that has taken so long to really get any relevance in the competition. 16th season in and still to play finals. And, we live it up here, but we thought we'd just let you learn a little bit more about, what is a Gold Coast Suns fan? You can have your stereotypical jokes about what a Collingwood fan is and all the others in the competition, but we'll take you into, just a bit of the psyche of what tonight means for those that have ploughed the journey, and it's been a tough journey here on the Gold Coast for the local fans. Whether or not they get a final series to look forward to, whether or not they get a win tonight, it's all a part of the story, but certainly the focus is well and truly on Carrara tonight. Michael Price, great to be alongside you for, a night that, we thought would come earlier than this. We've had some big games of footy in southeast Queensland, but everyone's talking this up as the biggest night in Suns history to this point, and it's hard to argue.
No, I think it's incredibly hard to argue, Q, and what a pleasure it is to be in the best seat in the house here, which potentially should be a record crowd at Carrara. Perfect conditions. The Pies bring it, as I've said. I love the Pies crowd. I don't like them when I'm barracking for the opposition, but I love it when they get here and they provide the atmosphere. They're proactive fans, and they'll teach the Gold Coast fans a thing or two tonight, I reckon.
And already we've got a couple of people on the text. G'day to Phil from Werribee who texts, whenever Gold Coast plays Collingwood, I will continue to remind you of Nick chicken wing tackle Maxwell and his unpunished action on Gary Ablett all those years ago. Yes, that was the game in 2014 where Gold Coast won, but Ablett was injured, and then the Suns fell out of the finals race in that season, and of course haven't made it since then. Jamie Stanton's a AFLW original, Queensland women's coach. Jeff White, former number 1 draft pick, All-Australian, Melbourne club champion. Whitey, I'll just go to you, to our listeners who have just joined, and again, reiterate just what it's been like on the coast. They've changed local footy fixtures for this game tonight. It's been huge, the build-up.
Yeah, it has been big. I think this is the biggest game in the history of the Suns. Crowd-wise, hopefully they break the records. But, local footy normally is scheduled for Friday night. And look, there's still some games going on, but I know for a fact that some games have been postponed because of the game on tonight. So, being school holidays as well. But you can see already the amount of Collingwood fans that are on the streets in and around. It's great to see. It's school holidays for them in Victoria too. But, they come in waves, and it's going to be interesting to hear when the goals are scored tonight. It's definitely, I think, going to favour Collingwood.
Yes.
In a home game at the Suns.
Yeah, it will and has for quite a while in that regard. By the way, for those joining us, more than 650 games experience in the subs vests tonight. David Swallow for Gold Coast and Scott Pendlebury for Collingwood. Stanto, you come to the footy always with an unbiased eye and great knowledge of the game, but I will tap into your knowledge of being inside the four walls. You've had a big day of training under Reece Shaw today as the W season gets closer. So what's it been like being in and around the club this week?
Yeah, it's been exciting. It's one of those things that Gold Coast hasn't really had the luxury of saying, where there's been a game like this, which with a lot of build-up, with a lot of media scrutiny, with a lot of pressure to perform because everybody's watching. The boys have actually been really good about it this week. They've gone about their business pretty normally. They haven't tried to do anything different. They haven't built it up any differently. Noah has done a really good job, but I think tempering expectations of the group, which is great from a young leader. And I think obviously that's important that they're led by Dimmer, who's been and done this many, many, many times. So it's not like he's foreign to the concept either.
Our first guest is not too far away, but Jamie and Jeff, this is just another week for Collingwood. So what are you looking at tonight for the Pies? What's Craig McRae trying to get get out of tonight, outside of course, continuing to build momentum for a real tilt?
One of the stats, or one of the things I saw today was their ability to travel. They've only lost, I think, since the middle of whatever it was last year or the road. They've only lost 2 on the road, so they pride themselves on travelling, and they even though they're 2.5 games clear on top, they want to continue this momentum. They want to keep going. Even though they've made a few adjustments, they've got some great players that have come in, and they want to get some synergy. And I think also, too, the important thing, and this is what they spoke about last week, the depth that they have that are not playing, those players are not playing, the players that are actually in now are trying to keep their spots. So that's what they're trying to cement, and that's what they're trying to cement.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they roll out tonight. On the text message as well, we're getting reaction, and quite strong reaction. If you haven't heard the news, Adam Chera referred directly to the tribunal for contact with an umpire in last night's loss for the Blues against the Lions. Ross texts, Lockie Neal pushed Chera into the umpire. He's the one who should be answerable. Marcus in South Melbourne texts, if the tribunal find that Lockie Neal pushed Adam Chera into the umpire, should Neal not be then charged himself? Friends and I are just wondering. And then there's a text from David, who's basically not happy with the, I can't use that language that he's used in the text, but essentially unhappy with the fact that this is a law that has come in mid-season and now threatens to really change the outcome of players. And we look at Matt Rowell tonight, who's on that threshold as well, and his coach Damien Hardwick has spoken about, and you wonder whether or not he could end up missing a game.
Is it one of those things, though, is it you missed the game and your slate's wiped cleaned? Do you get to restart? Because it might be worth him missing a game now before Essendon in round 23A.
Yeah.
Or whatever we're calling that extra Essendon game that the Gold Coast have to clean up with. But, yeah, is it and again, we're making more rules up on the run, I know, but it might be worth Chera doing it now and getting the end of the season good, or Matt Rowell or any other player that's in finals contention.
We could call it Round Alfred. In a nod to the reason why the game was postponed from opening round earlier on. Now, let's get downstairs, because in the lead into tonight, it's not obviously the game of footy that it will take its precedence. But part of what tonight is that the wider competition is taking a little bit more notice of the Gold Coast Suns. And we know what they do with their footy. But what do the fans keep turning up? What is a Gold Coast Suns fan? I put in a call to the club and said, look, have you got someone who's got the perfect mix of eloquent speaker yet rabid football fan for me? And you know who they've come up with? Shelley Bison. Welcome to you. You're down on the boundary. You've been here for the ride. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Hello. I really love that explanation of me. That was great.
So can you explain? You've been for the ride from the outset. What is a Gold Coast Suns fan?
I don't know. We are a passionate bunch, surprise it or not, surprisingly, for a lot of those hardcore Victorian fans down there. A lot of us are ex-Victorians, and it's just been really exciting to have footy grow and build on the coast. Like when we first moved up here was 20 years ago. Our kids' local school didn't even have footy ovals or goals. So watching the game grow here has just been really exciting. And the last sort of couple of years, you've really started to see that growth and more people out and about in Suns gear, and seeing kids in Suns gear is just awesome.
So you're one of those sort of removed Southerners, which is like a lot of us here. Myself starting in southern New South Wales, Michael in Melbourne, Whitey in Melbourne, so we sort of brought it up here. But what makes tonight so special, Shelley?
It just feels really big, and it kind of feels like a coming of age for us, I think. We've been building and growing, and those of us that have been here for a long time have felt it and seen it, but we're starting to see that happen on the ground now with the playing group that we've got, and there's a real buy-in, and you're seeing it with the community as well, which is really awesome. The Suns have always done so much in the community here on the Gold Coast, so it's really awesome to see it now. We're slowly filling seats here, which is good. Unfortunately, it's hard to come up against, the Magpies, and and with their crowd numbers. But we're getting there. We're building and growing, and it's really great. It's exciting.
You'll be outnumbered tonight,
Yes.
but who did you support before you moved to the Gold Coast, Shelley?
Well, it's a bit of a long story because originally, way back was Collingwood. I actually have a little family connection with Collingwood. My cousins are the Dacos boys, so there's a little family connection there.
Hold on. Hold on. What did you say, Shelley?
Yes, my cousin, their mum is my cousin, so there's a little family connection. I cheer for the boys, but tonight I'm 100% cheering for the Suns.
Okay, so
Always.
there you go. And who did you? So were you Collingwood?
So it was a little bit Collingwood, and then my husband, his whole family, when we were in Victoria, his whole family are mad Essendon, so all the generations would go to Essendon games, and so I kind of would cheer for them. But then when we came up here, we had no footy for so long, like no one to cheer for. And then as soon as we got our own team, myself and the kids, we were all in, 100% on board. So I've been 100% number one fan from the very beginning. I love the Suns.
Shelley Bison is who you're hearing from down on the boundary, just giving the wider footy world an insight as to what makes a Suns fan. The question that I have, and I think a lot of people around the country would have, why do you keep turning up? It's been hard. It's been...
Yeah.
This is the 16th season. What has made you see it through?
I think there's a real, I don't know, it's quite special having watched something grow from the very beginning. So it almost feels like we're part of the fabric and part of the family here. We've watched some of these guys, like I remember when turning up with my kids to a clinic and Dave Swallow, young Dave Swallow was there. And I've watched Dave Swallow now kind of grow with his family, and it kind of, there is a because we're small, there is a different feeling with the fans and the club. It's kind of there's a more intimate feeling there that you don't get in the really big clubs. So it does feel like we're part of the family here, I think. So we just keep showing up. There's always been hope, and this year they're really showing us that we've got something to be excited about.
How often have you been on the road, Shelley, and watched the team interstate?
Yes, I've did Gather Round this year. I did the Perth charter flight last year, which was amazing. Got a real insight into what the players go through with that, the travel aspect to Perth, because we did the red eye home, and unfortunately we just missed out on getting the win, but it was really good insight. So yeah, we've done that, and we've done a couple of games in Melbourne, so we've got family there. So yeah, we try to get to as much as we can.
It's a life lived in the minority, though, isn't it?
Yes.
But I mean, here you are in your house tonight, and you're living in the minority in a big way.
Oh, in my house, my
as in your home, the home ground. I'm using
yes, got you. Yeah,
yep.
Definitely. Yep. Yep, and that's okay. I sort of go, they've got 130 years of history, and we've got 15. So we don't expect to sort of come here and have masses here, up against them. They do, they've been growing and building for so long, but we're getting there. It's definitely changing on the Gold Coast.
Shelley Bison is our guest. She's an original Suns fan, just giving you a bit of an insight as to what it's like following this club. Were you here the night back in 2014 when Collingwood was in town and Gaz did his shoulder out on that Nerang River half forward flank?
Yes. I never miss the home game.
Right.
Yeah. So I was here for that. Here for Noah Anderson kicking his goal against
Richmond, wasn't it? Yep.
That was the most amazing experience here so far.
What's been the best experience at this ground?
The Noah Anderson goal after the siren by a mile. That was awesome.
And what's the worst?
Well, probably what you said was, I reckon Collingwood doing us a couple of years ago.
When they kicked 10 goals to nothing early on?
Yes, that was really deflating. That was probably the worst.
Okay, and across the journey, obviously the club has had different presidents, chairman, but now with Damien Hardwick as coach, when you first heard that Stewie Dew got sacked, and you're wondering where to next, can you take us back to then? Because it's going to be seen, I think, as a pretty pivotal period in the history of the club.
I think at the time, you sort of felt for Stewie, but you understood that if there was somebody of the calibre of Damien Hardwick there, that the club had to sort of make that move. And, we were craving success, so you had to do whatever it takes. And that's obviously what was needed at the time. So and I'm well aware there's good people in football clubs and there's really good people in this football club. So, they made decisions that they felt they had to make at the time. So, and here we are, we're definitely seeing a buy-in, so that's good.
What would it mean if you were able to put you and your family in seats at a venue in a final?
Oh,
Shelley?
It's been my dream to see the Suns play their first final. No matter where it is, I've had a deal that no matter where it is, I'm there. Hopefully it will be here at our home ground. That would be really, really exciting. So I think I might even have a bit of a tear if that happens.
And so when we see anyone turn up in a Collingwood jumper, they're identifiable and they've got a persona.
Yes.
So that's why we're trying to have a chat to you tonight about, we see the Gold Coast Suns fan as a bit of
nice.
A different, more, nicer, what you're saying?
No, we're just nice, I think. They're learning to get a little mongrel, I think, here, because a lot of them are locals too. And I think, things like the booing when they need to boo, all that kind of stuff, slowly coming into the games at home games. But yeah, mostly, I don't know, I think we're just kind of a bit wholesome and nice.
and Shelley, you've been excellent with your time and your insight. The thing I'll finish with is, what's it like in town? You've been around since the start.
Yeah.
We've talked this up as the biggest night, but is it noticeable on the streets of the Gold Coast if you're having a coffee after a surf, or if you've had a run, or you just sort of by the waterways or wherever you are, school holiday? Like, what's it like?
Oh, there's definitely a buzz about town right now. Yeah, it's really exciting. I know, like, even just seeing more kids in Suns gear out and about, years ago, you just didn't see that. So there's a real buzz about town. There's a real excitement, hoping that we can make this, a really, really good game. That's what we're hoping. So if we win, that's awesome. But, yeah, hopefully the boys just come out and play their brand of footy and we have a cracking game.
Favourite son of all time?
Dave Swallow's probably my favourite son of all time. Dave's just, on and off the field, he's just pure champion.
And what about this family connection to the Dacoses?
Yes, yeah.
So do you guys chat in Collingwood?
Yes, I saw the boys this morning, actually.
Really?
Yes.
How well do you know them?
Oh, very well. They actually love the Gold Coast, so they love coming up and staying with me. So, we spend a lot of time with the boys. We do love the boys.
So here we go. We've not only found sort of an original Suns fan, they're the perfect mix of sort of madness yet eloquence, and you've also got a link to the famous brothers of the big team tonight, Shelley.
Yes, I do. And I do normally, I would cheer for the boys. But tonight, they know, they understand. I'm all in for the Suns tonight.
Thank you so much for your time. Where do you sit?
We sit in a gold members section, actually, just near the Suns players race.
Okay, well, we better let you get there. And thanks so much for having a chat.
You're welcome. Thank you, and go Suns.
Yeah, good on you, Shelley. So, Shelley Bison, it is a different Friday night, and I just thought we'd do something a little bit different. We sort of know these people in this part of the world, but it is the coming of age year in so many ways for the Suns. They don't really have an identity, their fan group, do they, outside of this part of the world?
But I do like what she said about the community. They have been, from day one, they've been so focused on the community. And you see with the kids wearing the Suns gears everywhere. I went and had a coffee this morning and little old man sitting there having his cappuccino and had a Suns hat on. He said, "Go the Suns." So, yeah, the community is there, pretty thick.
Which is a given every corner that you're in Melbourne or Adelaide or Perth, but it's
correct.
It's never really happened here much, has it, Jamie?
No, not at all. It's funny, as an AFLW player, you have a lot of amenity anywhere. But I remember when I was playing down at North, my first weekend that I moved down there, I'm walking the streets in my Coolangatta quaffle shorts, and the old man at the cafe goes, "Do you play for Carlton? Are you a Carlton AFLW player?" And I just looked at him and giggled, because I'm from here. No one knows who Whitey is, let alone the AFLW girl that lives down the street. So, no, I think the best part that Shelley said, though, and Whitey touched on it before, is the kids, right? Like, we won't know what a Suns fan really looks like until 10 years' time, when those kids are adults and we see their behaviour in the stands, because they're the ones that are going to live and breathe the Gold Coast Suns. At the moment, we're spicks and specks, and we're really everyone's second team that moves here.
But this has been a slow burn. I mean, I'm older than the rest of you, so I've been here for a little longer. And the Gold Coast probably had a magnificent Australian football community prior to actually the Bears moving here and all of that type of thing. Southport was a behemoth such that they actually one of the only standalone teams outside of Victoria, or the only one, in the VFL and doing quite well. So that's been a slow burn on the Gold Coast. So I'm just seeing 10, 15 years, really big things for the Gold Coast Suns.
Oh, when you're talking about community, actually, I just butt in there. The kid that came out that held the footy up, he was playing under-15s Broadbeach last year. He quit because he wants to be a professional AFL umpire. And they've given him the opportunity to go out, and he was the one that lifted the ball just then. So well done to the AFL, and well done to AFL umpires for doing that. It's really awesome stuff.
Well, that's the occasion, of course. The bigger point of the argument is the 4 premiership points. If you are just joining us, it's Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White. Zane Bojak's down on the boundary this evening. There are no changes to the selected teams, but a fair bit of experience in those subs vests. Scott Pendlebury, the sub for Collingwood, and David Swallow is the sub for Gold Coast. So if you missed it at selection, Jared Witts and Swallow coming back in for the omitted Ned Moyle and Alex Sexton. While for Collingwood, Steele Sidebottom's over his recent illness. He's back in the team. Lockie Schultz is over his hamstring, and Mason Cox comes back in as well. Lipinski and Mychek rested with Will Parker omitted. So just looking around the stadium, the only thing red at the moment, dare I say this, as I look to the stands in the Nerang, out on the Nerang Riverside, the only thing red are the seats that aren't occupied, because those that are occupied are all black and white. Here comes Collingwood at Carrara. Banner reads, the next generation, strength, vision and legacy. 50 years of NAIDOC. So, of course, a nod to NAIDOC week as well throughout this round of the AFL. The Mighty Magpies, fresh from a 56-point victory over Carlton. They've only lost 2 games this year. In opening round to Greater Western Sydney, and in round 8 their loss to Geelong was only 3 points. What's made them so good in 2025, Jeff?
The defensive structure, the way they set up behind the ball is the best I've seen for a very long time. They are able to turn their heads really, really quickly, get on men, and it was really evident last week against. I know they played against Carlton, and we've spoken, or the media's spoken highly about where Carlton is at the moment, but they've done it to all the clubs all this year. The ability to set up really quickly behind the ball has been their strength, and I'm looking forward to seeing it live in action tonight. What
about you, Jamie? What have you picked up?
I was actually going to tack on to Whitey's point, is it allows them to play a different game when they move the ball forward. So they're one of the best teams that long chains to get a score on the board, and they do that by kicking the ball long more often than not, and they've been really aggressive with that long down the line kick. They've actually been placing it to the corner of the squares, which is corridor central, which is normally trampoline or turnover zone that most coaches would say, but because of how good they set up defensively behind the ball, they're allowing themselves to be a little bit more attacking with their movement, with their ball movement, which is allowing them to put scores on the board.
And now the Suns are about to run out. Their race is right beneath us here, and the banner reads, Friday Night Footy. Aren't used to our song tonight. We will prove we're right where we belong. It almost feels like Melbourne Storm home game as well. They play Thunderstruck before the Storm run out town.
Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders.
Yep, all of that type of stuff. AC/DC and the royalties. On that song alone, they'd be going all right, wouldn't they? And there's
I can sense excitement in your good self tonight as well. There's a buzz in the commentary box, not just outside. Well, this is a game of this club's history.
You knock it around for long enough, Pricey, you sort of get to a point when you think, wow, this has been a time coming.
Yeah.
I remember coming here for the first time when they played Geelong in this new house, and thinking, in about 4 or 5 years' time, they'll be absolutely packed, there'll be sellouts, they'll be competitive. But no, that wasn't the case, and it's been part of the problem child story here in their 16th season. Well, at 16 years of age, do they finally prove that they are worthy of Big Boy Month? It's all of these types of things about tonight's footy, which has got us intrigued. Yet there's been a decent enough build-up to the last couple of times that Collingwood has been there, and the Pies, as they've done, they've made the party their own by a dominant victory a couple of years ago. and they had that flat season last season. The Suns got them, but it didn't really have the same kind of feel about it. So the Gold Coast Suns have run out onto the stadium. The Pies are out there as well. Absolutely gorgeous conditions for Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And as ever, you are a part of the night at the footy with us. The way to get in touch is on the SMS 0437 774 774. That number, please send your name, 0437 774 774.
First gig, favourite party tune. Every Aussie song comes with a memory. And on July 26, Triple J and Double J will be counting them down.
Hottest 100 of Australian songs.
Vote for yours now at abc.net.au/Triple J.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang! Lightning stuff! Unbelievable! Oh, he makes the impossible look easy! Snaps across the body and the party continues.
It's on Elliott! Jamie Elliott! He launched into the night sky! Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Yeah, take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Gold Coast, she's put on her best dress for the debutante ball on Friday night footy. For those just joining us, welcome. Quentin Hull and Michael Price to call. Gold Coast and Collingwood alongside Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with Zane Bojack down on the boundary. What a big night it is for the Suns. It's been sold out for weeks, and the ladder-leading Magpies come to town, who look like they are just rolling towards a double chance and a real flex at the 2025 Premiership. Only the 2 losses for the season. What about these Suns? They've won their last 2, having had a little bit of a shaky period mid-year where they lost 3 in a row to Fremantle, Geelong and Greater Western Sydney, but the last couple of weeks have been good. Bouncing back here against the D's, and then competitive. Essendon was competitive for 3 quarters at Docklands last week. That looked like it was going to the wire, but a really important and confidence-boosting 6-goal blitz in the last term saw the Suns win that one in the end by 41 points. No changes to the selected teams. David Swallow and Scott Pendlebury are the subs for Gold Coast and Collingwood respectively, and the teams are warming up as the fans are slowly making their way into their seats. You're welcome to join us on 0437 774 774. A moment ago I mentioned that there's a lot of black in those seats out on the outer wing, but I've got a text from one of our regulars. G'day to Billy Ray, who's always out there. He's in block 224 as usual, and he texts, guys, good calling tonight. Yes, lots of black in the crowd, but it is 10 degrees and most people have black jackets. I know, I do. So there's a point where the Suns fans have got to improve. You don't wear your black jacket if you're coming to support the Suns against Collingwood. Jamie Stanton, a AFLW original, Jeff White, club champion and All-Australian from the D's, former number 1 draft pick. They're in the experts chair tonight. OK, we've done the theatre of it all. Let's get down to the nuts and bolts of the footy. There are 2 things that stand out for me. The fact that Sam Collins is not there tonight for the Suns. He's still got a calf injury, so he's the reigning best and fairest winner. He is such an important cog in this team. And the other thing is that you just sort of have a look at, OK, well, who's Fly happy enough to give the week off to? And interestingly, Brody Mychek's been one of them this week. Pat Lipinski rested as well. I think the footy world now knows that that's the way that modern footy works. And but I just wonder whether the coach uses that as motivation these days. Let's get into your preview, Jeff and Jamie.
Yeah, well, I think it brings him stay, and then you've got Cox to go up there, and then you've got your small forwards that have been just electric. Look at the season that Elliott's had. It's just been phenomenal so far. So, and then you bring in Lachie Schultz after his first game back from his injury. So, really good mix there. But McStay, yeah, he's the big one. And so who does McAndrew go to? And I think that if they are starting they're starting Cox on the ground, then Mac Andrew goes to him. But then, you've got Nick Stay, who's such a good contested footy player. He's in really good form at the moment. So, good mix going forward. I think if Collingwood plays their brand of footy behind the ball, where they slow up and they force sides to go down the line, play slow, that will be a really detrimental to the Suns. But if the Suns can get their ball, their slingshot footy off the half-back line, the Nobles, the Riolis, as we've spoken about, Joel Jeffrey's been great in that area. Yeah, that's where they could try and, they've got to play quick against this Collingwood side, because if you go slow, you're not going to win the game.
Jamie?
Whitey's 100% right there. Like, the defensive half to forward 50 rate, the Gold Coast, they're third in the competition because of that half-back sling that they get. So it'll be really interesting to see if their system, which is work really hard at clearance, try and win the clearance. If they don't, win it off half-back and move it quickly against a Collingwood team that sets up extremely well defensively and then looks to move it with long kicks or handball chains. It'll be really interesting, though, in terms of you bringing Cox in, how that matches up with the Gold Coast defence. I would assume Andrew would go to Cox, because they potentially, Gold Coast might feel like that allows him to come off and help support with Adams and probably Brodie Hewland, who has to play on a Membry tonight, a little bit, still similar builds there. And they probably don't think that Cox has the same firepower that McStay does. So it'll be interesting, because it does definitely stretch our defence here, this Gold Coast, that with Colo not playing. But it will be a really good test for Gold Coast to see if they can stand up with some troops out.
But what I like, what they brought in, when they brought in Cox to play against Brisbane, we were doing that game Q early in the year, they had Cox as a second ruck going up against, I think at that point in time, it might have been Sam Day. So they had that strength out of the centre. So tonight, Cox is going to go against Reid. So that's where they're going to really have a big drive, I reckon. And I dare say that's what Fly's mentality has been this week. There's your second ruck. No disrespect to Reid, but hey, we've got someone who's 6'10", loves to palm it around in the centre. We can get some drive when our dominant ruck, Darcy Cameron's not in there.
I think this is a pretty important yet early night in the career of Oscar Adams. So among the group picked up in the mid-season draft, and with Sam Collins out tonight, Adams gets a game, and you look at this list that Damien Hardwick has got at his disposal. If you think, what's the area where there's a bit of concern? Well, a big mongrel in the back line is there's not too many outside of Collins. So Adams has been recruited with a specific purpose. So I think there's a pretty good watch on him tonight to see whether he's up to it, because he'll be playing against the best team in the comp.
Yeah, and he's got a really good opportunity to take it and move it on. Like, Colo's moving towards the end of his career. He's definitely closer to the end than he is the start. And at the moment, Gold Coast probably doesn't have that on its list. So if Adams can showcase a little bit tonight against a really good team and a team that moves the ball really well, then he might be locking up his spot longer than 6 months or the 18-month contract he gets from the mid-season. Like, Charlie Ballard's not that style of player. Mac Andrews not that style of player. They have Caleb Graham on the list, but he's been injured for a very long time now and has played a lot of time in the VFL, so they know what they have in him. So this is a really great opportunity for Adams to see what he's got.
Well, they've even got Membry down there as well, as another tool. This is where Mac Andrews stands up. He was great last week. Intercept mark, going for it. Yeah. You take ownership of this back line. You take ownership of this back line tonight. That's what I want to see from Mac Andrew.
So you're putting it on him a bit, because I think Andrew's seen as the more athletic, the more agile type of defender, but he's got to try and play big. And he's a very tall man, but you know what I'm trying to say.
No, he
here.
just plays to his strengths. He plays like he did last week and then gets the intercept marks, but that's where he can, really just, stop that momentum of Collingwood, because they love that slingshot footy. They go into open forward line because the half forwards come up into the midfield. You want to be there and, get across and support your other teammates.
The leader of the back line, though, is Brodie Hewland. Mm-hmm. Dimmer has a lot of respect and admiration for that kid, and Mac's a fantastic player, but leader is not him yet. So Bob needs to stand up and help support him, like Whitey's talking about, in terms of getting that stuff sorted.
The opening bounce is imminent. Let's get back down to Zane Bojack to touch on those conditions before we get Friday night footy underway. Zano?
Yeah, it's 13 degrees, Q. Absolutely perfect conditions. And look, there's fireworks on top of the big screen. Let's wait for fireworks on the field. Can't wait for this. The last time the Suns played, 3 teams in the top 8, they lost them. That was against Freo, the Cats and GWS. But their big test tonight is against the 2023 premiers, the ladder leaders. Can they do it against the black and white? There's plenty of that in the crowd, I can tell you, Q-Man.
Get on your Zano. Zane Bojack down on the boundary. The text message number to get in touch is 0437 774 774. There has never been a Friday night like this at Carrara. Let's hope the game lives up to the build-up. Let's do Friday night footy at Carrara for the first time with the Suns hosting, and they're hosting the biggest mob in the land who are on top of the ladder pricing.
Umpire Andrew Stevens, perfect bounce to start. Witts gets it down, towed off the deck there by Darcy Cameron immediately. It's picked up by Bailey Humphrey. He's claimed by Long, and it's going to be tackled into the ground. It's going to be a ball up just forward of the centre circles. Collingwood kicking to the southern end. That's the right as we're looking at it. Gold Coast won the toss. Anderson with the clearance. It's a scrubby kick. Makes it to just the edge of the centre square. Was picked up there by Howe. Speculating handball to the outer wing. Onto the low. Go Rioli. Can't pick it up. Towed off the deck there by Hoskin Elliott to half forward. Oh, that's a magnificent pick up there. It was by the second gamer in Adams. Now it's cleared by the Suns. It goes to the outer wing. It's going to come back with interest, though. No, spoiled there. Darcy Cameron at ground level. The Suns have it, and they turn it over. Quainer, his handball over to his teammate as a tackle into the ground. The Suns want a free kick. Nothing doing as Houston is on the ground inside the centre square, getting onto his haunches. He's copped a knock, but Trainer's out to him, Q, as the umpire will ball it up at right half forward for the Suns.
I reckon he's just winded, maybe. Yeah, just winded.
Jared Witts, a Collingwood player all those years ago, in ruck here against Darcy Cameron. Cameron the tap down, but rode by Miller of the Suns. Hand passes to Rowell, hand passes to Anderson, right half forward, 60 out. Deep entry with his right boot. King's got 2 to beat. Moore gets to the front of the pack and takes the mark for Collingwood. Plays on quickly with a hand pass. And the Pies clear defence. Ball goes to half back, well gathered on the bounce by Schultz, but he's run out of play before getting it to his boot.
Geez, that was a good mark from Darcy Moore. Just getting in front, bodied up, King, went at the, got it at its highest point. It's a great start.
So boundary throw in at right half back for Collingwood, left half forward for the Suns. Just looking around, there's still quite a few seats vacant. So sold out. Can't get a seat. Be interesting just to see what that final crowd is. No score early on. Ball tossed in on attacking 50 for the Suns. It went beyond the ruckman, who are in a tangle. Now the whistle sounds, and I'm thinking twice when I hear the cheer, Michael. That is a local cheer for a Gold Coast free kick. Generally, they get more cheers for Collingwood free kicks on these nights. That's a free kick for Rowell being held in the contest.
Looks like Ned Long's running with Rowell. I don't know if it's a tag at this point in time, but they're definitely matching up at stop plays. It's a good matchup too.
So Matt Rowell, he'll have to clear 50 if he wants to kick the first score. Roosted it with his right from right on the paint. He's kicked it through the middle as well. Matt Rowell with a long range opening goal for Gold Coast. It's the first score of the game, and we've played 2.5 minutes on Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your experts.
Yeah, it looks like it's just I don't know if it's a hard tag. I have to see how it's unfolding, but definitely at stop plays. But Rowell did it really smart. He started off a fair way, almost towards the boundary line, and then run full pelt towards the stop play, and that's where Ned Long wasn't able to keep up with him, and that's where the holding infringement was in play. So really smart there from Rowell.
And I really love how the Gold Coast boys got around Matt Rowell there. They understand that the crowd's against them in their home venue, but they're really trying to make sure that they get around each other to make it feel like a home game.
How about the quality in the middle right now? Nick Dacos standing next to Matt Rowell. You've got to love that. Umpire bangs it down in the middle of Carrara. Suns with an early goal. The ball actually bounced twice. That was because Jared Witts had shepherded Cameron out. So Cameron gets the free kick. Immediately handballs it off to the run of Houston. He's a typically long kick inside 50 to the top of the square. Good contest. McStay brought it to ground. Elliott got the handball out to Josh Dacos. Side bottom. They've gone back out to the arc. Perryman launches a long one. It's right, and it's very right. So it just squeezes in for one behind. First score to the Pies. One straight to the Suns. So it's 6-1 in favour of the home side with 4.5 gone to the first term.
Geez, they were clean inside forward 50 then, weren't they, Pricey? Their hands from Collingwood.
Well, this man's no stranger to Friday night footy. Daniel Rioli with the kick in. He kicks it to Noble, the ex-Pie, in the back pocket. Noble marks and plays on with a long kick to the wing. Howe decided to try and give us a highlight. Couldn't complete the mark. Rove by Rowell of the Suns. Hands it out the back to Anderson. Hands it on to Weller. Defensive side of the wing. He kicks to half forward. Moore does what Howe couldn't by clutching the leap into the pack. That's a great grab from Darcy Moore. That's the highlight that we were hoping for 30 seconds ago. Kicks it down the line, around the wing, and the crowd roars because Mac Andrews knuckled that 6 rows into the stands. Out of play for a boundary throw-in. And the big screen has a replay of Darcy Moore flying into the Friday night sky. Gold Coast 1 straight 6 lead, Collingwood 1 behind.
A great start by the captain too. There's 2 intercept marks already.
So the umpire will throw it in right on the interchange gates. It's a very short throw in too. Witts just slaps it around his ankles. Luckily Rowell was there, got the handball off there to Tuke Miller. Back of the stoppage, it's to Noble, former Pie. Outside of the right shoe, just keeps it in. Well done Walter to bring the ball down. Rowell taken high by Long. Crowd wanted, umpire says nothing doing. Right in front of the ABC Sport commentary box. There you go, the local crowd's learning how to boo, so we get the ball up. Umpire throws it up very quickly. Witts got rid of Cameron. Just dropped it around his shoe again. Picked up by Flanders. Tackled into the ground by Sullivan.
Holding the ball.
And holding the ball. So the crowd's not liking that one at all. They're vocal already, Q, as Collingwood get the free kick. And Sullivan just short of centre wing on this commentary box side.
Could not want for better conditions for Friday night football on the Gold Coast. Sullivan pointing long and indeed kicks towards half forward for Collingwood. McStay to the front of the pack, can't take the mark. Side bottom a chance to Rove, can't pick up. Under pressure from Closey, and the umpire will come in to sort it out. Very distinctive playing strips as well. The red of the Suns and the black with white stripes of the Magpies. Witts got the tap down. Rowell comes through at stoppage to win it for the Suns. Hand pass to Anderson. Rush kick towards half forward. Howe leaves his man to take the mark third in. Good intercept grab from the Collingwood defender. Hand pass to Sullivan. Didn't hit him. Sullivan kicks it off the ground to half forward. Rioli's paid the mark, is he? Yes, and then the ball was kicked away from him. So the crowd want 50, but the ump won't give it. Rioli just forward of centre half back for the Suns. Short pass to the middle of the ground. Fiorini takes the mark. Another chip, just the required 15 to Flanders. Edge of the centre square out on the Nerang River side. Suns lead this early on by 5 points. A very slow entry coming up here for Flanders. Kicks it wide to the pocket. Moore's there again. There's a whistle before the ball arrives, and it's a Suns free kick against Perryman, I fancy. It's going to King.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to come off to allow Darcy Moore to go for it. So umpire's right onto it. He's right in the right spot.
So King, his first set shot of the night. Angles not tough enough. Tougher than 45 to the right, but only 35 metres out. It's the kind of kick that you'd expect key forwards to make. 42 goals already this year. Make it 43 as Ben King ensures the Suns kick the opening 2. It's Gold Coast 2 straight 12. Collingwood 1 behind. 7.5 played at Carrara. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, Craig McRae's usually a very magnanimous coach, but he was filthy with that decision. He's down here on the bench, Q, putting all the interchanges through with his side. He couldn't believe that decision. But fair enough for the Suns. They've been attacking and they've been rewarded.
Oh, I think he's a little bit dubious there, but the free kick was definitely there. But I think it's really important tonight so far. Darcy Moore and Jeremy Howe have had really good contests on Jed Walter and Ben King so far. It is really important that the key pillars for Gold Coast halve those and bring those to ground if they're any chance of winning. They cannot rely on free kicks to allow these contests to be won. Darcy Moore led at the footy in that situation because neither of those boys were prepared to get in front.
Jamie Stanton with you on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. And Pricey, it was 55 goals for Ben King last year, already up to 43.
Having a great season. Back into the middle. Mason Cox into the ruck there for Collingwood against Wits. He immediately got it down to Nick Dacos. Had plenty of time and actually turned it over. Hits the former Pie in Noble at half forward. He overcooks his kick. Puts it into the corridor, but it's going to be a free kick. It's going to go to the Suns.
Against Sullivan for impeding.
Yeah, so
Run
it's
on contact, but
Flanders at centre half back. So it's very difficult to tell which one's the home fans and which one's the away fans. Flanders chips it just short of centre wing, still inside the centre square, and finds Mac Andrew under heavy pressure from Hoskin Elliott.
This is where you want them to see go quick instead of down the line, which they're going to do now.
He's going down the line, as Whitey just said. It's a pack of players led by Mason Cox. It dropped short. He took the mark. Handball forward there to Nick Dacos. Little chiselling pass finds McStay. Handball back to Dacos. He chips it inside 50, looking for Elliott. Takes the mark. Perfect kick. Great grab. 35 out, but he's on a very tight angle. It's right within Jamie Elliott's wheelhouse.
You just can't go slow against the Pies. You can't. It brings their numbers go back, and then they slide down the ruckman, which was Cox at that point in time. Slingshot footy it, and they open you up in the forward line.
41 goals, 19 for the year to Jamie Elliott. What a year he's had. He's almost a lock for all Australian honours. He's starting his run up outside the arc and on the boundary. He'll let this go from around about 45. Very tight in the left forward pocket, Jamie Elliott. He launches. It's a nice looking kick. It hits the post. Hits the post about halfway up. Jamie Elliott got the radar on, but just not quite. Two straight to the Suns, two behinds to the Pies.
Lightning entry, short, marked by Jeffrey in the pocket. Hands it to Noble, runs to half-back and handballs to Fiorini. Good exit from the Suns. Fiorini's kick to the wing. Maynard intercepts. Read it beautifully. Did Braden Maynard to take the grab for the Pies on the wing. Kicks it around the boundary line. Side bottom there to take the mark. Two kicks from goal at right half forward. And Steele's side bottom is held up. Now he rolls on, pointing deep, and decides to kick the ball to about 20 from goal. Andrew flies the pack to spoil it for the Suns. Ricochets to Jeffrey. Hands it to Anderson. Hands it to Flanders, and Gold Coast is out. Flanders chip to half-back, marked by Miller. He'll play on quickly. Deep kick upfield, looking for King in the one-on-one against Howe. Protects the drop, takes the mark, plays on and slots it into the pocket. Reid takes the grab. Thought of playing on, but doesn't. Now Ethan Reid will try and complete that swift transition from defence to attack. He's hard in the right forward pocket, only 20 metres out.
And there's a difference, Q. You go fast, you expose them on the front side, and that's exactly what they're able to do. But great contested mark there from King.
A local lad on Friday night at Carrara against the Pies. This is what the AFL was talking about. But he's missed his cue there, Ethan Reid. The boy from Palm Beach, Currumbin, hooking it near side for a point. Gold Coast 2-1-13. Collingwood 2 behinds, 12 minutes played.
Houston brings it in. Oh, dangerous kick. Finds his teammate in Moore. The run of Nick Dacos. Beautiful pass. Finds Mason Cox. Then the run of Mitchell. Mitchell chips it inside 50. McAndrew spoils Roan Steele. The ball's on the arc now. Crisp overruns it. McAndrew butters back up. Then Crisp comes in, steals it. His handball cut off by Rioli. Hot footy on the arc at right half forward for the Pies. Picked up there. It was Lockie Weller tackled into the ground there by Steele's side bottom. The umpire's going to come in and ball it up on the logo at right half forward on the arc for Collingwood. And there is a pack of players around this ball. Mason Cox, the ruckman for Collingwood, just does it alone. Taps it to Nick Dacos. Dangerous practice. Handball to Schultz to the top of the square. Noble spoils. The Suns should be able to see this through. Jeffrey escorts it through for another behind. 2-1-13 to the Suns, to 3 straight behinds to the Pies. 10 points the margin.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling. Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your experts. Powell receives the inbound in the pocket. Kicks to the wing. Walter flies high to take a mark over Maynard. Plays on with a hand pass to Ainsworth. Kicks to half forward. King takes a one-on-one grab against Moore. He's 55 from goal, hard on the boundary. At left half forward, Ben King. Doesn't kick it inside 50. Chips infield to Weller. Not 15. Play on. So he pumps it deep to a pack at full forward. Over the head of Reid out the back. Collingwood's ball. Quaynor gives to Dacos by hand. Hands it to side bottom. Hands it to defensive 50 for Nick Dacos. Under pressure. His hand pass is turned over. Stolen by Ben King. Hands it to Rowell. Rowell has a snap from 30. Just doesn't curl it enough. on his right boot. He was under pressure and has pushed it to the right, 4 behind. Gold Coast 2-14 to Collingwood 3 behind. 14 minutes first term.
This is a frenetic start to the game. 11 points the margin. Suns lead it. The inboard comes to Josh Dacos. He runs to the arc at right half back. Kicks it to the wing. Cox the target. Coming in front there was McStay. Off hands, it's picked up by Touk Miller for the Suns. He kicks it immediately inside 50 more. He read it beautifully. The double grabber didn't get taken. It's a push out. It's going to go to Collingwood.
It's against Ben Long, who's blowing up, thought that he had a realistic attempt at the mark and thought he touched it, but Houston's going to get the free kick.
So Houston with the ball. Just saunters out. Another kick long to the wing. McStay the target this time. Ethan Reid gets involved. Dropped what he might have taken under a bit of pressure from Cox, and around his ankles he's got the ball. Cox tackled him. The umpire's going to come in and throw it up on the logo here on the commentary.
For a place we come to very regularly, Michael, it just feels different.
Oh, indeed.
It does feel different here tonight. Boundary throw in, no clearance under the pack. Are you getting a bit of that, Jeff and Jamie? We come here so often, but it does feel different.
Yeah, definitely. It actually feels like footy.
Yeah, it does. We have come here for many years and it hadn't felt like AFL footy, but it does tonight. Mason Cox with the tap, but it's sharked by Anderson on the wing. He's under pressure. Hand pass doesn't create much. Rowell hassled off it by Mitchell, and we'll see another stoppage on the wing.
It's just what it is at the moment, Q. It's just a lot of hard one-on-ones. A lot of one-on-one footy at the moment. It's great to watch.
Cox wins the tap, but again Anderson with a lovely deft touch. Touch it down to Rowell. Clearance Suns. Rush kick to half forward. Whistle on play.
Houston, yeah.
And free kick goes to Cox. So Ben Long's given away another free kick. And Houston to receive it at right half back. 15 and a half minutes first term Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Gold Coast lead by 11 points.
Now Houston plays on, goes to the right of the mark, kicks it beyond centre wing. At the back of the pack, McAndrew, couple of grabs. Nice mark. It went over the head of Mason Cox, no mean feat, and Andrew cleaned it up. He retreats backwards. He's found his teammate in Will Powell. Powell, dangerous kick.
Nice.
It's intercepted by Schultz. Fisted forward. Sullivan, handball in there to Elliott. Elliott snaps and goes. Oh, it's a mistake from Will Powell there. But how about the intercept from Lachie Schultz? And it's a goal to Collingwood, 2-2-14 to 1-3-9. 5 points the margin, the Suns lead.
It won't win it, but surely that's got to be among goal of the year.
That was unbelievable from Schultz.
Just from a team perspective.
Yeah, but how quickly they jumped onto that turnover. But Schultz was a la Dennis Rodman. It was a horizontal to actually get that spoil. Then the hands, how quick they were. But Sullivan actually drew the defender, which was really important, and then give the hands over to Elliott.
So there was a brilliant spoil, the quick dish, 1-2, and then Elliott one step left.
But
like a handy goal, Jamie.
Well,
I don't think it's going to be a goal.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming back as touch. But from a Gold Coast perspective, you're not upset by that kick because they need to put speed on the ball and they need to change the angles of play. So, yeah, it's a fantastic defensive play, but the Gold Coast box would be saying, Will Powell, do that again, please.
Keep going, yeah.
So Bodie Yuland just got a fingernail on Jamie Elliott's snap. So it isn't a goal. So it can't be goal of the year anyway.
So it's a best point of the year?
It's a very good point. Powell runs beyond the goal mouth, restarts play. Gold Coast lead by 10. Long inbound through the hands of Perryman for Collingwood. But out the back, no one can pick up before the boundary line, so we'll see a throw in.
How good are the sounds of the game, though?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we often, as I said, Jamie, the outer solar system doesn't feel like the MCG very often, but we've got a little bit of that here tonight in the outer rim. Boundary throw in, no clearance underneath as Anderson ensures that there's a tackle all over the top of Oleg Markov, a man returning to the Suns. When he left this place, he thought his AFL career was over, Oleg Markov, before Craig McRae gave him a call. And, of course, is now a premiership Magpie. Free kick to Cox at ruck time. Shepherded out of it. Collingwood free kick. Hands it to Josh Dacos, running from behind to support. Dacos, deep entry into attack for Collingwood on the head of McStay. Fisted away by Yuland. Boundary throw in, 30 from Collingwood's goal in the right forward pocket. Gold Coast 2-2-14. Collingwood 4 behinds, 18 and a half first term.
This is where they're owning a bit of forward half pressure at the moment, the Collingwood. So this is where they want to try and, pardon the punt, swoop in and score.
Throw in right forward pocket, just underneath the small scoreboard, tapped out. Oh, Steele Sidebottom getting underneath there, and they were appealing the Gold Coast Suns for holding the ball, but would have been hard done by. In fact, it's Tom Mitchell with the shaven head as well. Hard to tell, he and Steele apart. Comes off the boot there, picked up by Markov at right half forward. He kicks it to the top of the square, looking for, it was Membry, nicely spoiled late there by Joel Jeffrey. Goes over the boundary line next to the behind post. Will be another throw in. It's the Suns by 10 points here at Carrara. Beautiful Friday night footy.
There's a desperation around Gold Coast right now, the way they're playing. I hope the audience can feel that through our voices. Gold Coast are playing with that desperation at the moment.
Throw in with Collingwood in attack. McStay has the ball ricochet back to him. Can't pick up, though, for Collingwood. Anderson does for the Suns. Hands it to Fiorini. Clearing kick for the Suns. On the head of Walter. Spoiled away by Cox. Rowed by Houston of Collingwood. Hands to Josh Dacos. Hands it on to Crisp on 50. Crisp kicks into attack, and Rioli is in front of Hoskin Elliott. Takes the mark in defence for the Suns. Kicks quickly to right half back. Marked by Ainsworth. Hands it to Closey. Hands it to Jeffrey, who runs the Nerang River wing. Kicks to half forward, just through the fingers of Moore, taken by Reid of the Suns, hands it off to Fiorini, deep in through, marked by King. It was Flanders with the kick, I should say, Flanders with the kick to the pocket, and King takes the mark, 35 out, hard on the boundary.
That's twice now when they've got inside forward 50 of the Suns, it's because they've been able to play on their half-back line. So instead of going back off the mark, they've got runners from behind, and that's where they've been able to get that slingshot footy, and that's where they've been able to get on the front side of Collingwood.
He's already got one. Mind you, this would be a real fillip. 40 metres out on the tough angle for Ben King. Right foot drop punt. It's across the face and through for a point. Crowd's cheering because Jed Bolter took a grab, but the ball was beyond the line. That's why there's the U and the R of the crowd. Make it a point to the Suns, and 11 the lead at 2-3-15 to 4 behinds, 21 minutes first term.
So the Pies bring it back in. Josh Dacos, the recipient, just inside the arc at right half back.
He's not on the bench, Pricey. What's he up to now? He's got a few possessions already.
He's got 4. He's doing okay.
Yep.
He's right on the boundary line right now. He kicks it just short of centre wing. Couple of Pies spoiled there by Mac Andrew as he's actually infringed as he went to spoil that and got into the back of Darcy Cameron. So he'll get the free kick, the big Pie. Just short of centre wing, commentary side of Carrara. 2-3-15, the Suns, 4 straight behinds to Collingwood. Cameron's kick looking for Josh Dacos was cut off there by Butterick. Dacos good enough to go back and get the ball. His handball to Long, backwards to Cameron, so they haven't moved far. Cameron's kick was fortuitous. It actually hit Jack Crisp, intelligent off the inside of the boot. Crisp goes long to the top of the square. Spoiling effort, picked up by Noble. Noble with the presence of mind to get the handball back to Rioli. His handball forward. He's put his teammate under pressure. Great tackle by Schultz. Umpire says the ball held to him. Didn't have any prior opportunity. It's a ball up 40 metres out, but very close to the boundary line.
I'm going to back up the ruckman here, Pricey. That was intentional there. There's a little bit of a check side into Crisp.
There you go.
Ball up right forward pocket for Collingwood. No stoppage clearance under that. Hewland is there locking up Schultz to make sure that there was no immediate clearance, so they'll go again with the ball tossed in the air. Collingwood deep in attack near the boundary. Ricochets off hand. Steele Sidebottom comes from back of the pack and wrapped up immediately as he took the footy.
So Nick Dacos is playing at full forward at the moment and has Bodie Hewland as a matchup.
Cox with the tap again, ricochets to Weller of the Suns, hands it to Noble, and the Suns do get out of defence. A rush kick from left half back to the wing, pitches awkwardly for Quainer, who trapped it. Cameron picks up, hands to Moore, hands back to Quainer, good work in tight from the Pies, hands to Long, he's tackled by Rowell, and an indiscriminate hand pass gives the Suns a chance. Picked up by Powell, make it Long just forward of the wing, Long's kick into attack, doesn't get all the way to Walter, stolen by Houston. Collingwood ball, 1-2 hand pass with Mitchell and Dacos. Mitchell nailed from behind. Pies keep it in hand though. Cameron hands it to Houston. Houston short pass. Sidebottom the target. Spoiled by Witts. Picked up by Rowell of the Suns. On halfway. Hands it to Humphrey. Kick semi-smothered. It bounces to half back for Collingwood. Moore's there. He hand passes infield to Crisp. Breaks the tackle of Fiorini. Hand passes to the bullseye. It was a bit too hot for Perryman. Ball goes to deck. Boy, it's a hot footy to win. And now the umpire will come in and say, ball up. Ball up right near the bullseye. Gold Coast lead by 11 points.
This is great defence from both sides. This is great defence. One-on-one, hard footy.
It's like finals footy, isn't it?
It is.
Thrown up, slapped down. Rowell picks it up. He tried to break the tackles, holding the ball. Really good tackle, Jack Crisp. Harder than a cat's head. Drops Matt Rowell just short of the centre circles.
Really good lungs by the fan in the stands too.
That was a beauty. Don't worry. We must have the effects mic pretty close. Crisp. It's a long kick inside 50. Cocks the target, spoiled by Mac Andrew. Front and square Sullivan flicked it to Membry. Membry in traffic. It was cut off there by Rioli for the Suns. He gave it to Fiorini. By hand to Rowell. Once again, he's tackled. Lets loose the ball. It's chipped forward by Steele. Well done by Hewland against Membry. He punched it forward. Now the Suns have got a chance. Hewland follows it up. Well done, Bodie. The handball to the run of Closey. Closey chisels a pass to Reid. Beautifully spoiled. Dan Houston over the boundary on the outer wing, and Zane Bojak's down there.
Yeah, Dan McStay's had a problem with the ring finger on his right hand. He's just had it strapped up, and he'll be out there shortly.
Good on you, Zane. Keeping it close hand. We'd like to hear from you on 0437 774 774. 11 points the lead to Gold Coast. Boundary throw in, true outer wing. Ruckman tangle, no clean tap. Humphrey wins the clearance though for the Suns. Hands it out the back from Fiorini, gives to Closey. Bangs a long kick to attacking 50. Reid got a grab, couldn't take the mark. Hand pass ends up with Miller under pressure. Hands it to Humphrey. Rush kick from 50 to the goal mouth. Perryman in the way for Collingwood. Gathers, chips towards the pocket, hoping for Houston. Ball rolls out of play, and it will be a boundary throw in. About 35 metres around from Gold Coast's goal. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action with Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your experts. Zane Bojak on the boundary line. It's Collingwood trailing by 11 points. The Suns 2-3-15 to the Magpies 4 behinds. Ball's thrown in. Again, the Ruckman share it. Quaynor comes through without picking up, but Crisp does. Hands it to Josh Dacos. Hands it on to Long. Long's clearing kick for Collingwood to the middle of the ground. Went on the deck. Trapped by Nick Dacos. He then soccers it out to the vacant spaces, hoping for a teammate to arrive, but Hewland's first there for the Suns. Hands it to Noble on half-back. Kicks it infield. Marked by Rioli, centre half-back.
Great kick.
Puts it out to the outer wing. It was beautifully taken there. Handball over the top. It was Butterick. Chips it inside 50. Ben Long takes it right on the arc of 50, in fact, where the arc meets the boundary line at right half forward. He's gone back as if to have a shot here, or at least sucking in the big ones after a frenetic bit of play.
That kick from Rioli over the defensive side on the 45 was outstanding.
So Quayner's standing the mark 49 metres out, and Ben Long starts his run on the boundary at right half forward for the Suns. He'll let it go from just outside the arc. He strikes it well. It gets to the square. Witts got it down the ground. Darcy Moore cleaned it up too easy. Flicked it through for a rushed behind. So 2-4-16 plays 4 straight behinds. It's 2 straight goals, the lead for the Gold Coast Suns.
Jeremy Howe taking a moment or two to assess things on the inbound. Runs beyond the goal square and then slips over as he kicks a long ball, but it's a good ball. McStay takes the grab. Pretty much uncontested in the end. Dan McStay just forward of right half back for Collingwood. Plays on with his left boot. Kicks it towards half forward. Schultz has got a couple to beat. Can't mark. Hewland does the roving for the Suns. Hand passes to the wing. Fiorini's hassled by Crisp, but won the ball. Hands it to Noble. Noble's hand pass infield hits the deck.
Too high.
And there's a free kick going Gold Coast way, Whitey.
Yep.
Dan McStay too high on Bailey Humphrey. So Humphrey kicks infield for the Suns. Well-weighted kick, marked by Anderson, who's had a very good first term. Plays on to the Suns skipper. Deep kick into attack. Reads the target. Can't take the mark under pressure from Quaynor. Rode by Ainsworth. Hands it to Walter. Kick on goal was heading through until Perryman was there to get a hand on it and rush it through for a point. Gold Coast 2-5-17 to Collingwood 4 behinds.
The key in the moment is down the line. This is where both sides, because the defence is set up so they have to kick down the line a lot of the times.
Josh Dacos plays on. It's a kick just short of centre wing. Schultz to Bailey Humphrey floated in front of Schultz and took a beautiful one clunker. Strong overhead, this young man. Just about every player on the paddock in front of him, so he's taking his time. Just forward to centre wing on this commentary side. It's a kick to the left forward pocket. Witt's the target. Made his way in front of Cameron. Ball hits the deck. Picked up by side bottom. Handball to Houston. Through to Perryman. Nice work to Ned Long. Under pressure. He hoiks it towards centre wing, and just Hewland made his way there in front of Elliott. Did beautifully. Took it on his chest. He hit the bullseyes there. Gave it to Joel Jeffrey. He wants to play on. He goes long. Flanders at the front. Walters spoiled there. Flanders couldn't quite pick it up. Picked up by Lockie Weller in the pocket. Kicks it to the top of the square. Witts spoiled it. Well roved by Butterick. Tackled off the ball and holding the ball. It's hacked out of there by Long. The umpire said, well, advantage was paid, and the second umpire said, no, that's not good enough. Let's bring it back. It's fair enough too. Dan Houston with the free kick in the left back pocket.
It's 20 seconds to go here. They'll go slow play, I reckon, Collingwood. They'll try and kill the clock.
Again, the extra umpire and the advantage rule is another area where one says yes, the other says no, and it has us all confused. Long kick to a contest on the outer wing. Hoskin Elliott does the roving for Collingwood. His kick is a skimming ball, which goes out of play, having gained about 20 metres. No intent to keep it in, according to the umpire. Free kick to the Suns. And Bodie Hewland's going to take it at right half back. Kicks infield to Jeffrey, and that'll do us for the first term at Carrara. Low scoring, but high energy first term for Friday night footy on the Gold Coast. And the locals, the Suns, hold a 13-point lead over the ladder leaders, the Magpies. A goalless first quarter for Collingwood. Gold Coast 2-5-17 to the Magpies 4 behinds. Matt Rowell and Ben King are the only goal kickers for the night. A reminder that not only have we got the footy, and I know certainly I'll be enjoying the Wimbledon coverage on the drive back up the M1 tonight, with the weekend's matches at SW19 coming your way on the ABC Listen app. By the way, in tonight's NRL game, it's Cronulla Sutherland taking on the Dolphins. It's 10 minutes old there, and the Sharks 6 lead the Dolphins 0. Your texts continue to be welcome, 0437 774 774. We've got a text here from Joanna, Ned and Pearl, who are listening from southern Turkey. Wow. Love listening to ABC Sport. Go Pies. Thanks, team. Hope you enjoy it there. G'day to Eric, who's a former player from the Rock-Huron Creek Magpies. That is a Riverina reference.
Yeah, there you go.
I owe my career to the Rock-Huron Creek. Had I not been able to call their grand final in 1998, I wouldn't have had a demo tape. So there you go. Thank you, Eric, who's just sent a text. There's a Pies supporter at the Rock, Athel Webb. He'd be pleased. Yes, indeed. Thank you. G'day to an unnamed texter here, but says, I'm listening in a car park in Launceston, waiting for my daughter to finish work. Great call, team. Thank you. 0437 774 774. Oh, and here goes another one. Pete and Charlotte from the south of France. Loving the description of a tight match while on the beach in south of France. They're teasing us. Go Pies. Yeah, good on you. 0437 774 774. Quarter time. Gold Coast by 13 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
In a world on edge, where tensions flare, we'll take you across the globe to the heart of the matter.
We're just journalists covering this story.
Foreign Correspondent, Tuesday nights on ABC TV and anytime on ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
So Matt Rowell will have to clear 50 if he wants to kick the first score. Roosted it with his right from right on the paint. He's kicked it through the middle as well. So King, his first set shot of the night, but only 35 metres out. It's the kind of kick that you'd expect key forwards to make. 42 goals already this year. Make it 43 as Ben King ensures the Suns kick the opening 2. Ball up right near the bullseye. Gold Coast lead by 11 points.
This is great defence from both sides. This is great defence. One-on-one, hard footy.
It's like finals footy, isn't it?
It is.
This is ABC Sport's coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
First quarter done on Friday night. Quentin Hull and the team in place at Carrara. Hope you're enjoying it with us on ABC Sport. Suns 2-5-17. Magpies 4 behinds. Text line number again, 0437 774 774. Let's get to the thoughts, though, of our experts, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, after the opening half an hour.
Well, simply put, that's finals footy. That first quarter was outstanding. just the ability to both sides to switch and get on the defensive side really, really quickly. I loved when the Suns went through the corridor, they were able to play on really quickly. When they were able to get inside forward 50 and have those marks because of their slingshot footy, but it started by a player taking the mark inside the corridor or on centre-half back, able to give their hands off, and those run from behind, which encouraged. But then Collingwood, they look dangerous, but it's sort of working down the line. So the ability to get front and centre, the ability to bring the ball to the ground. When the Suns had a portion of that ball in the later part of that first quarter, got the numbers to the ball, but they're able to take those intercept marks from Mac Andrew, Bodie Ewan and stuff like that. So that's what Collingwood just needs to tidy up a little bit, just play that free-flowing game that they're really renowned for in going through the corridor.
Yeah, Gold Coast were able to get their defensive structure behind the ball, which is actually what we lauded Collingwood for pre-game. But what I'm really interested by is we always sit here and discuss Gold Coast of like, when will they take the next step? When will they be prepared to, win a game against the big boys, etc.? I spoke about it in the call around. Gold Coast feel desperate, and there's a stat that talks about 1%ers, which is your spoils, your smothers, your pressure acts, whether that be corralling before tackling, etc. Gold Coast are plus 15. And that's demonstrated in their play, but it's also demonstrated in the way that they're moving around the ground. There's just this, hate to use a very millennial word, but there's this aura or vibe around the team tonight that showcases that they've turned up. And yes, it's early, but they're turned up and trying to put their name in front of the big stage, which is really, really interesting. I'm curious if they can continue the need for speed, as Whitey's talking about. Like, will they be able to maintain the speed of this game for 4 quarters, though? Because that's what it's going to take to beat Collingwood. They cannot revert back to long down the line like they started in the first couple of minutes, because Darcy Moore and co will get on the front foot and allow Collingwood to slingshot from there. And
also a lot is on Witts too. He didn't have a possession that quarter, and Darcy Cameron had 7. So he needs to actually get down the line and be able to. Darcy Cameron's just going to sit behind the play, so he's got to get down there and make a contest.
Well, it's the template for the way Damien Hardwick wants to play. When you look at the numbers, Noble and Rioli 9 and 8, Anderson and Rowell 9 and 8. So they're owning it coming out, and they're getting good purchase in the middle. They're the leading possession winners for the Suns, while for the Pies, Houston 11, Josh Dacos 10. They're the top 2 in the first quarter. Those inside 50s, Suns plus 3 at 13-10, and 8 scores from those 13 entries. At 2-5 to 4 behinds, it's Gold Coast by 13 points. Second term, here's Michael Price.
So Jared Witts takes on Darcy Cameron in the middle. You've got Bailey Humphrey standing Nick Dacos. Witts gets it down immediately. Humphrey gets there first. He explodes onto it, kicks it inside 50, and he hits Jed Walter 25 metres out. Just a slight angle to the right. Beautiful bit of play by Bailey Humphrey, a fair opponent too in Nick Dacos. Got rid of him early. And Jed Walter, one of the academy products from Palm Beach, Currumbin.
It's quite interesting to see that they actually had that left portion of their inside forward 50 really open, so they're able to lead into that area. So that was a set play from the Suns.
17 goals for the year for young Jed Walter. Comes in, strikes it reasonably well. It's gone across the face, though, one behind, so they're wasting a few chances. 2-6-18 the Suns, 4 straight behinds the Pies. 14 points the margin, early doors, second term.
Maynard runs beyond the goal square. He kicks it to half-back on the head of Crisp. Fionarini there to fist it away out of bounds, and a throw in left half-back for Collingwood, right half-forward for Gold Coast. Suns attacking the right of your radio dial in this second quarter, and what is just the most gorgeous of winter's Friday evenings here on the Gold Coast. Boundary throw in. Rowell again, boundary side for the Suns. Hand passes to Miller. Miller with a deep entry for the Suns, but it's too deep beyond the boundary line, over the pocket and out of play on the full. Free kick to Collingwood. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, just a quick one. I've been watching Nick Dacos trying to stretch out his hammy. I don't know whether that's just coldness or coming out of the quarter-time huddle, but yeah, he's just struggling a little bit.
So Collingwood exit. Cameron's the target. Good strong mark in front of Mac Andrew. He's just forward of left half back against the boundary line.
This is where Witts needs to get on him. He needs to be in that position.
Well, Witts has been tangled up with Mason Cox down the line. Cameron's heading in that direction. Now that's off the side of the boot, Whitey. Nicely taken by Will Powell too. Just beside the centre circles. Good contested mark from Powell. He tries to measure a pass. This time Crisp gets there first. Intercepted forward. Picked up by Witts. Tackled as he got rid of the ball. Fiorini buffeted off it by Crisp, who goes back and has a ping at it. Rowell imposes himself. Tackled by Schultz right in front of the ABC Sport commentary box. We'll have a ball up.
I reckon with Nick Dacos, it was in the first quarter, he had a knee-on-knee clash. That's what I reckon it was.
Well spotted, Jeff.
Yep.
Now there's a free kick at the stoppage, and Rowell's taken the advantage when everyone had stopped. And interesting, he kicks the Suns into attack off the hands of the pack, rode by Humphrey, hand passes to Long, 40 from goal, hands it to Miller, he rides the tackle of Maynard, hand passes to Butterick in the pocket, snaps on goal, it's touched through by Howe, I fancy, right on the goal line, or was the ball beyond the line? Field umpire comes in, goal umpire is going to communicate with him, and we go to the arc, and the call on field is touched, and very quickly we can see that has been confirmed. Jeremy Howe with an outstretched left hand right on the goal line, so another rush behind for the Gold Coast Suns, 2-7-19 to the Magpies 4 behind.
Gold Coast are really shooting themselves in the foot with their kicking, but also too, there's been a couple of times where the forward that's coming in to win the ground ball has had a really good opportunity to kick a goal or have a better shot at goal, and they've fumbled at the last moment.
Collingwood bring it back in. Nice mark taken by Mason Cox in front of McAndrew. He doesn't know which way to go, but the handball backwards to Maynard. His scrubby kick hits the wing. Nicely picked up by Noble, by hand to Rowell, to Anderson, now to Miller. Intercepted again by Maynard. He gathers, has a bounce on the wing, looks up, uses his left foot to effect, gets it to the pocket. Elliott did the work early, couldn't quite pick it up. He's taken it over the boundary line. Will be thrown in about 40 metres out in the left forward pocket for Collingwood. Great stuff from Maynard there as he slowly makes his way back to the middle of the ground.
It's a big tick at the moment for Collingwood. They're owning those contested possessions down the line.
Crowded forward line for Collingwood here. Thrown in. Witts battled his way to the front position. Mitchell put his head over the ball, slapped it forward, hacked out of there by Closey. Now it's gone beyond the arc. Cameron beaten for it. As well done by young Walter, who gathered, got the handball off to Anderson. He's under pressure and he scrubs one towards the centre wing.
Bounces favourably for Ben Long. It bounced over Maynard. Long hands it to Miller, 60 from goal. Deep kick for Humphrey. Marks, rolls on and boots it through from point-blank range. Suns with a third goal. Devilish bounce for Braden Maynard, but boy, didn't Gold Coast burn them out the back. Suns 3-7, 25 to Collingwood, yet to kick a goal. They've kicked just 4 points. We're 5 minutes into the second term.
Massive one-on-one price. You talk about Braden Maynard getting a bad bounce, but really good positioning by Ben Long to get in behind Maynard, protect that space, and then play from there and give it to Tuke Miller, who's got a lot of speed, because Whitey's been talking about Gold Coast and their speed, and that was exactly how they got created that goal.
I just love that kick, though, from Tuke Miller. Just gave it some elevation, didn't kick it flat, just gave it some elevation for Humphreys to run onto. And it's so hard to actually defend the longer the ball's in the air, the harder it is to actually try and intercept. And it was really well done.
17 inside 50s to 11 now in favour of the Gold Coast Suns. 3 goals to Collingwood, yet to put a major on the board with 5.5 gone of this second term. There's a whistle on play immediately from this stoppage. It's going to be a free kick. It'll go to the Gold Coast Suns skipper, Noah Anderson. He immediately puts the handball forward to Rowell, who kept running. A long kick towards the top of the square. Houston flies at the front. It was King, brought to ground. Maynard taps it forward. Walter picks it up immediately. He's claimed and thrown towards the boundary line. That's a strong tackle by Howe, and it's on. There's a little bit of push me, shove you over the boundary line. Getting involved, Ben Long. Umpire did well. Just threw it up and said, "On play on, boys." Well done. Crisp gathers for Collingwood. Kicks it to half-back as nicely taken by Joel Jeffrey, who's followed the ball all the way down. Every player here at Carrara is forward of the centre circles, and every Collingwood player, bar one, is inside the attacking 50 for the Gold Coast Suns. A long kick from Jeffrey. Comes to the top of the square. Cameron and Howe. Best served. King gathers. Dribbles. Ben King. Through traffic gets his second. The Suns, and the bugle sounds the fourth goal at Carrara for the Gold Coast. 4-7-31. The Pies 4 straight behinds. It's a 27-point margin.
They're just owning the forward pressure at the moment, the Suns, and it's where the ball's going too. It's going to the top of the square. It's not going to the thin side towards the boundary line. It's going to a really dangerous area, and they're getting the drop of the ball, and their bigs are not getting outmarked, as they were at the start of that first quarter where Darcy Moore was taking over, so was Howe. That's not happening right now. They're actually bringing the ball to ground, so...
That's been the question mark on Ben King, is he competitive enough to own the forward line here at Gold Coast? And tonight he's showing that he can be. Normally it's to Jed Walter the second year in terms of, hey mate, we need you to compete, and Ben, you do the skillful stuff. But he's been fantastic at being competitive post the first 5 minutes.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Nick Dacos has been convenient. He's gone down the race with the doctor. I'll keep you updated.
Keep a close watch on that one. Big story, Zane Bojack on the boundary. Mitchell at clearance time for the Pies. Hand pass turned over, stolen by Humphrey. Given to Anderson. Quick hand pass over his head to Flanders. 50 from goal. Kicks it into attack. And Ainsworth takes the grab 40 metres from goal. Well, Mitchell had half a chance for the Magpies at the stoppage, but when he lost it, boy, the Suns again swooping in the middle of the ground. Gold Coast winning the clearances 19-5. Not as prominent in the centre bounce numbers, 3-2, but still.
That's where they're getting their drive, though, from Q. They've won every centre bounce at the start of this last quarter, this second quarter, so...
Ben Ainsworth will have to kick about 45, slight angle to the left. Lays into it with his right boot. Won't have the journey through hands on the goal line. Oh, not rushed through. King was a hand pass infield. Luckily for Collingwood, it went to side bottom. Hands it off to Crisp. Clearing kick towards half back. Ricochets off the chest of Rioli. Can't control it near the boundary line. Out of play for a throw in. Gold Coast 4-7-31. Collingwood 4 behinds. 9 minutes second term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Boundary umpire has it. Where the arc meets the boundary. Right half forward for the Suns, leading by 27. The throw in, again it's short. Witts gets to the front position, nicely tapped though by Cameron from the rear. It's picked up by Collingwood. It's a free kick. Matt Rowell went too high on his opponent there. Jack Crisp gets up with the ball and will receive the free kick. His left foot pass is delightful. Hits Hoskin Elliott, just short of centre wing. He's got Will Powell standing the mark. Hoskin Elliott, that's not the distance. It hit Quainer, now under enormous pressure. He gives it back to Hoskin Elliott. Great pressure from the Gold Coast. Powell. Now Quainer back to Hoskin Elliott. Tackle off the ball. What a great tackle there from Butterick. Holding the ball. So just in front of the interchange gates, Connor Butterick has it for the Gold Coast. He goes laterally to the left. And he finds Will Powell just forward of the logo. Once again, just about every player on the paddock here in front of him.
Powell on halfway with a long kick into attack for the Suns. Off hands, it's gone out of play for a throw-in. And in a really simple assessment, Jeff and Jamie, dare I say it, it looks like one team's playing the biggest game of its life and another team's just turn up for another big game's a bit flat so far.
They're a bit flat. They just can't get their game style going. I wouldn't be surprised if they start going through the corridor a bit more, Collingwood.
Yeah, but we know how good they are, the Pies, at finding their way into a contest. Boundary throw-in. Great hands at the coalface from Ainsworth to Witts, hands it to Miller, hands it on to Long, to Rioli into the open goal. And Rioli kicks a 5th goal for the Suns. Then the Magpies are yet to kick a major. Well, it's been talked up as a big, big night here on the coast. And so often when the talk's been big, the Suns have been poor. Not so far tonight. The lead is 33 points for Gold Coast at 5-7-37 to Collingwood 4 behinds, 11 minutes second term.
On your point, Q, it'll be interesting to see. I know Dacos is in the sheds at the moment, but do you bring Scott Pendlebury into the game a bit earlier to help Collingwood settle and figure out they haven't not played with him for 400 and something games, so they're probably a little bit looking to a leader in that regard around the middle of the ground. But Gold Coast just showcased their stoppage dominance. They're second in the league in turning clearances into moving the ball forward, and that's exactly what they showcased there.
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Scotty Pendlebury is he's looking more like Liam Gallagher from Oasis. He's still got the tracksuit pants and the Adidas shoes on.
Oh dear, well played, Zano. Oh, the clearance. It's Tuke Miller. They're irrepressible at the moment, the Suns. He gives it by hand to Rowell. Rowell inside 50. Oh, it drops around the ankles of Reid. He can't quite pick it up. Miller's tackled into the ground holding the ball. That's a really good tackle by Isaac Quainer, and right back pocket for the Pies. He goes to the right to find Maynard. They slow it down here, the Pies. They're under siege. They're trailing by 33 points. Now he saunters out of the pocket, does Maynard. Kicks it to the outer wing. Big pack of players. At the back there was Joel Jeffrey. Handball backwards to Hewland. Off one step. It's a very high kick. Mitchell advantaged by that. He goes back and drops what he should have taken. Picked up there by, well, it was Weller. He was tackled into the ground too by Perryman. The umpire says, I'll come in and I'll ball it up. So Tom Mitchell with a couple of uncharacteristic errors. Umpire throws it up. Witts got it out wider. Powell slapped it forward. Couldn't be picked up there by Humphrey. Once again, Rowell, a little bit of a late whistle on play, but umpire will throw it up between the wing and left half forward for the Suns.
Zano?
Yeah, Nick Dacos is back. There's concern maybe for an ankle, but at this stage, it looks like he's going to come back in the game.
Thanks for that, Zane. Now, another free kick going the Suns' way at stoppage time. Rowell actually got a kick clear, but he got a free kick as well. He is having a huge start to this game, Matt Rowell. Just forward of the wing. Plays on and booms a right foot kick deep into attack for the Suns. Witts takes the mark in the pocket, nudging Cameron away from the drop near the boundary line.
Yeah, he needed, this is what I spoke about at the start of this quarter. He needs to get down there because that's where Darcy Cameron fills the gap. He gets behind the play. So Witts needs to be accountable in that area, and that's where he's got a shot on goal now.
Toughest of angles. Right on the boundary line, left forward pocket. Goes for the left foot banana kick. It's across the face, almost marked by Reid in the opposite pocket. Play on, Sun still a chance. Hand pass out the back to Closey. Whips it infield by hand. No one there. Long couldn't pick up. That's Ben. Now Josh Dacos is tackled into the deck. And we'll have a ball up at full forward for the Suns. Full back for the Magpies. Gold Coast lead 33 points Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Umpire throws it up quickly. Well done, Mitchell. Got the handball to Crisp. Subterranean one to steal side. Bottom tackled over the boundary line. Throw in. Right forward pocket. The Suns running on top of the ground here at Carrara. 33 points up. Mass of players inside the forward 50 for the Gold Coast Suns. The throw in. Witts versus Cameron. Cameron takes it out of the air. Handball cut off by Closey. His chipping kick to the corridor. Into a contest at ground level. Ainsworth swings his boot at it. It bounces inside the forward pocket. Picked up by Humphrey. Intelligent kick backwards outside the arc. Finds Dan Rioli. He's 55 out. The man standing the mark just in front of the arc, and he's pointing as if he's going to go back and have a shot, Babe Ruth style. Puts the ball on the ground and the mouth guard into the shorts.
Almost Noah Anderson v Richmond territory in that spot.
Indeed.
We had that brought up to us by Shelley, I guess, pre-game.
So Dan Rioli, who was on the opposite team that night, comes in, gets to the right of the mark, and then he hoiks it to the right of the behind post, out of bounds on the full. Free kick, Collingwood.
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, we thought Nick Dacos was a possible omission. Tuke Miller is out, and he's been subbed in by David Swallow. We think it's a hamstring problem. It's high up around his glute area.
Ooh. So Tuke Miller out of the game. 15 and a half minutes in with a possible soft tissue. Thank you for that, Zane. Darcy Cameron's inbound kick from the left back pocket for Collingwood to a pack near the wing, off hands. Tom Mitchell, first to arrive for Collingwood. Hand passes to McStay, hands it to Hoskin Elliott under pressure. His toe poker's out in the full. So much pressure being applied by the Suns. Free kick goes to Noble at right half back for Gold Coast. Kicks infield to the fellow Blondie in Hewland. Marks and kicks it infield to Flanders in the corridor. Flanders kicks it to the edge of the centre square for Powell. Easy transfer almost to halfway. Hands it to Fiorini. No pressure on him running off half back. Kicks it wide, looking for Weller on the flank. Intercepted though by Perryman of the Pies. Wins the ball. Hands it to Markov. Markov's hand pass smothered though out of the hand and over the boundary line for a throw-in on the Nerang River side. Gold Coast 5-7-37. Collingwood 4 points. They haven't scored in the 16 and a half minutes of the second term, and of course they still haven't kicked a goal in the game so far. Quite extraordinary for a team that comes here with a 14-win, 2-loss record.
23-11, the inside 50s in favour of the Gold Coast. The throw in on the outer side. Side bottom was scragged off the ball, picked up by Anderson. Still got the handball away under pressure. Tacked out off the logo towards the half forward.
Oh.
Big collision. Well done to Ben Long, who actually wore the bump of Josh Dacos. Got the handball away to Weller, to Ethan Reid from 35. The youngster goes bang. The 6th goal for the Gold Coast Suns. They're all over the Pies. 6-7-43, plays 4 straight behinds, a 39-point margin, and we played 17 minutes 20 of the second term.
Oh, Long take a bow. What a contested footy that was. Not only take the contact, but get the ball and then be able to give the hands. And the doctor's going to look at this to see if there's any head contact. They've just gone down. They've just showed vision of the Gold Coast Suns doctors, but they're just destroying them at the contest. The Suns, they are winning it at the cold face, at the contested footy, at the clearances, and then the ability to spread. And that's what they just did then.
65-48, the contested possessions at the moment.
I love how they're exiting stoppage, though. Normally, Gold Coast win clearance and then they kick the ball forward. Tonight, the handball spread and the speed that they're putting on the board has been absolutely fantastic. That's the reason why they're in front.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton are your experts on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Centre bounce, another Suns clearance coming up here. Anderson finds some space, edge of the centre square, has a couple of bounces, got run down, got a handball clear, ump says play on. Crisp trying to pick it up for Collingwood, does, eventually gets a hand pass clear to Sullivan, gives it on to Nick Dacos, under pressure, chips wide, it's a good chip to Steele, the second gamer. Steele takes the mark, 60 from goal. Kicks to the corridor for the lead of Membry. 3 Suns against him to spoil it away. Andrew over the crumb for the Suns. Picks up, hands it to Anderson. Tackled by Schultz. And he lost the ball anyway. Membry's got it. Hands it to Elliott. Elliott tackled. Desperate hand pass. Doesn't find a teammate. Closey picks up for the Suns. Hands it to Rioli and Gold Coast out of trouble. Rioli's kick from right half back to the wing. On the head of Cox. Couldn't take the mark. Butterick does the roving. Hands it back to Flanders, who's got some time.
Flanders to Closey by hand, under pressure. Closey towards half forward. Collingwood advantage by the kick. Oh, it was well spoiled there, McStay. No, a chop of the arms, he said. Jed Walter complains, as does the crowd. You can hear the Gold Coast Suns crowd. They're learning the caper from their Magpie counterparts. They're booing everything at the moment. Collingwood with the ball now. Through Long, he kicks it now towards Maynard on the boundary, on the wing here, commentary side. He's copping some boos too. Boy, they're quick learners. A long kick towards the arc. Andrew spoils. It was overrun there by Sullivan. Picked up there and hacked forward there by Membry. Now it's cut off by McAndrew. He's gathered 40 metres out. Well tackled there by Mitchell, and it's going to be a ball up.
This is the best I've seen the Suns play all year defensively. This is incredible defence, the ability to go back and forth. It's been unreal.
Membry taps down, but Noble does the roving for the Suns. Hands it to Swallow, who's subbed in for the injured Miller. Hands through Fiorini to Rioli. Long kick out to the wing. One-on-one between Ainsworth and Quainer. Quainer taps it to his own advantage. Ainsworth's on his hammer. Quainer lost his feet. Ainsworth kept his. Wins the ball. Hands it to Fiorini. Little hand pass back to Ainsworth, intercepted by Elliott, who does enough to fumble it over the boundary line to force a neutral for a... Oh, it wasn't over the boundary line. It's a ball up anyway. Ball up right next to the boundary. Out on the Nerang River side. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Gold Coast has kicked 4-2 to Collingwood's nothing in this second quarter, which is almost 21 minutes old now. Suns 6-7-43. Magpies 4 behinds. From the stoppage, side bottoms tackled immediately and wrapped up by Fiorini. No clearance, so the umpire comes in yet again. Tossed in the air, Cox and Reid doing ruck work. No telling tap, Fiorini underneath it. Stolen though by Josh Dacos. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Nick's kick into attack. Looking for Membry, spoiled by Andrew. Ricochet picked up by Sullivan of the Pies on 50. Hands it to Membry. Membry has to hand backwards. It's Long who receives 60 out. Very wide kick is dropped by Hoskin Elliott. He got to it just before the line, couldn't complete the mark. out of play, boundary throw in on attacking 50 for Collingwood.
11 inside 50s to 5 this quarter in favour of the Suns. They are plus 33 in disposals for this quarter. The throw in, 45 metres out from the Pies goal. Cox gets the very short throw in, shoots a handball. It was intercepted by Noah Anderson. He slaps it over the boundary line. We'll do it all again, just 5 metres closer.
Just even that too, just the 1%ers to be able to get in the way, get a hand, a smother, working for each other. The Suns are just all over Collingwood at the moment.
Throw in again, Cox versus the younger Ethan Reid. Reid got this from the rear position, picked up by Anderson, got the handball backwards to Noble. His speculating handball down the line. Dan Rioli did well. He tried to feign to keep it in, but it was that well-educated fumble over the boundary line. We'll do it all again. Again, it's 45 metres out from the Pies goal. A third throw in within a couple of minutes.
Still 6.5 minutes of playing time left in this first half. Can Collingwood kick a goal? Boundary throw in, Cox to the front, taps down. Rode by Nick Dacos, 50 from goal, finds a way, little outside of the boot kick. Marked by Schultz, just the 15 metres upfield, but a little bit of magic dust there in a time of need from Nick Dacos. And Lockie Schultz will have a set shot to try and kick Collingwood's first goal. He'll have the shot from slightly left and 45 metres out.
Sensational awareness, just the ability to lower his eyes, bang.
Just the 15, but brilliant enough to sort of give the interest to make sure it was 15. Schultz with the right boot, that's not a goal. Doesn't have the journey. It's knuckled through on the last line by the Suns' defence for a point. It wasn't going through the major opening anyway. A behind to Collingwood, their first score of this second quarter, 23 minutes in. Suns lead by 38. Noble with a quick inbound, but he's turned it over. The kick's been intercepted by Membry at right half forward, attacking 50 for Collingwood.
So he's about 60 from goal. He's right leg's on the boundary. He goes laterally and finds Maynard inside the centre square. So he's still 70 from goal, Maynard. Every player on the paddock bar one in front of him. Incredibly congested forward 50. Maynard, he's a long kick of the ball. He gets to the left of the mark and he gives it plenty. Gets it to the line, Witts. Did beautifully, nicely spoiled. In fact, he spoiled it into the behind post. It'll be a throw in. So still no goals for Collingwood. 5 straight behinds, and we've got very little time to play in this second quarter. They trail by 38 points. Throw in. Witts versus Cox. I'll give that one to Cox. Picked up there by Noble. Immediately tackled into the ground as soon as he claimed the ball. He was claimed by Jack Crisp. It's going to be a ball up in the left forward pocket. Collingwood in attack looking for their first major.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Humphrey gets the spillage for the Suns at stoppage time. Rumbles the ball to half forward off an errant kick. Picked up by Perryman of Collingwood. He's under pressure. Hand pass, can't find a teammate. Rioli gathers it and runs it over the line for another throw in where the paint of 50 meets the boundary paint on this gorgeous Friday night on the Gold Coast. Left half forward for the Pies. 38 points in arrears. Yet to kick a goal. 25 minutes second term. Throw in. Cox and Witts. Cox with the tap down and a free kick to Mitchell underneath. Reefed his head back under high contact from Bailey Humphrey. So Tom Mitchell.
You'd like to see him put it at the top of the square. He hasn't got the range, but top of just right in the hot spot.
Just his second game of 2025 after an extended layoff with those foot issues. Man on the marks, 45 metres from goal. Mitchell taking all of his 30 seconds. On his left from 50, it's a high ball to the top of the goal square. Elliott comes past, just had a fumble when he could have just sharked it and snapped. But it slipped through his fingers off the hands of the pack and it's rushed through for a point. A 6th behind the Magpies. Gold Coast by 37 at 6-7, 43 to 6 points.
So Joel Jeffrey's got the ball in hand. He comes out of the goal square to the right. And there's a very, very high kick. Just short of centre wing. Walter with the fly at the back. Brings the ball to ground. Front and square was Mitchell. The handball backwards to Maynard. Maynard to Crisp by hand. Fiorini tackle him holding the ball. Well, they're on tonight, the Suns, with the pressure.
That's that pressure. That one, just the ability to keep chase, keep involved in the game, every contest.
So Fiorini, nobody really standing the mark. Crisp has retreated a bit. The umpire's saying you can play on any time, Braden, so he does. It's a long left footer just beyond centre wing. Witts bodied out of it there by Mason Cox. He did beautifully, the big American. Just short of centre wing for Collingwood. He flicks the handball off there to Howe. That's a long drop punt towards centre half forward at the back of the pack. Oh, McAndrew. The big Mac flies. He flares it out to the left. It's a beautiful kick, opening things up to Swallow. The handball to Jeffrey. He's got a partner there running past. It's Rioli. Gathers, runs to the wing. Gives it to Swallow. By hand there to Anderson. Now back to Jeffrey in front of centre wing. He kicks it inside 50. A big pack's going to fly. Walter at the back, fisted away. There's a whistle on play, is it? No, it's going to be just a throw in the left forward pocket for the Suns. They're leading this by 30. How many points is that? 37 now, Q.
37 points.
I would love to see Gold Coast handball efficiency at the moment. It must be through the roof because they are doing so many elite forward handballs to advantage side of their player.
Boundary throw in with the Suns in attack. Goes to the back of the ruckman. Long crashes in. That's Ned of Collingwood. He's immediately wrapped up. Another stoppage.
But the synergy with that has been impressive because the ability to actually run forward and then know that you've got a player there has been really outstanding.
Witts taps down, but Markov rose for Collingwood. Hand passes to Nick Dacos. Has a bounce just forward to full back. Kicks it to the wing. Not a great kick. Hoskin Elliott was behind, but was able to spoil from Noble. Ground level, picked up by Mitchell. Hands it to Markov. Hand pass went low, so Hoskin Elliott just kicked it out of the ground. Anyway, to get it to half forward. Met, though, by young Adams for the Suns. He's kicked to halfway. Doesn't find Anderson. Stolen by Ned Long of Collingwood. Hands infield to Hoskin Elliott. Hands to Nick Dacos. Hands to Mitchell. Hands to Josh Dacos on 50. Runs around Rioli. Doesn't kick for goal. Squares it up for Markov in the pocket. Markov is spoiled brilliantly at the last moment. Oh dear. So Hewland's made the spoil. The up closest says kosher. The up further away says no. It's a free kick to Collingwood, and doesn't matter who you support. You don't want to have one umpire and another umpire within the same range of the same incident saying different stuff. That just sucks as a footy fan, and it's got nothing to do with who you support. Anyway, it allows Oleg Markov a chance to kick a goal against his old club, and it would be Collingwood's first goal 29 minutes into the game. Thought his career was done when he left Carrara. Now he's a premiership pie. Oleg Markov hits the post. Hits the post on the right side. It's a behind. And 7 points is the grand total for Collingwood, so through almost a half of footy. Jeremy Howe's in the rooms as well, Pricey. Plenty happening.
That's the inboard late. There's a chop and not paid there against the Suns, but it goes forward for them. Nicely cut off there. Josh Dacos tackled into the ground. That's holding the ball.
Great tackle.
Turn it up. Oh dear. Okay, so here we are debating the free kicks. Ball thrown up. Jared Witts beaten by Cameron. Cameron slaps it down. Rowell tracking the ball back. Noble. Handball now goes to Fiorini. Shorter centre wing commentary side. Back to Noble. He sells a big dummy to Markov and then launches one towards half forward. It's Darcy Moore flew and he's landed very heavily. Gathered by Ethan Reid. Kicks it inside 50. Long overran it. Pies with a chance. Now it gets back to Houston to Quainer. Quainer did beautifully. Nicely weighted kick. Finds Maynard on his own at left half back. He takes off. He has a bounce. His kick towards half forward and Cox. Beautifully spoiled by Adams, but it went corridor. Long. Inside 50 for the Pies. Hits Hoskin Elliott. Sliding mark. He takes it 35 metres out. Almost played on.
Well done to Adams to that spoil too. To come second gamer. Outstanding. Just to bring the ball to ground, but good reaction there from the Pies.
Will Hoskin Elliott looking for Collingwood's first goal at the 31-minute mark of the second quarter. To the hoots of the Gold Coast crowd. He pushes it right and scores their 8th behind. Their 8th straight behind. And there is the halftime siren. Have a listen to the Gold Coast crowd. Have a listen to this. Their Suns are leading by 35 points at half-time. That's after they led by 13 at quarter-time. Not many goal scorers to go through. Ben King's got 2 for the Suns. Ethan Reid 1, Bailey Humphrey 1, Matt Rao 1 and Daniel Rioli 1. For the Pies, nada, 0, nothing, no goal scorers as Collingwood gather in a huddle in the middle of the ground, shell-shocked, wondering what's happened here at Carrara. Friday night football, the Gold Coast is alive here, Q.
Darcy Moore absolutely laying down the law to Collingwood, getting his players together there. He's got a media commitment as well, so he's now run to do that. There's bits of interest all over the ground. 6-7, 43 to 8 behinds. Collingwood hasn't been scoreless in a first half since round 11, 2021, thanks to our colleague Mitch Turner, who was on the money chasing that one up while we were calling things here. So, 4 years ago, round 11, 2021. And beneath us, another reaction here. Suns leaving the ground. And there's an excellent text here from Sia from Tasmania. You can join us on 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. It's so good. I'll use it as the segue into our experts. Sia texts, with all due respect, this is a team playing their pretend grand final against a team waiting for the real one. Discuss. Jeff White, Jamie Stanton.
They are playing exceptional footy here at the moment, the Suns. It's finals footy. They've thrown a lot. No doubt, though, at halftime, Collingwood, I dare say, and fly walk in there and go, is that all they've got? And that's what their motivation will be, because they're playing exceptional football at the moment, but to play that intensity for 4 quarters takes a lot. It's a lot of energy, as you know, Jamie, and but they're playing great footy. The second and third efforts are there. The ability to spread, the ability to change direction, and that is just separating the defence of Collingwood. Then they play on quickly. So then Collingwood's not able to set up as quickly as what they've been able to do against sides. I think the only big weakness for the Suns at the moment is when Collingwood does kick it down the line, or both ways, their ability to win that contest, that contested marking down the line. But besides that, they're just covering the ground. They're winning the contested footy. Their spread from their stoppages is outstanding. Their ability to link up and their quality of their hand passing, not only clean below the knees, but the ability to run from behind and be able to give that connection. It's just separating the defence of Collingwood, which is most teams this year haven't been able to do.
I think that text is a clearly one-eyed Collingwood supporter, but I think I'll put my Gold Coast one-eyed hat on.
I wanted to use it as a way to discuss that. This is another week and another big game for a team which is a game and a half clear on top of the ladder, or thereabouts, and it's been pumped up as the biggest night in Suns history. So, that's why I thought I'd just use it as a good sounding board to bounce off.
My retort would be, when you play 19 of 23 games at the MCG, you're accustomed to 80-something thousand. Every game is this for you. Gold Coast don't get that opportunity. They don't get this opportunity enough. The only way that they can replicate a finals arena is when Collingwood or Richmond come to their home ground and pack out the stadiums, and they've decided to turn up. They haven't turned up in 16 years. So I totally get where that text is coming from, but I think there's also got to be a little bit of a go, you know what, good on the Suns. They're showing that they're ready and keen to play finals this year, and it's okay, the Melbourne Victorian bias can come out and say Gold Coast have never done this and this is their pretend grand final, but they only are going to get practice in these type of games when they happen, and they happen rarely up here. So they've got to turn up. I think a lot of Whitey's points are extremely correct. He's talking about speed on the ball. He's talking about their ability to cover the ground. They look significantly better than Collingwood than that. And they've taken Collingwood's defensive structure away from them tonight by their ball movement, which is not necessarily Gold Coast's strengths previously in terms of being able to shift their game plan week to week to week to week, and they've actually done a really good job of that this week. They're not necessarily this efficient handball meters gain team. They're a kick forward meters gain team, and today they're doing it via their hands and via their spread across the ground. They're potentially giving the competition a way to beat Collingwood if others are watching.
Plenty of texts coming in. Thank you. 0437 774 774. And the black and white of the Magpies never more appropriate is the reflection of the black and white of the text message that you get as well.
I love it.
Yeah. Deb texts, so how long since Collingwood players have had to get in a plane and travel more than down the road to play? Must be jet lagged, all that type of stuff.
Must be nice.
But they've had an excellent record on the road, haven't they, of recent years. 0437 774 774. So just going through those goal kickers again. Ben King's got 2 goals, singles to Rowell, Humphrey, Rioli and Reid, and Collingwood yet to kick a goal. It's Gold Coast 6-7-43 to the Magpies, 8 behinds. The first time since round 11 2021 that Collingwood has gone through the first half without kicking a score. And
credit to the set shots that Collingwood's had inside their forward 50 have been near the boundary line. So that structurally it shows that they're putting pressure on between the arcs, but they're forcing the Collingwood forwards to lead to the boundary because that's only where the space is. So it's good that the Suns will be really, really impressed with the fact that they're forcing them wide.
And what do you question the Gold Coast defence in the pre-game? And I think rightly so. But then you also gave them credit in-game of how good they've been behind the ball without their leader in Collins down there. So whether you want to call it a coming of age or whatever, it's only a half a footy. They've still got to be able to back it up in the second half. But their defensive structure has been fantastic tonight, based around Mac Andrew playing the big boy defender that can come off and help intercept. And hasn't Adams been good as a second gamer that's been plucked from nearly nowhere, shutting down Tim Membry and making McStay have to play a different style of game tonight?
Thanks, Jamie. Thank you, Jeff. Half-time here at Carrara. Gold Coast 6-7-43 lead Collingwood 8 behinds. The one and only game in the National Rugby League tonight is Cronulla Sutherland taking on the Dolphins from Redcliffe, and it's the Sharks 6 leading the Dolphins 0 at half-time. Sharks 6, Dolphins 0. Here it's the Suns by 35 points at half-time. More to come on Friday Night Footy from ABC Sport after we take a trip to the newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. German backpacker Carolina Vilga has been found alive after going missing 12 days ago in remote Western Australian bushland. The 26-year-old was found by a member of the public. She had last been seen on June 29 in the town of Beacon, 330 kilometres northeast of Perth. Police had been searching the area where her van had been found in dense bushland in the nearby Crown Hill Nature Reserve. The Prime Minister is preparing to fly to China tomorrow for his second official visit, where he'll meet with President Xi Jinping to strengthen trade ties between the two countries. Anthony Albanese will be joined by a contingent of top business leaders from Australia's financial, resources, agriculture and education sectors on the 6-day visit. The director of the Australia-China Relations Institute at the University of Technology, Sydney, James Lawrenson, says that China has a strong interest in stable ties with Australia, which was its 5th largest source of imports last year.
Beijing is very much focused on its geopolitical competition with Washington. And so I actually think it serves Beijing's interests very well to be able to point to a country like Australia, a US security ally, but one with which it can still maintain a constructive, positive relationship.
The United Nations says 44,000 children in Gaza are at risk of losing access to clean supplies of drinking water amid Israel's ongoing strict blockade of sufficient supplies for the territory. The International Rescue Committee says most Palestinians in Gaza are now receiving far below the World Health Organisation's emergency standard of 15 litres of water per person per day. The UN has managed to transport 75,000 litres of fuel into Gaza for the first time in 130 days. Spokesperson Stefan Jajuric says it's still nowhere near enough.
Fuel is still running out and services will shut down if greater volumes do not enter the Gaza Strip immediately. One partner, for instance, reported to us this week that in a matter of days, fuel shortages could cut off supplies to clean drinking water to about 44,000 children.
Back home, in the Northern Territory, opposition leader is calling on the government to support all 32 recommendations from the coronial inquest into the death of Indigenous teenager Kumanjai Walker. Coroner Elizabeth Armitage handed down her findings from the long-running inquest on Monday, concluding that former officer Zachary Rolfe was racist and used unnecessary force in the fatal police shooting. NT Chief Minister Leah Finocchiaro issued a statement after the findings, saying the government would consider the recommendations. Opposition leader Selena Yubo says the government is not taking the issues raised in the inquest seriously.
We haven't heard from the NT government if they are going to support in principle or not support any of the recommendations. It's a very clear lack of leadership at the moment. I think this is very concerning for Territorians. It's very concerning for our police.
Police say a man who took police on an hours-long chase across Melbourne today will face a number of significant charges. The dramatic chase came to an end in Point Cook this afternoon when the 36-year-old leapt from the window of his moving van before he was hit by a pursuing police car. He'd allegedly stolen the van early this morning and was followed by police right across Melbourne, weaving through traffic at high speed, hitting a number of cars and smashing into street signs. He's now in hospital and will be interviewed by police. Acting Inspector Dean Pickering says it was a shocking incident.
Looking at the video that I've looked at, I lost count with fingers, toes and everything else in terms of how many charges that I could see. It's gone hours and hours and hours. There'll be significant charges. He'll be held to account.
A man accused of shooting a man at his home in suburban Perth in 2022 has been found guilty of murder. Ralph Matthews Cox died after being shot through his bedroom window in Lansdale. Peter Nguyen Ha has been on trial for the past 7 weeks, charged with his murder. A jury has found him guilty after nearly 2 days of deliberations. The jury also found the 35-year-old guilty of 5 charges of doing an act likely to cause harm in relation to the Lansdale incident, as well as other shootings at Girraween and Wanneroo. Nguyen Ha will face a sentencing hearing on August the 22nd. American singer Chris Brown has pleaded not guilty to causing actual bodily harm to a music producer and having an offensive weapon in an alleged bottle attack at a London nightclub 2 years ago. The 36-year-old is accused of attacking Abraham Dior with a tequila bottle in an incident that prosecutors have described as unprovoked. Last month, the US singer pleaded not guilty to the more serious charge of causing grievous bodily harm. He's due to face trial in October next year. And just recapping our top story, the German backpacker Carolina Vilga has been found alive after going missing 12 days ago in remote WA bushland.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Bounces favourably for Ben Long. It bounced over Maynard. Long hands it to Miller, 60 from goal. Deep kick for Humphrey. Marks rolls on and boots it through from point-blank range.
A long kick from Jeffrey. Comes to the top of the square. Cameron and Howe. Best serve. King gathers. Dribbles. Ben King. Through traffic gets his second. The Suns and the bugle sounds the fourth goal at Carrara for the Gold Coast.
Boundary throw in. Great hands at the coalface from Ainsworth for Witts. Hands it to Miller. Hands it on to Long. To Rioli into the open goal. And Rioli kicks a fifth goal for the Suns. Then the Magpies are yet to kick a major.
Tacked out off the logo towards the half forward. Big collision. Well done to Ben Long, who actually wore the bump of Josh Dacos. Got the handball away to Weller, to Ethan Reid from 35. The youngster goes bang. The sixth goal for the Gold Coast Suns. They're all over the Pies.
Toot Miller is out and he's been subbed in by David Swallow. We think it's a hamstring problem. It's high up around his glute area.
Will Hoskin-Elliott looking for Collingwood's first goal at the 31-minute mark of the second quarter. To the hoots of the Gold Coast crowd. He pushes it right and scores their eighth behind. Their eighth straight behind. And there is the halftime
siren.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Friday night footy at Carrara on ABC Sport, and what a story for the locals in the first 2 quarters of the game. Quentin Hull is my name. Welcome back. It's nice to have you on board. Your thoughts welcome on 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. That's 0437 774 774. It's Gold Coast 6 goals 743 to Collingwood's 8 behind. So if you are just joining us, the major talking points out of the first half is that scoreboard. First and foremost, Collingwood, for the first time since round 11 2021, scoreless in the first half. Touk Miller's gone off with a hamstring injury for the Suns, so David Swallow's been injected, and there's concern over Jeremy Howe as well at half-time. We'll get further news from that, and as I think we're going to get now that the edict's been put down, every stoppage where an umpire is grazed is sort of looked at very, very closely, and there's a bit of footage of Matt Rowell sort of pushing Nick Dacos slightly into the back of an umpire at a stoppage, and all of this following off the back of Lachie Neale potentially assisting Adam Chera into the back of an umpire in last night's game, and because Chera was beyond the threshold of incidents, he's been referred directly to the tribunal. So that's buzzing around as well. A stat courtesy of Sir Swamp Thing. Now, these are the most recent VFL/AFL sides on top of the ladder that haven't scored a goal in the first half of a home and away game. So there's tonight, then we need to go back to when West Coast was premier from the 2011 season. In round 4 against Hawthorn in 2012, they didn't kick a goal. 1995, well, that's interesting. Well, in 95, Carlton was not reigning premier. So that, top of the ladder, should I say. This is not the reigning premier, but of course Collingwood's not reigning premier either. West Coast was. Were they back then? Anyway, top of the ladder. Here we go. Collingwood tonight. West Coast top of the ladder in 2012. Didn't kick a goal against Hawthorn. Carlton in 95 against St Kilda. Yeah, that was one of the 2 games the Blues lost that year. They lost back-to-back to St Kilda and Sydney, and that was it in 1995, the most recent Blues flag. In 81, Collingwood was on top and didn't kick a goal in the first half against Fitzroy. And in 1968, Essendon was on top in round 3 and didn't kick a goal in the first half against Carlton. So that's among the nuances of the first half here. Thank you to Sir Swamp Thing, one of our good mates. Now, Zane, plenty happening on the benches around half-time. What have you got for us?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that Scotty Pendlebury was warming up, and he hasn't got the Liam Gallagher tracksuit on anymore. He's about to put on or take the subs vest off anyway, because Jeremy Howe has been subbed out with a suspected groin injury, Q. Don't know how long that might keep him out, but he has had an injury-curtailed career, and I've got no doubt the Pies would want him in the back end of the season if they were trying to contend, but he won't be taking any further part in tonight's match.
Howe with the groin, Miller with the hamstring. Thank you. So those vastly experienced subs are into the game. David Swallow for Gold Coast, and there might be plenty of Pie supporter thinking, you beauty, Scotty Pendlebury's out there to try and fix things up. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action. Your experts are Jamie Stanton and Jeff White. So we've had a moment or two to gather our thoughts at half-time. Where to from here, Whitey?
I think, I just saw a vision there of a Fly. It looked like he was just, hey, we need to play fast footy. We need to play fast footy. We need to own the corridor, play on at all costs, slingshot footy. They just played really stagnant. But it was full credit to the Suns. They were able to hold them up. They were able to get on the defensive side really quickly. And then when they got the turnover, then they were able to go and play their slingshot footy. So I want to see Pies come out in this second half, really aggressive, take the game on, and that's how they play.
Matt from Banyo texts, hi team, it's not over yet, but I've been saying all year that Collingwood will get old overnight. As the league's oldest team, it's potentially happened. Matt from Banyo, he's going off. I don't know whether that's the case, Jamie, but interesting thought. Jeff from Queensland texts, what people tend to forget is that Damien Hardwick is now being lauded for Stewie Hughes' groundwork. How soon people forget? 0437 774 774.
That wasn't from me either.
No.
I think Collingwood need to get on top of this stoppage clearance game from Gold Coast. They need to at least nullify that, bring it to a 50-50 contest to allow their ball movement game to actually get going. At the moment, Gold Coast are dominating clearances, and that's the way that they like to move and play with the ball. And we'll find as the game goes on whether Gold Coast can maintain their speed on the ball play for a full game, or if it's only a half that they can do it for.
Anderson with 19 disposals, Michael, in the first half, leads all comers. Collingwood's best is Crisp and Josh Dacos with 13.
Ned Long on Matt Rowell in the middle of the ground. It's Witts versus Cameron. Witts got it down. Cameron picked it up. It was smothered there by Humphrey. His kick in turn smothered by Nick Dacos, who stole the ball immediately. Both Humphrey and Rowell put him down. Just forward to the centre circles. Here it goes again. The umpire throws it up. Rowell takes it. Immediately Ned Long claims him. The umpire's going to come in and throw it up in exactly the same spot. A couple of metres forward of the centre circles towards the Gold Coast Suns goal. To the left as we're looking at it. There's a whistle on play. And you knew that was going to happen after 3 consecutive ball-ups. It's gone to Rowell. He's going to take the free kick just next to the bullseyes. He's looking forward. Now he flares off to the right of the mark. It's a high kick inside 50. He's looking for Bailey Humphrey. Good contest. Brings it to ground. Josh Dacos can't pick it up. Witts did. Gave the handball to Ainsworth, who's tackled into the ground. Umpire's going to ball it up around about 25 metres out in the right forward pocket for the Suns.
Suns are kicking to the big screen end, the left of your radio dial in this third quarter. Witts to the front of Cameron. Won the tap down, doesn't have a rover. Ball's on the deck. Plenty foraging. Humphrey tries to squirt it out. Does. It spews towards the boundary. Long can't keep it in. That's Ben. And then, interestingly, Walter pushes Maynard in the back. Maynard goes down, trying to milk the free kick. Umpire says, leave it alone, lads. Let's just toss it in. Right forward pocket for Gold Coast. 35 points is the lead for the locals. Crowd's getting a look at the replay and having a chuckle. Ball thrown in. Cameron taps down to Pendlebury, the injected sub. Hands it off to Perryman. Poor exiting kick stolen by Flanders of the Suns in the pocket. Centering kick fisted away by Moore. Free kick goes to Darcy Moore in that contest with Ben King.
Hands over the shoulder. Good position there by Darcy Moore.
And the Collingwood captain quite forthright in getting his team in a huddle and talking to them before they left the ground at half-time. Short pass to the right back pocket, marked by Perryman. Plays on. Long kick towards the wing. Cox the target. Can't take the mark. Sullivan rows for Collingwood. Hand passes to Crisp on halfway. Wide kick to half forward. Bounces in front of Elliott. Gathers on the paint of 50 and the boundary. Centering kick from Jamie Elliott. Oh, it's a point. I said centering kick. I think he was... Well,
no, he was having a shot.
He was having a shot. It's another point for the Pies. 34 the lead to the Suns. 9 points for Collingwood.
Wasn't far away, though.
And 3 behinds for Jamie Elliott, who's been incredibly accurate all year. So it's 34 points. Suns bring it back in. Fiorini spoiled there by Cameron. Front and square, Ned Long. Tackled by Rowell. Still got the handball away inside 50. It's cut off by Noah Anderson. Through hands to Flanders. Flanders has got a runner there. It's Dan Rioli. Sold the big dummy around Hoskin Elliott. Very nice kick. Finds close. He just forward of right half back for the Suns. He goes down the line. Looking for Ben Long. Maynard intervenes. Well done, Humphrey. He went through, and then Maynard reaches up, knocks the ball out. That's holding the ball. It'll go back to the Pie. Hard man, just short of centre wing on the outer side. Desperate effort there by Braden Maynard, and a deserved free kick.
Good turnover. They didn't get any of those turnovers through the arcs in that through that second quarter, Collingwood.
Conservative pass to Steele. Roone Steele, mate, takes the mark. Out on the Nerang River wing in just his second game. Kicks to attacking 50. Cox flies. Can't mark. Rowell with a ricochet for the Suns. Tackled off his hand pass. Picked up by Howe. Beautiful hand pass to was Membry. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Kick on goal. Intercepted by Noble. On the last line of defence for the Suns. Clearing kick intercepted by Crisp though. Noble was trying to slot it to half back. And he was hoping for Ainsworth. But Crisp read it better for Collingwood.
Good signs early by the Pies. That was a fast turnover and they're able to get the intercept. So switched on already, started this third quarter.
So Jack Crisp, still Collingwood yet to score a goal. 4 minutes into the third quarter. Crisp on 50, that won't be a goal. It's near side, be lucky to score. Hits the point post on the full, out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Gold Coast in the left back pocket. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, 4.5 third term. Suns 6-7-43, Magpies 9 behinds.
So Noble, nobody standing the mark, so takes off. from the left back pocket. High kick, Walter the target, spoiled there by Moore. At ground level, it's the Suns. It's picked up by Weller. He's tackled immediately by his opposite, number 14 in Darcy Cameron. So it's going to be a ball up between wing and right half forward for the Pies. Cameron gets it down. Well done by Anderson, who flicked the ball forward. Is cut off by Crisp, who started this third term very well. He's tackled off the ball, picked up by Fiorini. Scrubbing kick just beyond centre wing. It fell into the hands of Jed Walter, who was in front of Darcy Moore. Had a man by himself in Flanders, ignored that, went long instead. Inside 50, Maynard destroyed the contest. Put it over the boundary line. It's going to be a throw in 40 metres out. Left forward pocket for the Suns, leading this one by 34 points. We've played 5.5 minutes of the third quarter.
Foon from Melbourne texts, just put Mason Cox in the goal square. It might trigger memories for Hardwick. Friday, 21 December 2018 at the MCG.
Indeed.
That preliminary final upset from the Pies over Richmond that year. Boundary throw in. It's taken by Rowell at the bottom, hand pass out the back. Noble's immediately wrapped up, and strong tackle coming in from Elliott to force a ball up. Left half forward for Gold Coast, right half back for the Pies. Off the knuckles of the ruckman. Crisp can't pick up. So Ned Long has a go, tackled by Fiorini, another stoppage.
Their one-on-one contested footy at the moment is very noticeable from Collingwood.
Witts won that, tap down and straight to Anderson. Clearance for the Suns, a rush kick into attack. Moore there in the pack to knuckle it away for Collingwood. Out of play it goes for another boundary throw-in. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action with Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your expert. Zane Bojack is on the boundary. Collingwood yet to kick a goal. Gold Coast led by 13 points at quarter time, 35 at half time. Just the one score in this third term so far. A Collingwood behind. It's Gold Coast by 34.
The throw in across the arc. Witts got it down. Flanders gathered, fell over, got it back to Witts. Lays the big left foot slipper to the top of the square. It bounces freely. Well picked up there by Humphrey. Tried to break through. He was tackled. Could have been holding the ball. Umpire was very generous and said, no, I'll ball it up around about 30 metres out directly in front of the Suns' goal. It's a very congested forward 50 as well. Plenty of players around this ball. Off hands, Humphrey. It's a whistle on play. It'll go to the Gold Coast. It's against Darcy Cameron, and it'll go to Big Jared Witts. Played 40 games for the Pies, the former captain of the Gold Coast Suns. Can extend the lead right here. No, it's actually going to Matt Rowell. So there's an argument about who was going to get this kick. I think the Suns will be happier it's with Rowell than Witts. Just having a look at the replay as he threw it up. There's a couple of free kicks. It was actually Pendlebury on Rowell. So Matt Rowell had an enormous game so far. 17 possessions. He's already kicked one. He's coming in off the long run. Strikes it nicely. Goal umpire doesn't move. Matt Rowell has his second. The Suns with their 7th goal. And they extend that lead at 7-7-49 to the Pies 9 straight behinds. A game high 40-point margin. And we've played nearly 8 minutes of the third term.
Coming into this game, Gold Coast was second for clearance differential and Collingwood was 10th. And at the moment, the start of this quarter, Collingwood have definitely come out with more venom and more attack. But Gold Coast are now just trying to play stoppage after stoppage after stoppage game, which is just going to suit them more and more and more. So it'll be really interesting to see if Collingwood can actually go against their averages in terms of the way that they go at stoppages to nullify Gold Coast strength.
Geez, in that contest, if it was a free kick against Pendlebury, he was holding on to Rowell. If he didn't hold on to Rowell almost hit the umpire. It was that close.
We're all looking at that stuff now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Jeff. Centre bounce, Cameron with the clear tap for Collingwood. Rove by Nick Dacos. Hand passes to Pendlebury. Rush kick to half forward, intercepted by Noble of the Suns. Under pressure gets a hand pass to Anderson. He's got time to link up by hand with Hewland at right half back. Hewland hands it off to Adams. Oscar Adams, game 2, right half back for Gold Coast. Kicks it over a pack on the wing to the advantage of Weller. Takes it on the bounce, 70 from goal. Kicks it inside 50. Moore reads it best. And Darcy Moore takes the mark in the time of need for Collingwood, just forward of the left back pocket.
This is where they like to go quick, but they just been suffocated by the ability of the Suns to get on the defensive side really quickly.
So Moore's kick dropped a little short of centre wing, and Rowell dropped in front of Tom Mitchell and took a good contested mark. Boy, he's been in some form since he re-signed with the Suns, Matt Rowell. Just forward to centre wing. He goes long inside 50. Looking for King. King brings it to ground. Moore gathers. He's tackled. He let loose the ball. Very fortunate. Quainer. The handball over to Steele. Steele to Darcy Cameron. The ruckman to the arc to find Maynard. Maynard to the run there of Mitchell. Mitchell feigns to handball, then kicks a very high ball in the Elliott direction. Coming in, Joel Jeffrey just destroyed that little contest. Put it over the boundary line. It's Nick Dacos throws his arms out saying, what about me there?
Yeah, and Jamie Elliott was gesticulating as well, not happy with the ball use of Mitchell off the half-back flank there. So it is getting under the collar of these Pies. Goalless. Still, early third term. Cameron with the tap down for Collingwood from the throw-in on the wing. Raoul Rove tackled by Mitchell and Dacos holding the ball. That was Dacos, Nick. But I think Mitchell got first grab, so he'll get the free kick. Yep. The 2018 Brownlow medalist will try and get things going for Collingwood, defensive side of the wing. Suns by 40. 11 minutes almost expired in this third term. Mitchell with his left kick. High to a pack at half forward for Collingwood. Membry's at the front to take the mark. 65 from goal, Tim Membry. Very short pass to Nick Dacos. Takes the mark only 5 metres closer to goal and harder on the boundary. 60 out at left half forward. Nikos plays on now with his right boot. Dacos with the deep entry to full forward for Collingwood. McStay the target. Adams does the spoiling. Rode by Mac Andrew. He's tackled immediately. Close to the boundary. No prior. And Elliott's tackle results in a ball up in the left forward pocket for Collingwood.
Umpire throws it up very quickly in the left forward pocket. Slap down. Rao gets there first in front of Elliott. Overruns it. Picked up by Nick Dacos. He's tackled. Got a handball speculating towards Mitchell. Immediately claimed and dropped to the ground. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, I've just been reading on Twitter. Apparently the reason Real's getting so many free kicks is because the Suns met with the AFL and they conceded that Setterfield last week should have been conceding more free kicks.
Umpire throws it up quickly. It was Anderson. Gave it back to Andrew to Rowell. Now to Weller. Beautiful handball from the Suns. Through hands to Hewland at right half back. Bodie Hewland kicks it to the wing. It's a good contest here. Well done, Reed. Brought it to ground, but Maynard at ground level, very strong. He battles away. He turned it over, though. Picked up by Flanders through Swallow. It went to Jeffrey. Now to Ethan Reed. 70 from goal at right half forward. He centres the ball. He's looking for close. It was a big effort. Well done defensively by the Pies. It was Butterick. He tackled immediately to the ground. And it's going to be a ball up around about 40 metres out directly in front of the Suns' goal. A great tackle there by Steele side bottom. Again, a crowded forward 50. The umpire throws it up quickly. Witt's got it down. Getting there first, Perryman. Claimed by Rowell. And we'll do it all again from 45 metres out.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Gold Coast by 40 points. From the stoppage, Swallow hands it out the back to Rowell. He's 48 out, gets it on his right boot. Deep kick to King. One hand, not the mark. Moore with the spoil at the last moment. Taken away by Markov of Collingwood. Kicks it to right half back. Steele takes the mark. Hand passes to Quainer. Quainer runs infield, evades an opponent, chips towards Cox, who marks low down on the wing. Hands it infield to Mitchell. Hands it to Pendlebury. Dare I say, best Pies ball movement of the night so far. Pendlebury takes a moment. He kicks inside 50. Jeffrey leaves his man to punch it away from the leading McStay. And Jeffrey robes his own crumb for the Suns. Kicks back into the hands of Noble, who takes the mark in the back pocket. And the smattering of Suns supporters realise what a good play that was from Joel Jeffrey to stop that Collingwood surge forward. Noble in the left back pocket for Gold Coast. Long kick to the wing. Moore from behind. Takes the mark, the captain for the Pies. Hands it on to Josh Dacos. Rush kick inside 50. Cox the target, can't mark. Whistle.
Top of the arms.
Oh, and Nick Dacos has taken the advantage and kicked a point.
Well, they're giving him some too, aren't they?
But I don't think he went.
He knew.
Yep.
Yeah, he knew. He thought it's Mace or me, and he thought, I'll go with me.
Fair me.
Yeah, Cox had his arm dragged down, and Nick Dacos had no pressure, slight angle, 35 out, missed near side. 10 points for Collingwood. Gold Coast 7-7-49.
Jeffrey's got the ball. He brings it back just short of centre wing. Picked up by Butterick, immediately claimed, and we're going to have a ball up Boy, the Suns' pressure has been elite tonight, but looking at the tackle count, the Pies are actually 14 up in that. 49 plays 35. So they've been chasing a bit of tail, the Pies as well. Umpire throws it up. Cameron versus Reid. I'll give that one to Cameron, picked up by Crisp. He's battled hard so far tonight for the Pies. His handball was overrun there by Closey. The Pies with a chance. Ned Long gathers. His kick semi-smothered. It's taken by Crisp on the arc. Central ball. Oh, it hits a target. Nicely played. Tim Membry takes it 45 out, more or less, directly in front.
That was a brilliant kick. Ability to... They do that so well, the Pies. The ability to actually go lateral instead of just kicking to the top of the goal square.
Surely. This time.
Tim Membry, 22 goals, 10 for the year.
Key forward, 40 out, straight in front.
Well, you never know. The way the Pies have been kicking, they have had 10 straight behinds this evening. The Gold Coast crowd has learned to hoot as Membry comes in. He strikes it nicely. The Pies are on the board. Their first goal comes at the 15-minute mark of the third term. 7-7, 49 to the Gold Coast Suns to 1-10-16. All of a sudden, it's back to a 33-point margin and half a sniff.
I've called football for 25 seasons. I think that's the first time I've written 1-10-16 in my scrapbook. It is a bizarre scoreline. Is it the start of something?
It was a fantastic ball movement from the stoppage exit. They were actually able to leave the stoppage going through the front. And then, like Whitey called, it was a fantastic kick to centre into a leading key forward right in front of goal. Whitey mentioned this at half-time, is a lot of their set shots have been on the wider peripheries of the inside 50 realm. That one was directly in front, which leads to then a more percentage shot of goal.
Well, let's hope for the contest's sake that Collingwood can get a roll on here. It's been one-sided to this point.
Free kick.
Free kick to Cameron at ruck time in the centre bounce, so Collingwood will get the clearance again here. Cameron plays on. Right foot kick is a high entry, comes down about 30 from goal, off the hands of the pack. Side bottom over the top of Fiorini, in his back or over his shoulder. Free kick against the Pies veteran. And Fiorini to take it for the Suns. Very short pass to Andrew, who takes the mark near the boundary line. Mac Andrew is taking a moment or two.
This is what the Pies want. They want this slow play. They don't want them to be able to switch the ball.
Andrew
fast.
with a long kick towards a pack on the wing. Humphrey at the front, can't mark. Rove by Closey of the Suns. He's tackled immediately by Crisp. Ball up. Still about 70 from Collingwood's goal. Suns led by 13 at quarter time. 35 at half time. 33 the current margin. Mitchell the clearance for Collingwood from the stoppage. Hands it to attacking 50 McStay. Got it, tried a little cute dish to Sullivan and lost the ball. Picked up by Fiorini of the Suns. Hands to Andrew, hands to Rowell, hands to Closey, hands it back to Weller as they run it through half back to the wing. Hands to Butterick on halfway, hands to Witts, the big fella. He kicks it now to attacking 50, undoes the work, but Moore can't take the mark. Cleaned up by Maynard of Collingwood. Hands it to side bottom. He gives it on to Nick Dacos, got nastily tunnelled by Butterick. Play on, kicked by Maynard to the wing, off hands, roved by Crisp. He kicks it to attacking 50. McStay tries a one-handed mark, dropped it, juggled it, lost it, and now gives away a holding the man free kick on Baldy Hewland, does he? No, play on. Crisp picks up 60 from goal for Collingwood. Hand pass infield to Steele, who's tackled from behind by Rowell. No Pryor, ball up.
Nick Dacos up after landing very awkwardly after being tunnelled in that free kick as well.
Yeah, just winded, badly winded, so it stayed on the ground for a little bit.
Ball thrown up 40 metres out from the Collingwood goal, hacked out of there by Mac Andrew to the wing. Ethan Reid brought it to ground with the one mitt, picked up there nicely by Perryman, shoes it forward to right half forward. And it just, boy oh boy, that ball just ran away from Crisp and then Sullivan over the boundary line, 55 out. Zane Bojak's down there.
Yeah, it was amazing. The medicos got straight out to Nick, and just as they got out there, he said, "No, I'm fine," and started running. So he clearly was winded, but he's back into the play now.
Throw in 55 out from the Pies goal at right half forward. They're trailing this by 33 points. Cameron got in front of Witts. Witts battled to get it down, though. Picked up by Sullivan from 40. Tight angle. Has a launch at the goal, and once again, Bodie Hewland, the man named after one of the characters in Point Break,
he's just
punches it through.
If you're a Magpie, it's death on a stick out there tonight.
Well played.
Short inbound to Jeffrey. 1:11:17. Have you written that one down before, Pricey?
Oh, never in my life.
No. Jeffrey with a long kick towards a pack on the wing. Goes beyond the hands of the pack and out of play near the interchange for a boundary throw-in. Just a reminder, Collingwood's 2 losses opening round when they got jumped by the Giants and lost by 52 points. Everyone said they were too old. Well, since then they've only lost 1 game, and that was to Geelong by 3 points. So it has been an imperious 2025 campaign to this point for the Pies, but they're struggling on the coast tonight. Rao with another clearance from the boundary thrown on the wing. Hands it to Weller, taps it to the advantage of Anderson. Runs and then kicks forward on the head of Reid. Quaynor does enough to spoil. Quaynor butters up for Collingwood. Hand pass to the advantage of Nick Dacos under pressure. Gives it to his brother. Back to Nick. Josh and Nick, beautiful combination. Nick hands it on and Markov's kick inside 50 hits the leading chest of Membry. Elliott. Getting all these tattoos mixed up. My apologies. Elliott takes the mark, 40 out directly in front.
That's the Collingwood brand of footy, slingshot footy from the half-back line. And great work by Quaynor. He was 2-on-1 out of position. The ability to bring it to ground and then be able to get below his knees and get it going. Awesome work.
So yet to kick a goal tonight, Jamie Elliott. Straight in front, 45 out. Excellent set shot. 2 in a row for Collingwood. Gold Coast's lead is trimmed to 26. So if you didn't read out the scoreline and you said Gold Coast by 26, 21 minutes third quarter, you'd think, tasty. But the Pies have just kicked 2 goals just then. 7:49 to 2:11:23. Zane on the boundary.
So you just quoted Point Break. Can I quote Dumb and Dumber? So you're telling me there's a chance?
Oh, yes. It is better than Lloyd Christmas' chance too, the way that the Pies come hard. Is there a chance here? Jamie Stanton, Jeff White.
Well, Collingwood's been able to get to slow Gold Coast ball movement. The past 10 minutes, Gold Coast have been going long down the line, which is exactly what they weren't doing in the first half. It's like they've put the cue in the rack, trying to slow the ball down to maintain the scoreline when they're going to have to continue to score to beat Collingwood.
And Collingwood are winning the one-on-ones too, so that's very important.
They're up 5 in contested possessions in this third term. It's a whistle on play from the opening stoppage. It's going to go a free kick again to Matt Rowell, who was mishandled. He puts it out to the commentary wing to find Noble. Noble towards half forward through the hands of Flanders, picked up by Budrick. Now it's with Fiorini. Wheels around, kicks it to the pocket, looking for a Reid. Reid brings it down with the 1 minute. It's taken by Walter, tackled immediately by Darcy Moore. And it's going to be balled up in the left forward pocket again. It is a congested forward 50. The Pies have got back there in numbers. It's Witts versus Cox. Witts picks it up, shoos it towards the goal square. Walter can't pick it up. Hoskin Elliott got tackled. It's loose. Walter off the goal line. And no, it's rushed through for one behind as Ben Long looks forward to a free kick. No, it's going to be a free kick which will go to Collingwood. So no score. It'll go to the veteran superstar in Pendlebury. He flares it out to the left and Dan Houston gathers and then slows everything down for the Pies.
Right on the boundary line and near the point post in the left back pocket. Houston chisels a pass which misses at target. He was hoping for Markov, missed him badly. Swallow intercepts to Mark for Gold Coast. Playing as the sub tonight, Dave Swallow, and injected into the game with a hamstring injury for Tuke Miller. Swallow 60 from goal. Decides to set it up to the goal mouth. Big fly from Walter, can't mark. Rick Rose finds a way. He gets it on his left boot but can't kick a goal. It took a cut touch. It's gone through for a point. Suns 7-8-50. Pies 2-11-23.
The Pies bring it back in. It's a long kick towards the wing. Cox made his way in front of McAndrew. Did it beautifully with a double grabber. The handball inside to Josh Dacos. He flares it out to the left. What an intelligent kick. It finds Perryman. The handball forward to Steele. Inside 50, Membry. Beautiful Pies play. Coast-to-coast stuff, and Membry takes the mark. 40 out directly in front.
That is brilliant ball movement. The ability of Josh Dacos from one side of the wing to the other to then have a 2-on-2 without able to split the defence and then kick it off the line to Membry. That's just outstanding footy from Collingwood.
So Tim Membry kicked the first goal for Collingwood at the 15-minute mark of this third term. Elliott got their second, and Membry can come in right now and cut the margin yet again. He leans back on it. He's kicked his second. Here come the Pies. They get their third goal, 7-8-50 the Suns. Collingwood 3-11-29. It is back to a 21-point margin and some nervous bodies here at Carrara.
I reckon this is what they would have spoke about. Let's try and get it to win, under 20 points, around the 20-point mark. Three goals, 4 goals, and look what they're doing. Now the crowd's starting
involved.
To get yep.
But their swap ball movement. Exactly what Gold Coast were doing in the first half, Collingwood's now doing, which is more Collingwood's natural game style. Gold Coast have reverted back to more their natural game style, long down the line, trying to win it through stoppage dominance. And it's showcasing that it's not good enough against Collingwood. They have to go back to speed on the ball like Collingwood are displaying in this quarter.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton are with you. It's Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and it's finally starting to bubble up a bit here. The last 3 goals in the game for Collingwood, and the margin is back to 21 points. Centre bounce. No clearance as Pendlebury's tackled by Humphrey. So the ump comes in, tosses it in the air. Cameron first hand for Collingwood. Doesn't find a rover. Ricochets to the edge of the pack. Collingwood's ball. Hoskin Elliott hands it to Mitchell. Off a step, a rush kick inside, attacking 50 for Cox. Punched away by Andrew of the Suns. On the deck in the pocket. Elliott roves for Collingwood. Hand passes beyond 50 to Markov. Markov kicks back to the pocket. No one there for the Pies. Rioli back in the time of need for Gold Coast. Takes the mark. Running with the flight in the right back pocket.
The slow play, the defensive setup here from the Pies.
Rioli uses his right boot, kicks long towards the wing. Maynard fists it away from the pack. Roved by Rao though. Hand passes to Weller. Suns ball at right half back. Weller kicks around the boundary line. Hoskin Elliott tries to spoil Ainsworth. Ainsworth still gets the ball. Rush kick to half forward. Ben Long marks 60 from goal. Plays on. Long has got a man all on his own in the pocket. Humphrey takes an uncontested checks mark. Doesn't kick for goal. Squares it up. And Closey's the recipient. Closey with the grab. 20 out straight in front.
That's the first time they've been able to get that outside forward motion from the Suns for the entire quarter.
Well, they've dominated the game, the Suns, but Collingwood has kicked the last 3 goals. So the locals need a settler close to 3/4 time. Sam Closey with his right boot provides just that. Gold Coast 8-8-56. Lead Collingwood 3-11-29. It's the Suns by 27 points, almost 28 minutes third term.
And that's a run against the play at the moment. Collingwood are well on top. And Gold Coast still chose to go long down the line and try the one-on-one style, which hasn't really worked in this quarter. They got lucky with a couple of drop marks and a couple of one-on-ones that really Collingwood should have won to then get a player out the back. But they need to change their ball movement going into the last quarter. They have to go back to putting speed on the ball to really challenge the Collingwood defence. Otherwise, Collingwood are well structured like we expect them to be.
Geez, Rao in and under. He's just been up sensational, hasn't he, Pricey?
25 disposals, 11 contested, 9 clearances for Matt Rowell. Back into the middle of Carrara. Off hands. Humphrey tackled by Mitchell immediately. Wrapped up. And will come in and do it all again. The umpire will throw it up. Jared Witts versus Darcy Cameron. Witts muscled him out of the way, grabbed the ball, towed it forward. Markov tackled off it by Ainsworth. Well done to King, got it back to Ainsworth. His handball too hard for Weller. He let it loose, picked up by Rioli. Rioli chisels a pass. Flanders inside 50, hits Humphrey. It's Ainsworth again, in front of Perryman. He's 40 metres out. He's turned his back. He's on a very, very tight angle, only a couple of metres in from the boundary.
That's that forward movement from the stoppages. When there's a loose ball or the ball's in transition forward to centre, they just run so hard, the Suns, and that's where they've exposed the defence of Collingwood on that front side.
So Ben Ainsworth As the crowd hoots. Comes in from a tight angle. It's across the face. Witts flies, as does Waldo. Punched through by Darcy Moore, one behind. Rushed. 8-9, 57. Plays 3-11-29. It's back to a 28-point margin in favour of the Suns.
Nick Dacos runs out of the goal mouth, kicks a long inbound to a contest. Hoskin Elliott, does he take the mark? No, Rioli did enough to spoil. Hoskin Elliott now tackles him, and that two tangled to the deck, and it's a ball up. Gee, did a lot to almost get that grab there, Hoskin Elliott, but
looked like a mark.
Rioli somehow conjured a way to get a hand in there. Tossed in the air on the outer wing. Ruckman share it. Hoskin Elliott crashes through the stoppage, puts his toe to it, gains 20. He'll probably be penalised for that. Yep, no intent to keep it in. So the free kick will go to Rioli for Gold Coast, just defensive side of the wing, with time on the fly in this third quarter. He's called to play on Rioli. Right foot kick, long towards attacking 50. It's the last play of the third term. Gold Coast lead Collingwood by 28 points at three-quarter time. And just before the run through the goal kickers, again, just a moment where you've got to put your binoculars up to have a look at the players breaking up. Maynard's come in to give a gobful. Nick Dacos and Matt Rowell are having a word to each other, and still they're not. Nick Dacos is taking quite his time, just lingering in that group of red before running over to the rest of his teammates. There's a bit going on in this. Suns 8 goals 9, 57 to the Pies 3-11, 29. So Collingwood won the term. They kicked 3 goals 3 to Gold Coast's 2 goals 2. Suns by 13 at quarter time, 35 at half time, and now 28 at the final change. For Gold Coast, Matt Rowell's kicked 2 goals. Ben King has kicked 2 as well. And the 4 singles, Dan Rioli, Bailey Humphrey, Ethan Reid and Sam Closey. While for Collingwood, there's only 3 to speak of. Tim Membry's got 2 of them. Jamie Elliott has the other. It's the Suns by 28 points at three-quarter time. In the NRL, there's just the one game tonight. Getting close to the end of that game at Shark Park between Cronulla Sutherland and the Dolphins. And the Sharks lead it by 14 points to 12. Sharks 14, Dolphins 12. Close finish coming up there with about 7 minutes to go. Meanwhile, Suns 28 points to the good at three-quarter time on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
So Matt Rowell had an enormous game so far, 17 possessions. He's already kicked 1. He's coming in off the long run. Strikes it nicely. Goal umpire doesn't move. Matt Rowell has his second. The Suns with their 7th goal. The way the Pies have been kicking, they have had 10 straight behinds this evening. As Membry comes in, he strikes it nicely. The Pies are on the ball. Their first goal comes at the 15-minute mark of the third term.
So yet to kick a goal tonight, Jamie Elliott. Straight in front, 45 out. Excellent set shot. 2 in a row for Collingwood.
The handball inside to Josh Dacos. He flares it out to the left. What an intelligent kick. It finds Perryman. The handball forward to Steele. Inside 50, Membry. Beautiful Pies play. Coast-to-coast stuff, and Membry takes the mark. And Membry can come in right now and cut the margin yet again. He leans back on it. He's kicked his second. Here come the Pies.
The locals need a settler. Close to three-quarter time. Sam Closey with his right boot provides just that.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The come from behind Kings Collingwood. Well, what have they got for us tonight? They're going to have to come from 28 points down to ensure that Well, everyone won't be talking about the Suns tomorrow morning because Gold Coast has been exemplary to this point of the contest. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and the team with you in gorgeous conditions at Carrara. And the Suns dominant throughout, but the Pies did get a run on, kicked 3 goals in a row late in that third quarter before that Sam Closey goal that you just heard in the highlights. It's Gold Coast 8-9-57. Collingwood 3-11-29, Suns by 28 points. Your experts are Jamie Stanton and Jeff White. Half an hour to go in this one. Is it another one of those Pies surges? What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, you never say never with the Pies, do you? They're always going to be there and about. But yeah, I just thought that they showed some really positive signs in that third quarter. The ability to win one-on-one contests, ability to slow up the Suns' play, which they had so much of the first half of. They're able to get on the front side, slingshot footy, be able to play fast. The Pies didn't allow them to do that. Only a small portion, a little bit near the end of that third quarter. But besides that, they own that quarter, the Pies. So they're just got to play the slingshot footy. They're going to go more aggressive. You saw that the Josh Dacos kick from one wing to the other that resulted in that goal inside forward 50 was outstanding. They're going to take some risks. They're going to go for it. Collingwood, they're renowned for owning the corridor. They're renowned for kicking not towards the boundary line, but more towards centre half forward, and they're going to have a crack. They're going to play aggressive footy this last quarter, and so it's up to the Suns now. Are they going to go in their shell? They went in their shell, like you said, Jamie, in that third quarter. They played slow footy. They're just going to continue to play that fast footy that's been really prominent in the entire game.
I know we've spoken about this probably being Gold Coast's most important game that they've ever played, but this is the most important quarter they've probably ever played. This will either be the difference with them going into the back end of the season and maybe finals with confidence, being like, we can do it against the best and we have the ability to, versus, well, we're shaky when we're put under pressure, when we can't do what we want, what Dimmer does, like what Dimmer's asked us to do and we struggle to perform it. That is the big difference here, and this is Gold Coast's coming-of-age moment in this quarter. Can they withstand Collingwood throwing as many punches as they've got left, and are they prepared to revert back to the ball movement of the first half, or are they going to maintain their shell? I want them to go with the ball in hand and try to win this game by more.
Well, guess what happened not so long ago when they played the Giants, Q? Giants came back in the last quarter.
And then you look to last week.
And they finished off.
Essendon pressed last week to three-quarter time, but the Suns kicked 6 goals to naught. If Collingwood kicked 6 goals to naught, I'll probably win from here, Pricey. Final term underway. Gold Coast lead by 28 points.
Could be the night of their existence for the Gold Coast Suns. It comes down to Collingwood, though. Josh Dacos breaks a tackle. Handball forward. Ned Long, the left foot inside 50, immediately the Pies into attack. Hewlin spoils, roved by Noble, tackled into the ground by McStay. There will be a ball up in the Pies, forward 50, 30 metres out directly in front of goal.
Rowell 28, Noble 20, Rowell 25, Noble 24, the leading disposals for the Suns.
Cox gets it down, Schultz through traffic, shoots it to Elliott. Elliott breaks a tackle. The handball cut off by Fiorini. Under pressure, he hoiks it towards centre half back. Good contest, brings it to ground. Steel side bottom, handball forward. Pendlebury, class. Have a look at that for a kick. He hits Josh Dacos, 40 out, just to the left of centre.
They've straightened themselves up since half time. The kicks now are going into what we call the V. They're not going towards the boundary line. They're going straight into the V and just to straighten up. So you had Nick Dacos, and now you have Pendlebury doing the same thing.
So Josh Dacos, an exquisite user of the ball. His 18th disposal coming up. This will be his first shot at goal. He lets it go from 40. It's an arrow. The Pies are coming. The Pies are coming. A minute 20 gone in the final term, and they reduced the lead to 22 points. 8-9-57 the Suns to 4-11-35.
Fantastic vision by Scott Pendlebury, but that's really poor defence from Gold Coast. That's 4 players trailing and watching the ball, thinking that they can impact when one's only needed to go. The others have to cover off and lock up Dacos, and I think Darcy Cameron was also standing in the corridor. They could have raffled it. But Gold Coast then, they're doing things they're trying to do the right thing because they think they've got to go, they've got to impact. But what they've got to do is trust that you get your job done while I cover off.
Or that there was a stop play was basically where Josh Dacos marked it. So the Suns players had exited that dangerous area, basically. So they thought that they were going to win it. So they were predicting what could possibly happen.
4 of the last 5 goals to Collingwood. Big centre bounce here. Josh Dacos with a hand pass clearance. Pendlebury kicks it off the ground to the advantage of Sullivan at right half forward. Gathers near the boundary line under pressure. Hooks it back high into the pockets. And, well, almost a mark to Joel Jeffrey of the Suns. He's pressured off it by Sidebottom. Boundary throw in, but Collingwood get the clearance and get into attack. We'll get the stop play here about 30 metres around from their goal. The Pies kicking to the big screen.
That's a change they've made. They put Josh Dacos into the centre. He's won 2 clearances already out of the centre.
Throw in, Pies in attack. Cox tacks down looking for Sullivan. Shrugged off it, picked up by Weller of the Suns. Rush clearance. Ben Long tries to gather, does on half-back, takes on the tackle of Ned Long. Ned Long with a good tackle, indiscriminate hand pass, cleaned up by Weller at left half-back for the Suns. Hands it to Anderson. Anderson's hand pass is stolen, though, by Josh Dacos on the wing. Hands it infield. Pendlebury with a tap onto Markov. Markov kicks to the corridor, looking for Maynard. Brought away by Adams, but Schultz rose for the out. Hands it to Maynard. He's run down from behind. Brilliant tackle from Connor Butterick. Butterick with the free kick. Kicks it to right half back, and Noble there to receive it.
Geez, Elliott needed to give the block then because Maynard was going on his left foot. Or Chris, sorry.
Rao with a long, Noble with a long kick from half back to the wing. Pendlebury underneath the stoppage. Again gets his boot to it. Chris taps it forward. Schultz wins the footy, rides the tackle of Noble. Hand passes infield to Josh Dacos. On the road from, run them from 52. Elliott marks in the goal mouth. Elliott's taken the mark next to the goal post.
What about that effort from Schultz? What? Ability to be clean below his knees, but know the contact's coming and then spin out of the congestion.
Opens the angle. Jamie Elliott kicks the goal. Well, here's the template. First ever Friday night at Carrara for the Suns. So what do? They kick the first 7 goals of the game. What's been Collingwood's most dramatic one-wood of recent times? Doesn't matter how far in front they are. We're coming at you. That's 2 goals in a row for Collingwood to start the final quarter. They've kicked 5 of the last 6. The black and white mob are hooting on the coast. And Friday night footy now only has a 16-point margin.
And geez, you've got to give credit to the coaching staff because not over yet, obviously, but just at half-time, you see a total change in the way they've played their style of footy. They've addressed what they needed to fix up, and now they've put Josh Dacos in the middle, and he's been outstanding so far.
He's had 5 disposals. The Gold Coast have had 7. Bounced in the middle. Witts versus Cameron. Rowell imposes himself. Didn't take the ball with him. Pendlebury. Oh, class. Explodes away. The left foot inside 50. Over the top of the pack. McAndrew versus Elliott. Elliott toes it towards the boundary line. Not a lot of intent to keep it in. All of the Gold Coast fans and players appealing for it, but it will be a throw in, and justifiably so. Left forward pocket for Collingwood. They were trailing at one stage by 40 points in this game. Only 16 points the margin now in favour of the Suns. The throw in. Witts in front of Cox. Schultz gets there first. Can't keep it in. Takes it back over to whence it came and will do it all again. Zane Bojack.
And number 35 is prancing around this interchange bench like he is a cage lion. He can't wait to get out there.
So Nick Dacos on the bench at the moment as the Pies are in attack. Boundary throw in to the front of the contest. Josh Dacos didn't have the ball. Free kick. Holding the man. Got advantage side of the pack, and Weller was like a kangaroo in the headlights. He thought, no, I can't let him get away from me. Dragged him down. Free kick to Josh Dacos. As good as point-blank range. 15 out straight in front.
There's the luxury of just, you know what, we'll just inject you into the midfield. You can have 6 possessions and lining up for his second goal in the last quarter.
I tell you what, if you're Hugh Bowman going 6 wide on Winks, you are gathering them in real quick. That's what Collingwood's like. The great mare at Wanwick, you could tell when she was coming. I tell you what, listen to Carrara. Here's Dacos. The Pies are coming. The Pies are coming. Six of the last 7 goals in the game. 10 points is the margin. Collingwood hadn't kicked a goal until the 16-minute mark of the third quarter. Gotta love footy, Jamie and Jeff. Gotta love footy.
Jeez, you just the way they've attacked this start of this last quarter, and it just showed the momentum. They were gaining momentum in the third quarter. They've taken that into the last quarter as well.
But Josh Dacos just got on the move at the stoppage.
Who are you on from here?
I said at three-quarter time, I reckon they can still win Collingwood. Their momentum's going. They're up and about. They're on their toes. Their small forwards are getting involved a lot.
So the Suns have put Bailey Humphrey on Josh Dacos in the middle. That will be interesting. Rowell versus Mitchell. Witts gets it down. Humphrey in front of Josh Dacos, but Dacos tackles him immediately. Ball up just beside the centre circles. Dacos with 6 disposals, 2 goals, and plenty of contested possessions in there as well. Off hands, Rowell, his first touch for the final term. Kicks it to half forward. Humphrey gives away a free kick against Markov. Markov plays on immediately. Handball to Mitchell, to Roan Steele. Drops a pass in front of Dan McStay.
Well,
he's in front of McAndrew. That's very close to 50. Boy, McAndrew very fortunate there. He knocked McStay and the ball away after McStay took the mark. Just forward to centre wing, out of side. McStay gets onto the left foot, lowers his eyes, misses the target. Noah Anderson gets in front of everyone and takes a defensive mark for the Gold Coast.
And no run for him though, Jamie. That's where they'd usually ping from there. And he has to kick it back to fullback for Hewlin. So Collingwood have got him on their terms. Hewlin kicks a turnover. Schultz takes the mark at D50. And that's the captain, Noah Anderson, deciding to slow it down there. They have gone into their shell, the Suns. Schultz takes the mark on attacking 50 for Collingwood. Plays on with his right foot, doesn't kick for goal. McStay gets to the front of the pack and marks 25 out. Daniel McStay reads the inbound kick and almost uncontested in the end. He had a man on his back in Jeffrey, but McStay got to the drop. Big moment for him.
But the kick from Schultz was the key as well.
This has been an unbelievable surge from Collingwood to bring it within a goal, to make the margin 4. Dan McStay, he's gone back to his old days. He's had an absolute shocker from straight in front, pushed it left. That's a very familiar scene in southeast Queensland for a man that spent years at the Gabba. Bad miss from McStay, 9 the lead to the Suns.
Hewlin comes out of the goal square, kicks it to centre wing. Dropping in front, Ben King. It's a free kick. It'll go against Jared Witts, who blocked Darcy Cameron. Crowd goes feral here at Carrara as the Pies ruckman gets the free kick. He flares to the right of the mark, kicks it inside 50. Schultz got in front of the marking of the Gold Coast Suns. They're all looking at each other saying, who had this bloke? Well, nobody did. He took the mark, 40 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
I love the variety they've shown here too, the Pies. They've gone in deep, they've gone to the V, but then they just go off the line a little bit. It's actually then sucking the Suns to try and go through the corridor.
So Lachie Schultz will come in from 45. He lets go. It's close. It's there. You cannot count these guys out. The Pies are within 3 points. 8-9-57 the Suns, 7-12-54 to Collingwood. 11 and a half gone final turn.
What's the inside forward 50 to the Suns in this quarter?
8-0, Whitey. Our brains are in the same spot. I literally just looked it up. 8-0 inside 50 to the Pies.
And 0 time in forward half, pretty close to that. Gold Coast have to win it from the centre clearance right now. They've got their 3 prime ball movers in Humphrey, Rowell, Anderson. They're the big bucks paid here on the Gold Coast. They need to win it. This is their time to stand up.
If you've just joined us, Collingwood was 40 points down, having not kicked the goal early in the third quarter. They kicked their first goal 16 minutes into the third quarter. They've kicked 7 of the last 8 in the game. Gold Coast lead by 3 points. What a Friday night footy we've got for you on ABC Sports. Centre bounce. Anderson with a clearance for the Suns. His hand pass, though, intercepted by Houston of the Pies. Taps it to the advantage of Big Mace. Cox is tackled immediately by Witts. Ball up. Still in the bullseye.
And I love what they're running here with Dacos starting at centre half forward and then coming up to these stoppages and playing in the midfield.
Witts got a hand at the stoppage. Humphries underneath. He's tackled immediately. No clearance. Another ball up. Just slightly attacking side of the centre bullseye for the Suns. Hardly seen it down that end. Witts gets first hand at ruck time. Loses his footing. Hand pass stolen by Nick Dacos. Indiscriminate hand. It's still in the chop. Flanders gets it for the Suns. Gives it to Anderson. Anderson wrapped up immediately by Pendlebury. Still in the middle near the bullseye. And another ball up.
Umpire throws it up very quickly. Cameron got it down to Nick Dacos. Shoos it forward to half forward. It's read beautifully there by Mac Andrew for the Suns. He flares it to the right to the run of Bodie Hewlin. 60 from his own goal. They've set up nicely so the transition in the horseshoe can't happen at the moment, Collingwood. So Hewlin has to go up the line again. Big pack of players. Cox versus Witts. Witts spoils it front and square. Fiorini. The left shoe inside 50. King versus Moore. Over the back. Well done. Oh, gathered there. Beautiful tackling. Collingwood turn it over. Quainer kicks it towards the wing. Dan Rioli through his hands. It's picked up by McStay. Tackled off the ball. He missed his boot. Nothing happened. Dacos, exquisite. Kicks it inside the corridor. It's to Pendlebury. Pendlebury to the run of Houston. Inside 50, Elliott. Elliott takes it 40 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
Don't underestimate that kick from Quainer. He kicked it a check side into the corridor, and that's where all the numbers were. Instead of kicking it down the line or kicking it high, there's a little bit of a check side into the corridor where all the numbers were. Great one-on-one win from McStay, and then whoosh, go away they went. Just brilliant play.
2 goals, 3 for the evening for Jamie Elliott. This one could put the Pies in front. From 40. Elliott! Elliott kicks it! Pies in front! Their fans go feral in the stands here at Carrara. 8-9-57 the Suns, now overtaken by Collingwood. 8-12-60. 15 gone, final quarter. ABC Sport on a Friday night. What a cracker.
Oh, it's been awesome, but the ball movement, it's a tale of two halves, isn't it? Collingwood have been able to do what they normally do in games, which is, like what I said, move the ball to the centre of the corridor, and then they spread from there and get out on the open side. Gold Coast did that fantastic in the first half and put 7 goals on. Collingwood have now done the flip, 7 goals on.
15 minutes, third quarter. Collingwood without a goal, deficit 39 points. 15 minutes, final term. Collingwood in front at 8-12 to 8-9. Extraordinary surge from the ladder-leading Magpies. Well, can the big boys stand up here? For Gold Coast, Cox with the tap down. Anderson comes through though. Clearance for the Suns, a rare one. Hands it to Fiorini. Short kick gathered by Flanders, 60 from goal. Finds a path, chips it wide, looking for Reid. Can't take the marks. Ball by Markov, rode by Ainsworth. Quick little hand pass to Swallow. Chips it to the pocket, looking for Long. Free kick to Ben Long. Got tangled in the marking contest. And boy,
I don't know, it was a bit, they're both going for it, but
yeah,
then again, when Ned Long had his back to the ball, that's where they see the spoil, front on contact, yeah.
Yep, so it was Ned Long spoiling Ben Long, and boy, don't the Suns need something here. Tough angle left forward pocket, 35 out. Opens up the right foot, snap, punt. Suns back in front. Gold Coast, 9-9-63. Collingwood, 8-12-60.
It wasn't a pretty goal, but it was just Gold Coast scrapping the ball forward from a centre clearance, which is what they can do. It's not their ideal mode that they've used tonight to put score on the board, but that finish from Long was really important. He had to nail that to give them some confidence that when they go forward, they can match Collingwood in the forward half at the moment.
And then on the flip side, you could see that that's what Collingwood was lacking in the first half. The front side movement of the Suns. So for Ned Long to actually be there and be in that contest shows that that's the area that they've tidied up. Even though he gave away the free kick, in the first half, they were getting those possessions uncontested.
So we're back into the middle of Carrara. The Suns have wrestled the lead back. 3 points the margin. Witts versus Cameron. At the back, Anderson explodes onto it. Handball to Weller. Back to Anderson inside 50. Anderson. Oh, what a goal. What a goal. The Suns by 9 points. This is a Friday night spectacular on ABC Sport. What a ripping goal. And Noah Anderson. Talk about a captain's effort. It's back to a 9-point margin, 10-9-69 to 8-12-60. 18 minutes gone, final term. Whitey take over.
How good footy. I love the 6-6 setup. It's been a wonderful addition to our game. Can't flood back. The onus is on winning centre bounce clearance, and that's exactly what the Suns just did in that situation. Great tap from Witts. He tapped it over his head. He was facing the other way. He tapped it over his head. Definite set play. Anderson to get on it. Then the ability to then give the hands and give it back to him in that 2-on-1. Just sensational centre bounce clearance and goal.
There's still 10 minutes of playing time left. 9 points the lead to the Suns. They've kicked the last 2. Centre bounce. Witts taps down. Josh Dacos taken without the ball. Free kick Collingwood.
How good has he been in the middle of this quarter? Leave him in there for the rest of the year. Fly.
He's been
unreal.
Drew Flanders into the tackle. Now Dacos kicks Collingwood into attack. Elliott with a huge leap. Can't take the mark. Punched away from the pack. Hold on. Umpire says there's going to be a free kick going to the Suns. And now that was against Cameron, I think, for holding Witts. It was the step ladder for Jamie Elliott there.
Witts has done that second half. He's got down there, made Cameron accountable when he's gone forward.
Witts from defensive 50, kicks to the wing. Moore spoils away from Reed. Ball on the ground. Players pile in. Umpire 2. And we'll have a ball up. I'm going to take this moment to get some oxygen. Suns by 13 at quarter time. 35 at half time. Got out by 40. Led by 28 at three-quarter time. Collingwood got to the front. Suns' last 2 goals. Suns lead by 9 points. Stoppage on the outer wing. Free kick goes
holding the ball
Fiorini's way.
Yeah, beautiful tackle, Braden Fiorini, and he slows it all down. Collingwood set up beautifully in front of him. Umpire says play on now. He plays on. Goes long down the line. Reed did well. Good contest. Brings it to ground. Hoskin Elliott gets there for Collingwood, though, under pressure. He kicks it out of bounds on the full. Really good pressure.
That was Rao.
Oh, he's had some kind of game, that Rao.
We were chased down from behind, just those 1%ers.
So Braden Fiorini. Central outer wing. The Suns crowd just trying to will their team forward. They're leading by 9 points. Fiorini kicks it to Anderson just beyond centre wing. And the Suns skipper slows things down.
Coming up for possession 31, Noah Anderson. It's a right foot kick from the wing. High to attacking 50 for Gold Coast. King underran the ball. Cameron couldn't mark for Collingwood. Falls to his feet. Players pile in and a ball up. Ben King he didn't even get to that in a sense. Well, he didn't get to touch it. So it went beyond his hands. Cameron beats Witts at ruck time. Rove by Sidebottom, too close to the boundary to create, though. Out of play. And we'll have another throw in. 21 minutes final quarter. Gold Coast 10-9-69. Collingwood 8-12-60. Friday night football on ABC Sport. Sounds like a regulation sort of scoreline, but if you were with us earlier on, it's taken a weird path to get there. Josh Dacos reads the tap at half-back. Bursts from the stoppage. Mungs the kick to half-forward, though. Andrew Roves there for the Suns. Hand passes to Hewland. Hewland kicks wide towards the wing, very wide. And David Swallow takes the grab, the veteran. On true halfway, near the boundary on the broadcast side. Suns by 9 points.
As you like to call him, that in-excess cover band, the original Sun. He kicks towards right half forward. Witts Through hands, front and square Rowell, tackled by Mitchell. Got the handball away to Noble. Noble inside 50. Good defensive effort from the Pies, brings it to ground. Maynard, it dribbles towards the boundary line over 45 metres out from the Gold Coast goal, and it will be a throw-in underneath the small scoreboard that reads the Gold Coast leading by 9 points with 22 minutes gone of the final term.
Still about 8 minutes of playing time left. Plenty of time. 22,831 in the house. So it hasn't broken the record. It's not even bigger than last year's crowd between the two. Anyway, boundary throw in. Closey out the back with a quick snap. The goal for the Suns. Ben Long gathers. He's under pressure. Tackled by Perryman, holding the ball. Perryman got some help from Quainer as well. And I think they're going to give Quainer the free kick, although Perryman did 80% of the work. Quainer chips it to the right back pocket. Nick Dacos marks. Holds it up for the Pies. Looks back to the corridor, a slicing kick to his brother. Josh marks it just shy of centre half back. Plays on with the chip upfield. Pendlebury, defensive edge of the centre square. Near centre half back, marks. Handballs to Quainer. Quainer hands it on to Nick Dacos. Brilliant half volley pick up to an average handball. Hands it on to Sidebottom. Forward of the wing. Sidebottom kick to Elliott. Two juggles, no mark. Play on. Sullivan picks up for the Pies. He's tackled immediately. No Pryor. Ball up on attacking 50 for Collingwood.
This is where the Suns got to be wary of what the, especially from the half-back line, they'll just go through the corridor. They had all the numbers through the corridor there, the Pies. They didn't even go out towards the wing, so they're trying to play attacking footy.
Umpire throws it up. Witts takes it out of the ruck, puts it onto the big slipper, gets it outside defensive 50, gathered by Josh Dacos. Handball to Sidebottom. He hoiks it inside 50 once again. Witts standing there, takes a chest mark, slows things down. Around about 6:40 left in the final term. It is the Gold Coast Suns by 9 points. Witts gave the handball to Hewlin, then it goes back to Hewlin from Witts, and then he's under enormous pressure, kicks it out of bounds on the full. So it's going to be with Will Hoskin-Elliott just forward a centre wing on the outer side.
Suns by 9 points. 24 minutes final term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. With Pies fans aplenty leaning over the fence on the Nerang River wing. Giving Will Hoskin-Elliott some advice. It's a high kick towards attacking 50. Membry's got 3 to beat. Fisted away. Rode by Josh Dacos. Gives it to Nick. He's under pressure. High tackle to Nick Dacos against Rowell. Oh, here's a moment. We know he's got the journey. Man on the mark's 49 out. Nick Dacos audaciously plays on. Got himself in trouble. Hands it to his brother. That's who you want helping you out in the time of need. But he's missed it. Josh Dacos misses across the face. It's a point. And the Suns lead by 8 with 6 minutes to play.
The inboard goes to McAndrew, right back pocket, and he takes the mark, slows it right down.
Great awareness from the Suns then on the mark with Nick Dacos.
Long kick towards Witts, front and square. Mitchell gave it back to Quainer. Good handball to Ned Long. Mongrel kick. Made good by Elliott. Handball back to Josh Dacos. Off a step towards the goals. Tracking back, McAndrew punches it through for a rushed behind. 7 points the margin in favour of the Suns. 69 plays 62. Nearly 25 and a half gone final quarter.
I want Gold Coast to be more daring with their ball movement. They have to try to win this game still. They cannot play this slow kick long down the line. It's not working for them.
Jeffrey with a long inbound after running to the pocket. Almost marked by Darcy Moore in the pack. Just came out at the last moment. Witts has to go to his hands and knees to Rove and lock it up.
Josh Dacos has had 14 in this final term. 14.
And he could have kicked 3.
Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with you. Ball up. Witts taps down, but Crisp comes through for Collingwood. Immediately tackled by Rowell. And another stoppage. Collingwood got to the front 15 minutes into this quarter, but the Suns have kicked the last 2 goals. Pies have kicked the last 2 scores, which have both been points. 7 the lead to Gold Coast. From the stoppage, Pendlebury nudged off at Anderson's hand pass stolen by Crisp. He's tackled by Rowell. Holding the ball. Crisp took him on. Rowell makes the clamp. Free kick to Matt Rowell on defensive 50 for the Suns.
Tackle number 12.
That was a brilliant tackle. That was his best one.
An absolute cracking game from Matt Rowell. He flares it backwards to find Hewlin. Hewlin over to the opposite pocket to McAndrew. He measures the kick, dangerous.
It went through the hands there of Powell. Collingwood have it. Houston lowers his eyes. Ned Long takes it 40 out, just slightly left of centre. 7 points the margin here. He can bring it back to within a point.
That's what we say about going through the corridor. Josh Dacos had the ball going towards the wing, hand passed it over his head to a player coming through the corridor. Just a brilliant awareness.
So Ned Long hasn't troubled the scorers tonight. Comes in. It's short, it's right, it's only one behind. What price a draw here, people? 69 plays 63. It's an even goal. The Suns leading it with nearly 28 gone to this last quarter.
Yulin runs beyond the goal mouth, runs to the pocket, booms a long kick towards the wing. Walter got to the front, can't mark, spoiled away by Moore. Rode by Rowell, hand pass, doesn't find a teammate. Josh Dacos gets it to his boot, not an effective kick. Walter charges through, says it's mine. Gets onto it, the young gun kid. Kicks it to half forward on top of the pack. Ricochets to Houston of Collingwood. He's taken down ferociously, holding the ball. Thought he got legged, but no, he just lost his footing. Rowell was among a couple on top of him. Free kick to Rowell, 60 from goal. Suns lead by a goal. There's 3.5 minutes left. Rowell at right half forward. 70 out, kicks it high to the pocket. King got a hand, can't mark. Rode by Cameron at Collingwood. Hand passes clear. Chris flips it to Schultz at half back. Beautiful play. Hand pass on to Long outside of the boot. He kicks it to the middle of the ground. Maynard, it's McStay taking the mark in the bullseye. Kicks it wide. A lateral kick for side bottom. Marks on the outer wing. Kicks back infield to Pendlebury. No one on him. Edge of the centre square. Pendlebury taking every moment. Decides to kick it back to his old mate side bottom. Takes the grab just forward of the wing, between wing and right half forward. What was a surge has now become a measured build up to go into attack. Side bottom's kick towards the corridor. Membry the target, fisted away. Pendlebury rose though. Hand pass to the corridor. Witts is there for the Suns. Hands it off to Jeffrey. Jeffrey bangs them clear.
Oh, he just hacks it out. It's a dangerous kick towards the outer wing. Maynard and King. Maynard did beautifully. Goes back, picks it up, handball Quainer. He goes across the logo outer side, kicks it inside 50 looking for McStay. Punched away by McAndrew. Over the boundary line for a throw in. 6 points the margin, 29.5 gone, final term.
King has to do more in that contest. When King's playing on Maynard as a third tall intercept type, he has to knock that over the boundary or win the one-on-one. Gold Coast needed it.
2 minutes 10 left in the final term. Throw in. Witts versus Cameron. Cameron flicks it off. Sullivan tackled, lets loose the ball. Illegal disposal. It's going to be a free kick to the Suns. There's 30 minutes elapsed in this final term. Only 2 minutes of play left. The Suns lead it by a goal and a relieving free kick.
Daniel Rioli's going to take it. And taking a moment, as you'd expect for a man of his experience. What a game. Magpies hit the front. 15 minutes into the final term, having not kicked a goal, 16 minutes into the third quarter. Rioli kicks wide to a pack. Off hands. It's out of play. So, Suns gaining about 40 or 50 metres on that play. Boundary throw-in still in Collingwood's attacking half. Gold Coast 10-9, 69. Collingwood 8-15, 63. Approaching 31 minutes final term. Big stoppage here. Boundary throw-in. Cameron taps, rode by Rowell, tackled by side bottom. Indiscriminate hand pass goes over the boundary line. Pendlebury says, I want insufficient. And Pendlebury gets it. Free kick, Collingwood on the wing. Onto his left. He kicks towards attacking 50. Membry takes the mark, 51 out. Wants to play on. Does. Kicks to the pocket. Side bottom dives. Can't take the mark. The kick wasn't as good as it could have been. Hewlin picks up. Tackled immediately. Tackled high. Free kick, Gold Coast in the left back pocket. Ned Long going over the shoulder.
So Bodie Hewlin, the boy from Broadbeach, in the left back pocket. His team leading by 6 points. There is just under a minute left to play. Hewlin, a long kick towards the outer wing. A big fly and Walter spoils the ball over the boundary line. It'll be a throw in on the outer wing.
Interesting tactic. Noah Anderson is behind the ball as the spare at the moment and not at the stoppage.
Well, that is interesting. There's pairs all over the place here. One-on-ones.
They're dragging all their numbers up forward, so there's a lot of players, and there's no one in the forward 50 for Suns.
It's an enormously short throw-in. Witts fell over. The Suns have it. Rioli hooks the ball towards Maynard. It bounces away from him over the boundary line.
Yeah.
The umpire said that it was less intent. Free kick Collingwood. They play on quickly. It's kicked towards right half forward, spoiled over the boundary line. A throw-in 80 metres from the Collingwood goal.
33 seconds left for another Collingwood miracle. Gold Coast lead by a goal. Magpies at right half forward. Boundary throw in. Cameron, clean possession, hands it out the back. Taken by Pendlebury. He's nudged off his feet and lost it. Rowell picks it up, kicks it forward for the Suns. No one at half forward. Quayner's there for Collingwood. He needs help. He grubbers it backwards. Then eventually taps it on along the ground to Houston. Houston just forward to full back gathers. Hand pass to Ned Long. He lost it. Tapped off the ground by Ben Long. Quaynor's going to pick it up. Collingwood's got it. They trail by a goal. Quaynor's kick to the outer wing. Nick Stay marks. Siren beats the Pies. Gold Coast beat the Pies by 6 points. Who would have thought that the problem child growing up would be easy? No way. But after 16 years, they might have just grown up. (10-9) 69 beats 8-15 63. Suns by 13 at quarter time, 35 at half time. Collingwood was no goals, 10 behinds, 15 minutes into the third quarter. Then exploded. Suns led by 28 points at three-quarter time. Collingwood kicked the first 5 goals of the last quarter to get in front by 3 points, only for the Suns to kick the last 2. What a game. Gold Coast triumphant by a straight kick.
We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold on the top. Run, run, run all the way. Hey! We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We're the team who never say die.
22,831 to see it. Gold Coast now with 11 wins and 5 losses. The Magpies' 3rd loss of the year. Goal kickers for the Suns. Matt Rowell kicked 2. Ben King kicked 2. And 6 singles to Noah Anderson, Dan Rioli, Bailey Humphrey, Ethan Reid, Sam Closey and Ben Long. Ben Long is the last of those goal kickers for the Suns, while for Collingwood, there are 8 goals. 3 to Elliott, 2 to Membry, and singles to Schultz, Josh Dacos. And I think I'm one short among all of that.
3 to Elliott.
3 to Elliott.
2 to Josh.
2 to Josh.
1 to Lockie Schultz.
2 to Membry.
And 2 to Membry.
Yeah, 2 to Josh Dacos. So 3 to Elliott, 2 to Josh Dacos, 2 to Membry. Lockie Schultz, the other goal kicker. Wow. Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, this is going to take some sifting through. We'd love to hear from you on the text line 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. We'll get Zano in the rooms as well. 0437 774 774. What just happened?
What a game. That was incredible. Is it, like Jamie said, it's a tale of 2 halves, but just shows you just the game strategy, the game style of Collingwood. ability to identify what they were doing wrong at half time and then come out and execute that in the second half. It's brilliant to watch. But what a game. That's finals footy. I mean, that first half that the Suns played defensively, and we spoke about this at half time, it's quite a high intensity style of footy that they played. So, yeah, you could look at it and go, well, they let Collingwood into the second half, but it's the intensity that they were playing at was just ferocious. They were getting on the front side. They were getting out of the contest. They were winning the contest. They were winning it outside and inside, as a lot of experts talk these days. But then Collingwood just went, hang on a minute, we're getting beaten on the outside. They're destroying us on the front half of all the contested possessions. We've got to slow that down, and that's what they did. And then they started that last quarter. I mean, Josh Dacos, leave him in the centre for the rest of the year, please, with his brother. But he's had 16 possessions and kicked 2 goals, 1 in the last quarter. That's phenomenal.
4 clearances, 10 contested, 307 metres gained for the quarter.
Unbelievable. And then you have Matt Rao, who he's had 32 possessions, but how many? He's kicked 2 as well. But how many tackles did he have? 13. I mean, and that tackle right at near the end was the one inside forward 50, inside Collingwood's forward 50.
He had 9 inside 50s too, Whitey.
Phenomenal. Just what a game. And, geez, it's just final footy right there.
How about Scott Pendlebury, though, in the final, the second half? 17 disposals when he got activated at half time. That's incredible class.
And then they're also going to look at, Myercheck didn't play. Lipinski's been playing amazing footy, and you look at the players who got to come back in.
Well, Tuke Miller with a hamstring and Jeremy Howe out with a groin. They were the other stories of the game. But Jamie Stanton, how do you think Dimmer's going to wrap this up? Because that's probably the biggest story of the night. With no disrespect to Collingwood, they're usually the biggest story, no matter what. But it was all about the Suns tonight, and they got over the line. But what do you reckon the coach is going to say?
I think he'll package it in a positive way, because I think he'll go in there and probably say that's the first time anyone's made Collingwood look sort of silly, and since round 1 when Collingwood probably didn't start right. So he'll look at the first half in a really positive way. He'll deconstruct, I think, quarter 3, quarter 4 on the way Collingwood were able to move the ball on them and what they failed in the defensive lapses at times, and they got caught a little bit on their slide defence and a few things like that because of the ball movement and how they moved the ball. But I think he'll really focus on the last 9 minutes and their ability to stand up when probably everyone thought Collingwood would run away with it. And that's something that Gold Coast have never done before. And knowing Dimmer in the way that he operates, he will harp on that point to no end, the last 9 minutes and their ability to hold. And just retort Collingwood was really impressive and growing and really a big confidence boost for them. Yes, should they have moved the ball differently? Yes. Should they have done a lot of things right? Yes, but he'll be talking about going, you were able to stop the juggernaut of a team that overcomes and overruns nearly everyone in that moment in time. You guys were able to stop, get a couple of goals on the board, reset, go again.
I think what also Collingwood's taught the league to do is to be able to switch, go defence, go to attack. And the most impressive part I saw from the Suns was that centre bounce clearance from Noah Anderson, because they hit it in a different spot. So it was a great set play, not only to finish it off, but to get it out of the centre at such a crucial moment.
G'day to Claire from Castlemaine, who texts, OMG, the Pies need to consider their elderly fans. My heart hasn't been beating this fast since I could run. I've been a one-eyed Pies fan for 72 years. Thank you, Claire. 0437 774 774 to get in touch. Gold Coast 10-9, 69. Collingwood 8-15, 63. So the Pies, having not kicked a goal for 2.5 quarters, got to the lead halfway through the last quarter, only to concede the last 2 goals of the game, and the Suns win it by 6 points.
A friend of mine who's a mad Collingwood supporter over the last 3 years, or since they won the flag, I'd text him and say, no, you're gone here. He's always said, no, we'll come back. We'll be right.
Beneath us, the Suns fans see their team assembled at the top of the home race. Dan Rioli's up there waving to the crowd. among others, as they now descend into the rooms. And we'll also see the charge of the Light Brigade for kick to kick.
There's no guard in the middle.
No, there isn't. Let's get down to zone, though, because the Suns' rooms are humming.
Yes, indeed they are, Q. Noah Anderson, he was absolutely ecstatic as he came in. He gave about 3 big claps, and the VFL reserves from the Suns, they almost ran over to celebrate with him. They're all in a huddle. Here we go. What a win. 6-point win over the 23 premiers and the ladder leaders. They've got big games coming up against the Crows and the Brisbane Lions, and they've started Big Boy Month with a big win.
We'll stay close, Zane. Zane Bojack down in the Gold Coast rooms, and it was interesting to see that Tuke Miller too was all into the tracksuit and had the beanie on, so that's another story as we get to the back end of this season. He's done a hamstring. So it'll be interesting to see just the severity of that, and also Jeremy Howe with a groin injury for Collingwood. 0437 774 774 is the number. Brendan from Hobart texts, McStay and Long missing directly in front. Could have won. Yeah, there's always a...
Yeah, that McStay one was...
well...
wasn't it? Yeah.
And look,
but then again...
He's done a lot of good things in his footy career, Dan McStay, but we spent a lot of time at the Gabba seeing him miss shots like that. I thought it was out of his game.
I thought, yeah, but they didn't kick a goal in the first half, so you run through a lot of those circumstances. But I think McStay's been really accurate this year. I think
he has.
I think it's been really, really good.
It was surprising, and everyone can miss one. Lou from Stall text, great call team, Pie supporter here, wanted to win, but really sounded like the Suns played the better football. Congrats to them. Hopefully it's the last game we lose this year. Now to try and get to sleep with my blood pressure up. Yeah. Back into the Suns' rooms and Zane Bojack.
Yeah, I'm down here with a man who just had the 9 inside 50s, 13 tackles, also managed to pick up 32 disposals and a couple of goals as well. Matty Real, what a performance tonight by the Gold Coast Suns, beating the ladder leading Collingwood.
Yeah, super proud of the boys tonight. We came out of the gates really hard, and then we really dug deep in that last quarter, so just really proud.
What was the message when they were coming at you and they even got in front? Was there any panic amongst the playing group?
No, there wasn't too much panic. Like, we know they're a good side. We knew they were going to come, and momentum's a really hard thing in footy, but we've worked really hard on it throughout the year, and we've had a few moments like that haven't gone our way this year, and I think we really dug deep and just looked within with each other and was really happy with how we did it.
I know your coach, Damien Hardwick's just come past and given you a big hug, and he talked about this being Big Boy Month. You got the Crows next, you got the Lions. Do you feel like this is the time you guys can really start to put the cat among the pigeons?
Yeah, look, you want to play the best, you want to test yourself, and we've had some really strong opponents, and we're going to keep having some really strong opponents coming up against them. So we know we've got to bring our best footy week in, week out, and I think that brings the best out of you when you play the best. So we're just looking forward to the challenge each week.
All right, Matty, I'm going to hand the microphone over to you because upstairs we've got Jeff White, we've got Jamie Stanton, we've got Quentin Hull, and we've got Michael Price.
Hey, Matty Rao, well played tonight, mate. That centre bounce clearance from Noah Anderson, I just saw the replay. Run me through that one. Was that I love that set play with Big Witsy hitting over the back.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, those plays don't happen without Big Witsy getting the hit right. So I thought he had a great night, really giving us great service. And, yeah, Noz just plays that really well. He's such a good player. Really knows how to play the right moments as well, and was just such a great captain's goal.
And do you think the lesson learnt, you just said it before, but it definitely, the Giants game was obviously to lose in that last quarter, so that, in a way, that you take a positive out of that, and you're able to address that tonight when they were coming full steam ahead.
Yeah, definitely. We've done a lot of work around that, when teams have a lot of momentum, and it hasn't gone our way a few times this year, but I think we really, like I said before, just looked within ourselves and really dug deep in, especially that last 5 minutes. I think we won some crucial battles, and that's what it comes down to.
Hey, Matty, it's Jamie. Just quick question with your ball movement tonight. In the first half, handball efficiency, moving the ball forward via hand was awesome. And then in the second half, it looked like you guys took the foot off the gas a little bit and decided to play the long kick down the line, Mark style. Was that deliberate, or was that based on Collingwood's ability to shut down the handball play that you played in the first half?
Yeah, look, I think we didn't want to change anything. I think it was a bit on. Collingwood brought probably a bit of more higher pressure around the ball, so we didn't get as many looks to move the ball off the line, and it was a bit more within the contest. So we still want to keep trying to use our ball movement at times, but sometimes when the game isn't giving you what you need, you just got to play the game. So yeah, they definitely raised their intensity in that second half.
And then in the first half, you guys looked desperate. It's probably the first time that I've seen you guys look desperate across all lines in every moment. There was smothers, spoils, 1%ers left, right and centre. Was that a really big focus for you guys coming into this game, that you needed to bring that to maintain some dominance? Yeah, it always is in every game for us. We talk about fingertips and being and playing with grit, and I think that really shone through tonight throughout 4 quarters. I think we had moments of that in every quarter, so I think we're really built on that.
Matt, it's Quentin Hull here. Well done. You're just in the first phases of it, but what's it like to finally have sort of the big build-up and then you walk into the rooms actually as the winning team?
It's a great feeling. We want to play in these big games. Friday night with a packed house at home, and there's no better feeling with getting a good win against the ladder leaders. So it's a great feeling tonight.
What do you learn when you've seen that last quarter? Things are going against you, and you've got Josh Dacos coming in doing his things, and Pendles is around as well. So obviously it was a challenge for the midfield group, but who's talking to who's doing what to ensure that you try and get yourself settled to end up coming back?
Well, within lines, us as a midfield group, we're always talking, communicating, seeing the trends of the game, and yeah, they were coming really hard, but we just talking about coming back to what we do best, and they're a good side, so they're going to have passages of play, but we had to keep thinking about what we're doing and trying to play our way.
Was there a tactic that got you, or did you readjust late in the quarter, or was it just a matter of you got a bit of the flow?
I think it was a lot about playing our moments. We started losing a few crucial contests, so I think in the last, probably last 5 minutes especially, we really played those well, got the ball out of bounds, our aerial power. So I think it was more moments than anything.
And I know it's sort of away from the bubble and hype of the result, but you're around the contest. We're seeing so much now on ballers near umpires. How are you going with the relationship between just playing footy and knowing that everyone's looking now for anything to do with a player running into an umpire? How are you handling it?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm just focusing on playing footy. To be honest, I just go out there and I just love playing footy, and that's all I'm focusing on.
Matt, Michael Price, mate, congratulations on your game. Absolutely outstanding. Do we dare invoke the F word, finals?
No, not yet, I don't think. We're just looking, each week. And, we've got some big games coming up, so you can't look ahead in this comp, because if you take your eyes off the ball, then it hurts you. So we're just looking forward to each week.
Congratulations, Matt. What do those rooms look like? More people than usual?
Yeah, great turnout. Lots of family and friends. It's a great feeling in here.
Well done, and huge performance tonight. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
32 disposals, 18 of them contested, 11 clearances, 1 centre bounce clearance, 13 tackles, 9 inside 50, 6 score involvements. Matt Rao, 32 disposals. Great to hear him down in the rooms with Zane Bojak on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. But there are heroes everywhere. I mean, Noah Anderson, 32 disposals as well. 14 of Josh Dacos' 32 came in the last quarter.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and the ability to win it in tight, win it out of the centre, win it from clearances and kick 2 goals.
Well, 18 score involvements between the 2 Dacos boys. Incredible. They're just some of the kicking skills outstanding from the Collingwood players. Those kicks on the outside of the boot that are flaring over to into the corridor, to open things up. Absolutely magnificent.
Yet they had, 10 points before they kicked a goal. Brett from Canberra texts, "Hi team, great call. Worst goal kicking I've seen from Cold Pies," says Brett. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch.
But as we discussed in the first half, the reason for those points is because of the defence of the Suns. They not only between the arc was putting the defence on, but was forcing Collingwood to lead into those pockets and those set shots they had. And that's something they addressed in the second half, was the ability to kick into the corridor, kick into the V inside forward 50 that allow them to have better set shots on goals.
Well, Carrara's a wash now of those hanging around with the footy to have a kick out on the venue. 22,831, the final crowd here, so it didn't break the record. Zane's doubling up in the Suns' room, so let's get back to him.
He's the leading goal kicker for this club, and what an amazing night for you guys to take out Collingwood 2 in a row now against that club. And look, for you, we were able to nail it through the big sticks, and for Collingwood, they just kept missing at the start. Do you think perhaps that sort of gave you a bit of extra momentum as well?
Yeah, it was definitely part of it. I think, we came out really hot and we're playing some great footy, but they're a proud club and a really good team, so we knew they'd come, and they certainly did. I wasn't quite expecting them to hit the front, but they're a quality team. But we really stood up tonight and showed what we were made of.
Now, I want to ask you, after what happened at GWS, was there any fears that, oh no, it's going to happen again? They're going to overrun us here, Collingwood?
You don't really have time out there to doubt yourself and think about stuff. We were just playing football and trying to stick to our process and get the next goal, get it back on our terms.
I'll pass you up to the panel. We've got Jamie Stanton, Jeff White, Quentin Hull, and also Michael Price.
Kingy, Jeff White here. How are you, mate? Well played. Jeez, I love the ability of you guys to just not only go for the ball in the first half and bring it to ground, but just the small forwards. They're quick hands. It's just something to watch, and it was just fascinating to see how much you guys have improved in that area.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I thought the smalls were terrific tonight. They were buzzing around our feet. Their pressure was unreal. And, as you said, we've been really slick with our hands and using our numbers around the ball, so that gives us good looks ahead of the ball.
King, it's Jamie here. Would you be able to tell our listeners at home what the difference it is as a forward when you've got speed on the ball like you did in the first half versus the second half where the ball movement's significantly slower? What does that look like from a forward's perspective, and how does that impact how you move and operate?
It's definitely a different game. I thought, the ball was really flowing in that first half, and to their credit, they were able to hold us up from the back half and keep us pretty skinny and straight. So, it's definitely different as a forward. You probably have to cop your medicine a bit more and just get up the ground and get a stoppage and bring the ball to ground, as opposed to just playing off instinct when it's going quick.
Ben, it's Quentin Hull here. I just sort of an obscure question. At the start of that last quarter, you couldn't get the ball into your inside 50. So I'm just wondering, if you're sort of sitting at the back there, having a look at what's going on, do you ever sort of get to the midfield guys and say, oh, this is where this is happening? What's it look like when you're down there and they can't get the ball to you?
It's a balance for sure. I mean, the midfielders know when it's not going their way, so they don't need too many guys getting to them. They're a mature group in there, and I sort of just back them in to sort it out, and they always do, to be honest. They're a really proud group, and we know there'll be swings of momentum, but they finished on top, which is what matters. And
what's the difference between a night like tonight where you lead, get headed, and then you win, compared to some of the other games that we've seen in last couple of seasons? Who's turned this around? Who's grown? What are the things that this footy club's doing now to ensure that you end up winning that game and not losing it?
It's a team effort. It's something that comes with experience, and we've had a lot of these close games now, and we're growing every time we're in one. So, we've got a meeting now. I've got to head off, but thanks for having me, guys.
No, good on you, and thanks for your time. Well done. Great to hear from Ben King, who's now up to 44 goals for the season. He kicked a couple of goals in the game tonight, both of them in the first half.
44-17.
Yeah.
It was absolutely brilliant. Tonight was actually the 100th win of the Gold Coast Suns AFL career. So it's a celebration milestone, the 100th victory in their history. There you go, Q.
Took 15 and a half seasons.
Exactly. But look, it was well worth the wait. And tonight, not only did the Gold Coast Suns on the field sort of rise to another level, I think the crowd rose to another level. The Pies fans have taught them a little bit of how to hoot I think.
Well, talking, is that the most wins they've had in a season, or they equaled the most wins in a season? Maybe.
Good question.
Good question without notice, Whitey.
I'm just trying. I think it is 11. There's the.
I will double check.
But they've had 11 from 16.
They're 11 now, aren't they? Yep.
So, and their percentages had a nice little.
What's their next 2 weeks? They got Adelaide in Adelaide.
I can tell you that. Yeah, Adelaide Oval next Sunday, and then Q Clash here against the Suns, against the Lions. My apologies.
Wow. That'll be a cracker. Both of those will be crackers. Adelaide are a very good side, especially on their home deck, so it'll be interesting to see how the Suns respond.
They won 11 games in 2024, Jeff, so they've now equalled that.
Last year? 2014 or last year?
No, 2024, last year.
Yep.
They won 11 games.
Yeah, right.
And lost 12.
Gotcha.
So at the moment, they're sitting fifth on the ladder with 44 points, but they've got a game in hand on the others.
That's right, yeah.
And the last couple of years, of course, we've had the two extra games because of, well, not the two, the extra game because of Gather Round. Previous to that, they'd won 10 in 2022 and 10 in that 2014 season where they were 9 and 6 the night that they beat Collingwood here, but Gary Ablett hurt his shoulder and they only won one of the last 7 of the season. So Gold Coast, 10 goals, 9, 69. Collingwood, 8, 15, 63. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White running through it for you. You can keep your texts coming on 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you are texting from. I must admit, when I saw the crowd figure come up, I was a bit surprised. 22,831. It's not even more than last year's crowd for this game, which was 23,029. So whether or not some of the members didn't turn up or school holidays, they might have been away.
Or maybe they got stuck on the M1 on the way out.
It's a bit disappointing, though.
I'm a little disappointed in that figure. They sold enough tickets to make it a record, so obviously a few members haven't turned up, and again, school holidays could be a factor there as well.
We've spent a couple of moments with Suns players in the Gold Coast room. So again, how does Fly go to work here? How's Craig McRae and the Collingwood group
I think they look at the first. Certainly look at the first half and the way they just played that slow, methodical, but the pressure was there. The pressure was definitely there from the Suns. So full credit to them. And I know that Fly will go, well, hang on, what can we learn? The first half was finals footy, and then the second half was also that too, and they were able to bounce back. So I don't think there's any concerns, but certainly I think just the way that the Suns were able to move the ball off the half-back line would be cause of concern. And I mean, even Jamie called that, would have been halfway through the second quarter, how they were slicing their defence apart, the ability to spread the ball and then to be able to go quick. So that's something that, a lot of sides will look at that and go, hey, how were they able to dissect? Their defence has been outstanding all year, but how were they able to get 7 goals on them in the first half and be able to have that forward momentum?
Is it simple enough, Jamie, to say it's one that got away from Collingwood? They hadn't kicked a goal until halfway through the third quarter, and then they were in front 30 minutes later.
Yeah, you definitely could spin it like that. I don't think Fly will. I think he'll take it as a learning experience and a real growth mindset to it. And it wouldn't surprise me if Collingwood spend all their time reviewing the first half and disregarding the second half. Not because the second half wasn't worthy of showcasing their highlights, because they did a fantastic job to come back and move the ball really efficiently. But like Whitey just said, the first half is where they'll learn, get better, and solidify the potential chance of making a grand final. So that's the important part of this game. So I think the Collingwood perspective would be, great job, we got back to make it a contest. We were in front. We're a little bit disappointed that we couldn't maintain that, but I really think they'll look at the first half as a massive learning experience and move forward, because there will be so many teams now that watch that first half trying to replicate what Gold Coast did. And if Fly has a solution to that already up their sleeve that they can roll out when somebody attempts to do the same, then they'll be stoked.
But they have confidence in their attacking game style. I mean, we saw that in the second half. The ability to get the ball, the ability to get it through the corridor.
Let's get some reaction from the Magpies because Craig McRae has gone into his press conference. Let's pick up what the Pies coach has got to say after going down by 6 points.
How do you sum up, the emotions of a game like that where you like the roller coaster that it was?
Yeah, you could either focus on the first half or the second half, and I think as a group, I just spoke to them then, I was wrapped in the second half, the fight. We 55 points in the second half. We took a long time to kick a goal. Kicking 9 or 10 points it's going to be hard to win a game, isn't it? Loved the energy of the game. I loved the build-up of the game. First Friday night game in Queensland, we step into that and rep for the southeast Queensland, having lived up here for a long time. So I think, for the Gold Coast to have this occasion, we're wrapped to be part of that and support that. But it was definitely a game of two halves, and our inaccuracy really hurt us.
You think that was all it was, just kicking straight?
No. Well, the game can be pretty simple. We kicked 8-6 from set shots and 0-4 for goals on the run. And then, late in the game, we had a couple of chances to really add the pressure, and we didn't take them. So there's definitely a part of that. When you miss, the old Coach Lee Matthews used to say, if you miss, then it puts the pressure on the next person. When it's 0-9, a lot of pressure on the next person. But having said that, I want to focus on, what we did do instead of what we didn't have, and maybe that's because it's fresh in mind. The second half is way more how we want to play.
Did they do anything in the first? Half that surprised you? How were you caught off guard in that first half?
Oh, I'm not sure we got caught off guard. It's just the intensity around the ball was way better than ours. Clearance -8 at half time, and you allow a team like the Gold Coast to get their pressure up and their energy around the ball and the crowd roaring. You go down at half time with a hefty margin. I just didn't love our mids at times tonight. Didn't think we worked hard enough to contest. Didn't get our hands dirty enough. But that would be disrespecting the Gold Coast, because I think if you watch that back, they were really, really dominant around contests and clearance in that first half.
If Howard wasn't injured, were you anxious to bring penalty on it?
Yes. There was. I know Hayden Skipworth mentioned that at second quarter. You want to get penalties on, and don't think we need to be a team where we rely so heavily on one person. I think we want to be better than that. But it's a shame that how we went down. It seems pretty minor at this stage, but we'll wait and see.
So what changed after half time? What did you say to them?
Again, I'm not the sort of coach who wants to concentrate on what we don't have. That's gone. It's done. So what can we do about it? And I said, come on, get our mids getting busy. And then I just wanted us to play with better intensity and then play more our style. We trusted them. We could have thrown everyone around. Funnily enough, we did that with Josh in the last quarter, and he was brilliant. 16 possessions, 2 goals. We're finding out about ourselves, aren't we? This is a qualifying time, and we might need Josh in the midfield again at some stage, and he might challenge a few other teams.
Would you like to have seen anything different in that? But from once you hit the front and you had all that momentum and they steady, would you like to have seen anything different in that last 10 minutes?
Two goals from centre bounce that really hurt. One in particular, when they kicked a goal, those things. I just didn't think we were disciplined enough at that time to, I just thought we had good ascendancy at the centre bounces and let that slip. No, we had our chances. Dan had a chance and Ned had a chance to kick a goal to put us in front, or we hit the lead for brief moments. Funnily enough, it's similar to the last time we played up here last year in terms of that. We had to make up a big margin, we hit the lead and couldn't quite hang on. Little things. I'm sure we'll go to the tape, and as I said to the players, we're in the business of improving ourselves, and here we are.
Well, not all that surprised that Craig McRae seems quite composed, the Collingwood coach, with his thoughts after the Magpies, as mentioned, didn't kick a goal for 2.5 quarters, yet got to the front halfway through the last. Suns winning it, if you've just tuned in, an amazing game of football. Gold Coast 10-9-69 to Collingwood's 8-15-63. And outside of his thoughts on the game, the other big thing to pick up there, it only seems a minor injury for Jeremy Howe. He was subbed out of the game with a groin problem, and the thought as to whether or not they were going to tactically bring Pendlebury into the game sort of got brought, to a point where they didn't have to make a decision because they had had an injured man go down. So hopefully Howe's okay. It's not a long-term injury for him. Tuke Miller's the injury concern for the Suns. He's got a hamstring complaint. Look, gee, this postgame's gone quickly. We've got to get your votes, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White. So let's just give you a full run of the stats. For the Suns, both Rowell and Anderson with 32. Rowell 18 contested, Anderson 17 contested. Rowell 12 clearances, Anderson 8 clearances. 13 tackles for Rowell as well. He had 13 tackles, Matt Rowell. Tom Mitchell's 11 was the next best in the game, but they were the only two in double figures. So 32 for Rowell and Anderson, Noble 30, Rioli 22, Fiorini 21. For Collingwood, so Josh Dacos ended up with 32 disposals, 16 of them in the last quarter, 10 contested, 4 clearances, 2 centre bounce clearances, 2 inside 50s, 2 goals. That was for 16 in the last quarter for Josh Dacos. So half of his 32 came in the last half hour. 26 for his brother, Mitchell with 20, Crisp 19, Cameron 18. Overall, Suns had 9 more disposals at 339 to 330. Contested wise, it was the Suns plus 3. Clearances, Suns plus 13. And the inside 50s in the end, Collingwood had 10 more at 53 to 43. Scoreline note, and that's the main stat. Gold Coast 10-9, 69. Collingwood 8-15, 63. So Suns 11 wins, 5 losses. Next week to Adelaide to play the Crows, and then back here to play Brisbane. And then after that, they host Richmond at Carrara. So they're the next 3 for Gold Coast. Collingwood will welcome Fremantle at the MCG next week before hosting Richmond at they'll play Richmond at the MCG, and then Brisbane after that in round 21. So that's the next 3 for the Magpies, who look in really good shape, obviously. Now 14 wins and 3 losses. But boy...
Geez, that game, Freo Hawthorn. Oh.
Yeah, it's a good one, isn't
it? And Freo's got Collingwood next week.
I've got about 90 seconds for your votes.
Right, I don't want to... It's sometimes you look at the possessions and, you sort of go, oh, no, but it's the way it happened. So one vote, Noah Anderson, for that goal out of the centre bounce, lead by example. I mean, Fly even spoke about it in his press conference just then, how important that centre bounce clearance was. But he had 32 possessions, kicked the goal. 2 votes to Josh Dacos, nearly won the game for him in the last quarter. And I would love to see him more in the centre bounce. Pricey, that was just unbelievable to watch. 16 possessions and 2 goals in the last quarter. And 3 votes to Matt Rowell. Quinton Hull's already writing it down.
No, because I heard you say it, so I'll write it down.
13 tackles, 2 goals. But that tackle he laid in that last quarter, they had pivotal moments. Yes, they played well. All those players played well. But those pivotal moments in the last quarter were just outstanding. There's the votes.
3 to Rowell, 2 to Josh Dacos, 1 to Anderson. There'll be a bit of sifting through this, no doubt. Corbin and the team with you from noon tomorrow. Or maybe Corby's... I've said that on default, not realising that, of course, we've got the cricket coming your way.
Oh, there you go.
In the early hours of Sunday morning, so I should have checked that, shouldn't I?
Indeed.
Anyway, no matter who's on duty, they'll do an excellent job of continuing not only to sift through tonight, but look forward to the round ahead. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Great to share that with you. Well, Pricey, did they grow up tonight?
I think they did.
It is like we both have teenagers. That was very much like seeing the problem child who's in their 16th year. They got there in the end, didn't they?
They just got
After scaring the bejesus out of you and doing a lot of things wrong. It was a very teenaged performance from Gold Coast.
I'll accept that they grew up a little.
Did they go from the L plates to the P plates?
Exactly.
Yeah, with a few scrapes on the panel beaters as well, Whitey. Yes. Oh, dear. Thanks to Jonesy back in the studio and to Zane downstairs and, of course, to Aussie on the faders here. Thank you for your company. It didn't really go in a straight line tonight, but, boy, by the end, weren't we entertained? And I don't think Collingwood lost too many fans, but the Suns got the job done. If you're listening to us on the app or on digital radio, you're going to be heading to Wimbledon after we hear the highlights of a big Friday night on the Gold Coast.
So Matt Rowell had an enormous game so far, 17 possessions. He's already kicked 1. He's coming in off the long run. Strikes it nicely. Goal umpire doesn't move. Matt Rowell has his second. The Suns with their 7th goal.
the way the Pies have been kicking. They have had 10 straight behinds this evening. As Membry comes in, he strikes it nicely. The Pies are on the ball. Their first goal comes at the 15-minute mark of the third term. So Josh Dacos, he lets it go from 40. It's an arrow. The Pies are coming. The Pies are coming. 1:20 gone in the final term, and they reduce the lead to 22 points.
Schultz wins the footy, rides the tackle of Noble, hand passes infield to Josh Dacos, run them from 52, Elliott marks in the goal mouth. Elliott's taken the mark next to the goal post, opens the angle, Jamie Elliott kicks the goal!
So Lachie Schultz from 45, he lets go. It's close, it's there. Oh, you cannot count these guys out. The Pies are within 3 points. It's picked up by McStay, tackled off the ball, he missed his boot, nothing happened. Dacos, exquisite, kicks it inside the corridor. It's to Pendlebury, Pendlebury to the run of Houston, inside 50 Elliott, Elliott takes it 40 out. 45-degree angle to the right. 2 goals, 3 for the evening for Jamie Elliott. This one could put the Pies in front from 40. Elliott! Elliott kicks it! Pies in front!
Ben Long, and boy don't the Suns need something here. Tough angle left forward pocket, 35 out. Opens up the right foot, snap, punt. Suns back in front!
Woods versus Cameron. At the back, Anderson explodes onto it. Handball to Weller. Back to Anderson inside 50. Anderson. Oh, what a goal. What a goal. The Suns by 9 points.
Siren beats the Pies. Gold Coast beats the Pies by 6 points. Who would have thought that the problem child growing up would be easy? No way! But after 16 years, they might have just grown up.
We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold on the knob. Run, run, run all the way. Hey! We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky, where the team will never say die.
You're listening to ABC Sport, and shortly we're taking you to our live coverage of Wimbledon 2025. Don't forget, ABC Sport has all your live winter sporting action, and it's all available in the palm of your hand on the ABC Listen app. We're bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies. Just click on the red cricket button for uninterrupted coverage from the Caribbean. The biggest rugby union event outside of the World Cup has hit our shores, with the British and Irish Lions on tour across the country. Every match of the Lions tour is on the